Chapter 406. Haha, Boss Chow, you don't have to be so courteous. Lisa Xuan helped him up and smiled politely. Then he said, Boss Chow, you threw 2,000 strings of cash to support the new carriage of the Strange Taste Pavilion. The day before yesterday, you threw 1,000 strings of cash to send over 100 pots of Luoyang Red at my wedding banquet. I have yet to thank Boss Chow for his righteous actions. How can I blame you for anything? Chow Wendong was relieved when he heard that. The money he spent earlier wasn't wasted. With a good start to the conversation, it would be much easier to negotiate the rest. Lord Ju, please don't flatter me. It's only a few thousand strings of coins. To Lord Ju, it's probably just a drop in the ocean. Moreover, I really like the new carriage from Strange Interest Pavilion. That's why I didn't hesitate to raise the price to buy it. Thus, I really don't deserve Lord Ju's thanks. Chow Wendong cupped his hands and spoke politely to Lisa Xuan. Scholars, farmers, businessmen all had a strict hierarchy. He had no choice but to be polite. Earlier at Strange Taste Pavilion, he did intend to help Lisa Xuan with his new carriage. However, this kind of thing could be done, but could not be said. Otherwise, the effect of the gift would be greatly reduced. It might even have the opposite effect. Chow Wendong, who had been at the bottom of society for so many years, was very familiar with the ways of officialdom. As expected, a faint smile appeared on Lisa Xuan's face. Previously, he had retreated in order to advance. He had indeed intended to test Chow Wendong. Whether it was the Strange Taste Pavilion raising the price of the new carriage or the extravagant gift of 1,000 strings of peonies at the wedding, it was all voluntary by Chow Wendong. It wasn't Lisa Xuan who forced it. If Chow Wendong wanted to repay the kindness, because of this, Lisa Xuan could only flick his sleeves and send him off. He didn't want to be friends with such a scheming person. Fortunately, Chow Wendong's response satisfied Lisa Xuan. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. He was sensible and knew how to adapt to circumstances. He was a hero. Boss Chow, you really are a broad-minded person. However, no matter what, Boss Chow did put in a lot of effort during my wedding, so I'm very grateful. I just don't know why Boss Chow is here today. After probing a little, Lisa Xuan felt that Chow Wendong's character was not bad, so he did not beat around the bush and said directly, Ugh. Chow Wendong was stunned for a moment. The speed at which Lisa Xuan cut to the chase was much faster than the officials he had interacted with in the past. This was somewhat different from the general reserved and tactful style of conversation in the current officialdom. Lord Ju, to tell you the truth, I'm only here for one thing. I'm hoping that Lord Ju can come forward and form a Chamber of Commerce. The members of the Chamber of Commerce can prioritize cooperation with each other. I've always wanted to cooperate with Lord Ju regarding the scooter, Drunken Immortal, Gentle Softness, the Tong Daily, and all the books from Strange Culture. However, I have no way to do so and can only wait at home. Since Lisa Xuan did not beat around the bush, Chow Wendong decided not to dawdle and went straight to the point. Lisa Xuan raised his eyebrows in surprise. He could understand why Chow Wendong wanted to cooperate with him. After all, the businesses under him were all monopolies. Many people wanted to come in and take a share of the profits, but not everyone was qualified to enter. What surprised him was that Chow Wendong actually wanted him to form a Chamber of Commerce. Was this guy trying to cause trouble? Boss Chow, why do you want to form a Chamber of Commerce? Chow Wendong struggled for a moment, then cupped his hands and said, I've had several business dealings with your father, Master Li, but I didn't expect that the Li family would have such a young hero like Lord Ju. In just a few months, he became the founding father of the Tang dynasty and took up an important position in the Imperial College. He broke the iron law that has always been in our dynasty that merchants and their children can't enter the imperial court as officials. I and the other merchants all admire you and think that Lord Ju is the hope of us merchants. Therefore, I'd like to be bold and ask Lord Ju to lead us merchants to do something big to eliminate the prejudice of the imperial court and the people of the world against merchants. After Chow Wendong finished speaking, he cupped his hands and bowed deeply to Lisa Xuan. He kept his upper body bent at a 90-degree angle and didn't get up. Lisa Xuan was speechless. Logically speaking, This was the first time he heard that merchants in the Tang dynasty couldn't be officials. He had heard that the status of merchants in ancient times was low, but he didn't expect it to be low to this extent. They were being ostracized by all the classes in the world. According to historical records, the four classes of scholars, farmers, workers, and merchants were divided according to the spring and autumn period by the prime minister of the state of Qi, Guangzhou. He advocated that the people be divided into four classes: scholars, farmers, workers, and merchants. They would live in fixed areas according to their respective professions. This was called the four classes of occupations. This kind of specialized commodity economy model was respected as the basic form and guiding principle since the Han Dynasty. On the surface, the four classes of occupations seemed to be an inheritance of the ancient system of the Zhou Dynasty. In fact, there was a big difference. The fundamental difference was that the industrial and commercial and farmers were placed side by side, and they were all regarded as the stone people of the country. Therefore, when Guangzhou first divided the classes of scholars, farmers, workers, and merchants, there was no distinction between superior and inferior. The ancient people of China didn't seem to take commerce lightly. The people of Shang clan who established the Shang dynasty after the Xia dynasty were actually the earliest merchants. This is also the root of why we call them merchants. During the Yinshang dynasty, people were happy and good at doing business and engaged in handicraft manufacturing. Later, when the founders of the Zhou dynasty reflected on the lesson of the fall of the Shang dynasty, they believed that the fall of the Yinshang dynasty was due to the people's enthusiasm for industry and commerce. This caused the people's impetuousness and the country's foundation to be unstable. Therefore, they turned to the agricultural policy of despising industry and commerce. In the Zhou dynasty, the status of industry and commerce became very low. Workers were often placed side by side with the status of slaves, male and female slaves. In the later dynasties, as the rulers continued to suppress merchants, the status of merchants became lower and lower. During the Qin dynasty, even if merchants were rich, they couldn't wear silk clothes. During the Han dynasty, merchants couldn't be officials, and handicraftsmen were untouchables. Their property had to be declared to the imperial court. If the declaration wasn't true, their property would be confiscated. During the Tang dynasty, merchants couldn't enter the imperial court as officials. It wasn't until the Ming and Qing dynasties that the status of merchants changed. From rich merchants without an official career path to rich merchants with an official career path, China's merchants had successfully turned the tables. Therefore, for Li Zixuan to be able to obtain an official position as the son of a merchant, it could be considered an unprecedented stroke of luck. The main reason was that he had made enough contributions. Moreover, Qin Xiong and Cheng Yao Jin had always treated him as a junior and had constantly promoted that reward. In addition, he was the last disciple of the present-age expert, spiritual master. This identity had almost completely washed away his identity as a merchant and added a lot of points to Li Er's impression. Therefore, he was able to obtain his current status as a baron. It could be said that his success couldn't be replicated by the thousands of merchants in the Tang dynasty. Even if Chao Wendong was envious, he couldn't do anything. Chapter 407. Boss Chao, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. My Li family is no longer a merchant's family. There are a few shops in my family that are managed by the servants. This duke and my family are not directly involved. As for what Boss Chao said about improving the status of merchants and changing the impression of merchants in everyone's eyes, this duke can't take on such an important and sacred task. Boss Chao, you'd better find someone else. In the Li residence's hall, Li Zixuan lowered his head and pondered for a long time before shaking his head and refusing. This Chao Wendong only paid a few thousand strings of coins and wanted him, Li Zixuan, to lead this group of merchants in a revolution. It was really a bit whimsical. To be honest, Li Zixuan sympathized with the unfair treatment of the merchants, but it was only sympathy. He wasn't willing to be the leader of the merchants and cause trouble. First, it wasn't worth it. If he wanted to break the 1,000-year-old class system of scholars, farmers, workers, and merchants, he would have to pay too much of a price. Moreover, it wouldn't benefit him at all. He was now in the scholar class and could be considered to be the beneficiary of this class system. How could he be hot-blooded enough to stand up for the merchants just because of Chow Wendong's words? He wasn't an impulsive and brainless brat. Second, his current focus wasn't on this. His most important task right now was to do well in his Yanhuang college. He wasn't interested in these irrelevant things at all. So, why would he do something that didn't benefit him and wasn't interested in? He couldn't be obedient just because Chow Wendong had helped him a few times before, right? It was impossible. Chow Wendong's arms suddenly trembled when he heard this, and his expression quickly turned gloomy. He smiled bitterly as he cupped his hands towards Li Zixuan and said, "It seems this Chow has been rude. I hope Lord Zhu can forgive me. This Chow will take his leave now." Wait. Li Zixuan stretched out his hand. Although this noble cannot personally establish a chamber of commerce, this matter of cooperation is still possible. Boss Chow, if you have any feasible plans for cooperation, feel free to go to the workshop and discuss them with Faubert and Ma Zhou. In addition, this noble has no prejudice against merchants. On the contrary, this noble believes that if the Great Tang wants to progress and the people of the realm want to live a happier life, they cannot do without merchants. I think Mr. Chow is a man with his own ideas. Although I can't personally participate in the Chamber of Commerce you mentioned, I'm still very willing to give you some support within my ability. These words came from the bottom of Li Zixuan's heart. Historically, Chinese people had the most rigid view of merchants in the world. The low status of merchants was the result of thousands of years of stigmatization. Why did they stigmatize businessmen? Perhaps many people would think of the emphasizing agriculture and suppressing commerce policy of the past dynasties. But first of all, they had to understand that suppressing commerce referred to the merchants of the people, not the official merchants. Under the high-sounding excuses, they actually had the heart to monopolize the market. Therefore, emphasizing agriculture and suppressing commerce was an extremely hypocritical proposition. Just like the modern purifying the internet environment and establishing a new style of civilization, it was a propaganda slogan of the people in power who were awe-inspiring righteousness while the people involved were cursing. If 1,000 years later, there was a joker who interpreted it literally and believed that the net cleansing campaign protected the physical and mental health of the people, one would probably laugh their heads off. Unfortunately, history was not written by merchants. In order to maintain their market advantage and prevent the disclosure of trade secrets, merchants were unwilling to write books and spread their ideas and experiences. This gave the people in power a propaganda advantage. They could stand on a moral high ground and wantonly distort the role of merchants to gain an advantage in public opinion by tarnishing the reputation of the other party. As a result, for many years, most people actually believed it to be true. But in fact, the role of merchants in promoting social progress was unquestionable. The greatness of merchants could not be overemphasized. The so-called merchants do not create value was the biggest prejudice. Merchants created value, but labor did not. Merchants were the first driving force of social progress. Merchants brought vitality to society and promoted freedom, fairness, and democracy. Merchants invented and maintained the business system and logistics network, promoting the exchange and spread of ideas, people, and culture. For example, in the late Xia dynasty, it was West Asian merchants who introduced wheat, bronze, and mathematics to China. The glorious achievements of human civilization, such as science, technology, law, and art, were all byproducts of the business system. History was political and incomplete. Only by looking at history from the business perspective could history be restored to its original form. Therefore, from the perspective of social progress, Li Zixuan was very willing to see the status of merchants rise a little and the business of Tang become more prosperous. But if he was asked to be the vanguard of a revolution, then forget it. You could say that he was cold-blooded and heartless, but he had people he needed to protect. He would not take risks for something that was not related to him. That's great. In that case, I thank Lord Zhu for your help and guidance. Chow Wendong expressed his gratitude excitedly. Although this result was still a little far from his ideal, it was still better than nothing. At least he had something to look forward to. Take care, Boss Chow. Father, husband, try this fried chicken meatball and see how it tastes. Noon. The family gathered around the table and ate their lunch warmly. However, the dishes on the table today were obviously different from before. Lisa Schwan could smell it with one sniff. It was definitely not made by the kitchen maid at home, Annie Zhao, nor did it seem like it was made by his mother. That's right. Old Master, Xin Er. Today's lunch was all prepared by Yushi alone. She put in a lot of effort. Mrs. Lee narrowed her eyes and looked at her daughter-in-law with a smile. Don't we have a kitchen maid at home? Yushi, why did you cook the dishes yourself? Old Master Lee frowned and asked. He thought that the servants did not do a good job. Father, I just want to do my best. It has nothing to do with Annie Zhao. Father, quickly try it. Is it delicious? Husband, you should try it as well. There are several dishes here that this concubine made based on the chicken, braised pork, and meatballs that you ate before. Husband, see if they are to your liking. Han Yushi smiled sweetly as she picked up some food for Lisa Schwan and said. Lisa Schwan looked at the golden and tender chicken meatballs that were the size of pigeon eggs and had 2 or 3 green onions on the outside. He was a little surprised. Wasn't this similar to the salted, crispy chicken that was eaten in the modern world? And it was a high-quality version of salted, crispy chicken. If Han Yushi had not said that she imitated the dishes that he had invented previously, Lisa Schwan would definitely have thought that his wife had also transmigrated. Damn it, his wife's learning ability was heaven-defying. She could even comprehend by analogy based on existing dishes. She was really a genius. Just looking at the appearance of these dishes is very appetizing. Let me try it. Lisa Schwan smiled, then picked up a piece of meat and put it into his mouth. Instantly, his mouth was filled with fragrance. He gave a thumbs up and said, delicious. It's really too delicious. Wife, it's lucky that I married you. Otherwise, our family's drunken immortal restaurant would definitely be losing money now. Chapter 408. Lana wants to eat too. Lana wants to eat too. Also, why did brother say that if we don't marry sister-in-law, our drunken immortal restaurant will suffer a loss? Lon stood up and asked curiously as she picked up some salted, crispy chicken for herself. Han Yushi also wanted to ask, but when she heard Lon ask on her behalf, she sat quietly at the side and looked at her husband's handsome face, waiting for an answer. What's there to be confused about? Lisa Schwan chewed on the delicious food in his mouth as he explained. Our drunken immortal restaurant's sudden rise is all because of those new dishes I came up with. If your sister-in-law opens a restaurant of her own, every time we come up with a new dish, she only needs to taste it to figure out how to make it. Moreover, she can also make other similar dishes by analogy. In terms of taste, it can even reach a higher level. In this way, what advantage does our drunken immortal restaurant have? We can only suffer a loss. Xian is right. This marriage has become a blessing for the drunken immortal restaurant. Old Man Lee said half-jokingly, causing everyone to laugh. Thinking about it, Xian, you have a good eye for choosing a wife. Madam Lee covered her mouth and laughed. Husband, father, mother, you must be joking. How can Yushi's insignificant culinary skills be considered elegant? Not to mention opening a restaurant. I'm already very satisfied to be able to cook some food for husband and mother. Han Yushi heard everyone's praise. Although she was delighted, she still spoke modestly. Sister-in-law is really modest. Lon thinks that this dish is much better than the chicken that brother made. The snack seller, Lon had eaten this salted, crispy chicken for the first time, and she immediately changed sides and betrayed. From then on, she became Han Yushi's loyal, hardcore fan. Imperial College. A major event had happened today. The Imperial College's doctor, Cui Shanyu, had recovered from his illness and returned. However, other than the 7 doctors who had joined him in impeaching Lisa Schwan, the others didn't seem to like him very much. Even the students of the Imperial College looked at him strangely. There was doubt, disdain in their eyes. Yes, disdain. Ever since Lisa Schwan stopped coming to the Imperial College recently, most of the other students of the mathematics school also stopped coming to school. Without the weird and happy team from the mathematics school, the Imperial College immediately lost a lot of its vitality. Later on, news of Li Zishuan's resignation from the Imperial College spread. Many people were shocked and wouldn't have verified the authenticity of the news. To be honest, they had a very good impression of this young and talented person who had brought about a major change in the Imperial College's teaching methods and teaching system. Previously, Li Zishuan had created the Red List and Black List. The students of the other schools had been talking about it for a long time. Most of the students who could enter the Imperial College had a strong family background. In less than half a day, the news of Li Zishuan's resignation from the Imperial College was verified. Not only that, even the details of his resignation were dug up by some students. Suddenly, many students were outraged. The 7 professors Zhu Qinglu, Sima Minglang, Gu Fengyin, Shangwan Yufeng, Lu Yinyu, Zheng Zhanli, and Sikong Linghao had been attacked by many unknown pebbles in the Imperial College over the past few days. Now, the culprit, Cui Shanyu, had returned. As students of the Imperial College, they naturally felt very ashamed. Some of the more daring second generations even looked at Cui Shanyu with a hint of eagerness. In this strange atmosphere, Cui Shanyu finally finished his morning class. The moment he stepped out, he saw the 7 fellow sufferers waiting for him. "Brother Cui, did you just finish your class?" Zheng Zhanli smiled. What are you all doing here?" Cui Shanyu looked at the 7 people who were lined up neatly in front of him and was puzzled. Cough, cough. "Brother Cui, you don't know. The security in the Imperial College is not very good recently. It's not safe to go out alone." Lu Yinyu smiled bitterly as he walked. There was still a walnut-sized bump on the back of his head. "Oh, why is that? I've only left the Imperial College for less than half a month. Why would such a strange thing happen?" Cui Shanyu stroked his beard and wondered. Let's not talk about these small matters for now. Now that Brother Cui has returned, the position of Secretary of the Imperial College should be in the bag, right? Zheng Zhanli chuckled. Lu Yinyu heard this and looked at Cui Shanyu enviously. What Brother Zheng said is right. That's right. Didn't Brother Cui bring our joint recommendation to the Chancellor's place in the morning? How was it? What did the Chancellor say? The others also looked at Cui Shanyu curiously. What do you mean by in the bag? It's still too early to talk about this. Before the morning court assembly this morning, I sent your joint recommendations to the Chancellor. The Chancellor didn't say anything at that time. He only asked me to wait patiently for His Majesty's decision. So, don't say anything like in the bag now. Don't make a fool of yourself if I don't become the Secretary of the Imperial College. Cui Shanyu smiled reservedly, but from the expression on his face, he probably felt that he was in the bag too. Brother Cui, don't be modest. Other than Li Zishuan, all the previous secretaries only needed the joint recommendations of 6 professors. I don't think His Majesty would have any different opinions. Brother Cui, this is what everyone wants. Zheng Zhanli laughed loudly. Gu Fengyin nodded and said, "Indeed. I think Chancellor Kong will definitely return to the Imperial College in the afternoon. When that time comes, Brother Cui will definitely become the Secretary of the Imperial College. We can also bask in the glory. Yes. Brother Cui, don't forget about us when that time comes." The rest of the people also went up and smiled as they complimented him. The flattery in their tone was obvious. Cui Shanyu pretended to be heroic as he waved his hand and smiled. "What are you all saying? Even if I, Cui Shanyu, forget someone, I won't forget you all." This sentence finally exposed the true thoughts in Cui Shanyu's heart. From what he said, he was already certain that he would be able to gain Li Er's favor and become the Secretary of the Imperial College. The few of them chatted and laughed as they walked towards the Imperial College's canteen. In the afternoon, after lunch, Cui Shanyu came to Kong Ingda's office. He had forgotten that Kong Ingda had the habit of taking afternoon naps. However, Kong Ingda didn't take an afternoon nap today. This could be considered as Cui Shanyu's good luck. Otherwise, if he interrupted Kong Ingda's rest, he would definitely be in trouble in the future. "Professor Cui, I think you're here to ask about the results of the appointment?" After opening the door and letting Cui Shanyu in, Kong Ingda asked straightforwardly. Cough, cough. "That is indeed the case. I made a fool of myself in front of Chancellor. Chui Shanyu felt a trace of awkwardness as he said, awkwardly, "Here, this is the result of His Majesty's imperial decree this morning. Professor Chui, you can take it out and take a look yourself. This old man needs to rest." Kong Yingda directly took out a piece of bright yellow square silk cloth and handed it over as he said, "Oh, then Chancellor, please rest. This Chui will take his leave." Chui Shanyu received the silk cloth with unusual agitation and cupped his hands to bid farewell. When he reached the door, he impatiently opened the silk cloth and saw the words written on it, "Not allowed." How can a person who only knows how to fight for power and profit and scheme against others take up this heavy responsibility? The position of Secretary of the Imperial College will continue to be vacant and await a worthy talent. Chapter 409. There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. The news that the 7 academicians had recommended Chui Shanyu for the position of Minister of the Imperial College, but had been mercilessly rejected by Li Er, had spread like wildfire in less than an afternoon. There were those who were shocked, those who were lamenting, and even more who were clapping and cheering. "Ha ha! That old bastard Chui Shanyu is really shameless. He wants to be the Secretary of the Imperial College as soon as he comes back. He really overestimates himself." In the Imperial College, a flat-faced boy squinted his eyes and laughed loudly. It was the end of class, and the previous class wasn't Chui Shanyu's class, so this guy had no scruples and started to act recklessly. He even called Chui Shanyu by his name and called him an old bastard. "Ha ha! Su Yuanjin, you're so bold now? If Professor Chui was here, would you still dare to say that? Bah, what's there to be afraid of? Even if that old bastard Chui Shanyu heard it, what can he do to me? He can complain about Li Sai behind his back, but I can't scold him behind his back. I heard that a lot of children pooped in front of Chui Shanyu's house a while ago. Heh, they pooped really well. Sai, if I had known, I would have pooped too. What a pity." Su Yuanjin shook his head and said with a regretful expression. Kai Yuenging, who had just finished his class, couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat off his forehead when he heard Su Yuanjin's words. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't agree to Chui Shanyu's suggestion to impeach Li Zishuan. Otherwise, wouldn't he have become a street rat that everyone wanted to beat up? That's right, Kai Yuenging was also one of the 5 professors of the Imperial College. He was older than Chui Shanyu, but he kept a low profile and didn't show off like Chui Shanyu. He didn't think that Li Zishuan's actions in the Imperial College was a big deal, and it even improved the learning atmosphere and learning efficiency of the Imperial College. So when Chui Shanyu came to him, he rejected him. He wasn't afraid of a crooked shadow anyway, and Chui Shanyu couldn't take revenge on him. "Ha! Su Yuanjin, do you really want pooped in front of Professor Chui's house?" "Of course. It's not like you don't know how interesting Li Sai's lectures are and how many novel ideas he has. He's such a good teacher, but he was forced to leave by that old bastard Chui Shanyu. Fortunately, His Majesty's divine eyes are like torches and saw through this fellow's true colors. Otherwise, if this old thing really became the Minister of War, then wouldn't our days in the future become as boring as before? That's right, if Professor Chui becomes Li Sai, he might really wipe out the new system that Li Sai brought." "Hey, what do you mean maybe? That would definitely be the case. Actually, I've long wanted to transfer to the School of Mathematics, but my stubborn old man didn't agree." "Fine, even if he agrees now, I won't go to the School of Mathematics. Without Li Sai, what's the point of going to the School of Mathematics?" Su Yuanshao shook his head and curled his lips in regret. This fellow was also a weirdo. He actually dared to talk about his own father in public. There was no one else like him. "Ha! Actually, Yuanshao, it's not like you don't have a chance. I heard that Li Sai is going to build his own college called Yanwang College. His Majesty even wants to personally carry a plaque for it. A build his own college? No, no, no. What future does the college have? My old man definitely won't let me go. He won't even let me go to the School of Mathematics. If I tell him that I want to go to a private college, my old man will beat me to death." "Hee, you can't say that. I heard that more than half of the 44 students in the School of Mathematics are going to follow Li Sai to Yanwang College. His Royal Highness Prince Wei is also among them. Yuan Xiao, do you dare to say that the college has no future? Now that you mention it, I really want to go, but my old man doesn't buy it. I already told him that even Prince Wei is going to the School of Mathematics, but he just didn't agree. Don't you think that he's a stubborn old man? Haha, if Uncle Su hears you talk about him like that, he will beat you to death. Yinfu, what do you say? Didn't you say that you want to transfer to the School of Mathematics? Are you still going to transfer? In the classroom of the Imperial Academy, Yuan Shao, who was sitting in the middle row on the right, turned his head and asked Shu Yinfu after hearing the students in front of him talking loudly. Sai, my father agreed 2 days ago, but who would have thought that something like this would happen? Now that Li Sai is gone, the School of Mathematics will definitely not be the lively School of Mathematics that it used to be. Why should I go there? Chu Yinfu shook his head and smiled bitterly. Of course, Chu Suiliang was not a pedantic person. Previously, when Chu Yinfu had brought up the idea of transferring schools, he had seriously considered it for 2 days and felt that going to the School of Mathematics was not a bad idea. He himself had some understanding of Li Zixuan's character. Most importantly, Li Chengxian held Li Zixuan in high esteem. As a member of the Crown Prince faction, what was there to hesitate about? It was just that he was really unlucky. He had just agreed, and Li Zixuan had already jumped ship to build his own school. The tragic Chu Yinfu would probably have to go home and apply for another transfer to his father, and Chu Suiliang would probably have to face another choice. Then, Yinfu, are you interested in the Yanhuang College that Li Sai wants to build? Do you want to go? Yuan Shuo looked at the regretful expression on his good friend's face and suddenly thought of a crooked idea, so he suggested, Go. I missed the opportunity once, and I can't miss it again. Yuan Shuo, you don't know how much more motivated the students have become after Li Sai came to the School of Mathematics. Moreover, Li Sai's teaching method is also full of tricks. It's completely different from the professors in our Imperial Academy who only know how to read books all day long. Chu Yinfu thought for a moment and suddenly said firmly, Yinfu, you can't be serious, right? Don't you know the morals of the schools in our Tang dynasty? If you go there, what will your future be like? Moreover, your father will definitely not agree. Yuan Shuo was really shocked. He had only said it casually and never expected Chu Yinfu to actually dare to do this. He was really too daring. Of course I'm serious. I don't care about the other schools, but I believe that Li Sai's school will definitely be different from theirs. You saw Li Sai's wedding 2 days ago, right? That scene, that spirit, that creativity. I don't believe that someone who can arrange such a grand wedding will build a small school. Perhaps when Li Sai's school is completed, it will be even bigger than the Imperial Academy. As for my father, I will definitely convince him, Chu Yinfu said confidently. As he spoke, his eyes became brighter and brighter. It was a kind of expectation and yearning for a bright and beautiful future. Speaking of which, this child could be considered as the first student attracted by Yanhuang College other than the students of the School of Mathematics. Chapter 410. Yinfu, you're actually so confident in Yanhuang College? 2 days ago, Li Sai's wedding was the talk of the town. Of course I saw it. It was indeed the grandest wedding in the history of the Tang Empire. However, building a college is not the same as holding a wedding, right? Yuan Shuo was stunned speechless. He really admired his good friend way of thinking. Haha, although it's not the same, I can completely see Li Sai's huge and grand vision of the situation from this grand wedding. That's enough. Chu Yinfu smiled and said confidently. Yuan Shuo shook his head. He saw that Chu Yinfu had already made up his mind that he couldn't persuade him, so he simply stopped trying. In fact, he also had a glimmer of hope for Yanhuang College. Perhaps in a few years, Yanhuang College could also soar into the sky and become an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Imperial College. Perhaps this could also be considered Li Zixuan's personal charm. There were always some people who had an inexplicable trust in him. Your Majesty, today's morning court, why did you? Empress Zhongsun was in Li Er's arms and suddenly asked in the Empress's bedroom in Li Zheng Palace. That's right, the couple had taken an afternoon nap together after lunch. Of course, only God knew if anything embarrassing had happened in between. Guanyin made wants to ask why I didn't agree with those people recommending Cui Shanyu as the new minister of the Imperial College, right? Lier said with a smile as he held Empress Zhangxuan's back that was as smooth as jade and silk. Yes, but I'm just asking casually. After all, according to the previous practice, Cui Shanyu should be able to win the joint recommendation of so many doctors. Empress Zhangxun explained without leaving a trace. She had always strictly adhered to the bottom line of the harem not being allowed to interfere in politics. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why Li Er's love for her never waned. She was sensible, knew when to advance and retreat, and was virtuous and virtuous. No man would dislike such a woman. Haha, Guanyin Maid doesn't need to explain. You and I have been husband and wife for so many years. How can I not understand you? Li Er was so astute. How could he not understand the meaning behind those words? He patted Empress Zhangxuan's back, and then said with a cold chuckle, Cui Shanyu himself can't compete with Li Zishuan in terms of ability, so he wants to use a joint impeachment to drag down Li Zishuan through my blade. Then, he himself can become a minister of the Imperial College. Dream on. What he doesn't know is that this Emperor's saber is double-edged. If he injures others, he won't have an easy time either. The director of the Imperial College? He's not qualified. Zhangxun patted Li Er's strong chest, wanting to soothe her husband's anger. She smiled and said, Cui Shanyu can be considered unlucky. If the news gets out, I'm afraid he won't have an easy time in the future. But Your Majesty, by doing this, aren't you telling everyone that you're on Li Zishuan's side? Yeah, that's right. I want to tell them that I only choose people based on their abilities. I don't need those imperial court parasites who only know how to play tricks and scheme all day long. Li Zishuan, that brat has been wrong this time. I can't let him be bitterly disappointed. Can I? Yes. If that child knows that Your Majesty has put in so much effort, he might be overjoyed. Empress Zhangxun covered her mouth and laughed. Hearing this, Li Er snorted and said, that brat won't be so conscientious. After a moment, he thought and continued, but I'm really looking forward to what that brat's Yanhuan College will be like. If the wedding can be so grand, the college can't be bad. Maybe he really will give us all a big surprise. Empress Zhangxun was right. The most important thing about Cui Shanyu's failure to be a minister of the Imperial College was not the matter itself, but the deeper meaning behind it. Li Er was obviously supporting Li Zishuan. This made those who heard that Li Zishuan had been kicked out of the Imperial College and thought that Li Zishuan had lost the Emperor's favor and his future was bleak. At the same time, more and more people began to pay attention to the Yanhuan College that Li Zishuan was about to establish. The radicals had already begun to think of ways to send their children to Yanhuan College. After all, if one wanted to establish a college, one must have knowledge and a view of the big picture. Li Zishuan had both, and he had the support of Li Er. Such a potential stock was worth investing in. The conservatives were still waiting for Li Zishuan to establish the college before making a decision. Being in the whirlpool of the storm, Li Zishuan heard that Zheng Zhanli, Lu Yinyu, and the others had jointly recommended Cui Shanyu to be a minister of the Imperial College, but had been rejected. He just smiled and thought that Zheng Zhanli was not muddle-headed and knew who to use and who not to use. Even if Cui Shanyu was his subordinate, he would not put him in an important position. What he lacked the most, and what he liked the most, was people like Ma Zhou who were both talented and hardworking. Only such people could bring economic benefits. If it had been in the past, Li Zishuan might have written an article in the newspaper to ridicule Cui Shanyu. But now he would not do that. First, he was now married and could be considered an adult, so he had become more mature. Second, there was an internal investigation department in Datong Daily. If he really did that, Yu Shurinan and the others would definitely not agree, and he could not reason with Li Er because he did not have the right to. Third, he did not have time now. He was busy designing his future foundation, Yanhuan College. As a young engineering student in the 21st century, Li Zishuan certainly had a plan. There were so many institutions of higher learning in the country, and there were all kinds of famous buildings and famous scenic spots. If he just copied a few, it would be enough to shock everyone. The scenic spots were not so bad, but the buildings were generally very large in size. If he only relied on his spiritual power to construct a three-dimensional model in his mind, it would be too torturous. Li Zixuan expressed that he was under a lot of pressure. He now deeply felt the inconvenience caused by his low level of martial arts. This was because he only dared to meditate for 2 hours in the afternoon, and he had to rest more than 10 times in the middle. As a result, the efficiency was greatly reduced. Fortunately, although the building was large in size, the structure of the general building was relatively simple. There were many repeated units. In terms of complexity, the internal structure of a building was not as complicated as the internal structure of a car. This was also the reason why Li Zixuan could barely recall the three-dimensional model of a high-rise building with only the spiritual power of the 5th level of the Taishin Sutra. Sigh, I can't meditate anymore, or I'll faint again. Let's go see what my wife is cooking for dinner. Li Zixuan rubbed his swollen head, put away the half-finished blueprint, and walked out of the door to the kitchen. Chapter 411. Husband, it's time to get up. The next morning, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Han Yushi opened her eyes and felt the weight on her naked body. She knew that it was her lover's arms and legs. She had recovered from her injuries last night. As newlyweds, the two of them couldn't help but be passionate. When she thought of the complete nonsense last night and the passionate entanglement, Han Yushi couldn't help but blush. Her body went soft, and she didn't even want to move a finger. But when she thought that she had to go back with her husband today, she couldn't help but prop herself up and wake Li Zixuan up. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing if Xiao He and Xiao She came over to wake him up. She didn't know that the two little maidservants sleeping in the outer room were still sleeping soundly. Last night, the two of them were tormented by the sounds inside and didn't fall asleep until the latter half of the night. Oh, it's still early. Sleep a little more. Even the emperor hasn't woken up yet. Li Zixuan narrowed his eyes and looked out of the window. When he realized that the sun hadn't come out yet, he couldn't help but grumble. He hugged his wife's hand tighter and closed his eyes to sleep again. Husband, seeing Li Zixuan's lazy look, Han Yushi was embarrassed and couldn't help but push his arm. She said anxiously, Husband, we have to go back today. If we don't wake up early, we won't be able to make it. Didn't we agree on it last night? Oh, go back. Then I'll get up. In a daze, Li Zixuan remembered that there was indeed such a thing. He hurriedly propped himself up and got up. Suddenly, he looked at the beauty on the bed and teased. Why does my wife look so energetic? No wonder people say that there are only cows that are plowed, but no fields that are plowed. You're courting death. The gentle and virtuous Han Yushi could not stand such hateful words. Hearing this, she immediately came over and pinched the soft flesh on Li Zixuan's waist. Who said she wasn't tired? She was also exhausted last night. If it wasn't for the fact that she had to return home to visit her relatives today, she also wanted to stay in bed and not get up. She didn't expect to be teased by her husband like this. Ouch! Wife, quickly let go. I owe my old waist. Li Zixuan immediately bared his teeth and screamed. After breakfast, the couple took their gifts and matchmaker song with them and embarked on their journey back to Ning City. Returning to peace was also known as visiting, returning home, or returning to the home of the three dynasties. It originated very early, and there were related records in the Book of Songs. Generally, it referred to newlyweds who brought gifts to visit the bride's family on the 3rd day of their marriage. At this time, the bride's family also had to prepare a banquet, usually at noon, known as the Returning to Peace Banquet or Inviting the Son-in-Law. After the Returning to Peace Banquet was over, the matchmaker's work would come to an end, and the man would have to send gifts to the matchmaker to express his gratitude. Therefore, Matchmaker Song woke up early today and rushed to the Li family because the debt from before hadn't been settled yet. Compared to other newlyweds, Li Zixuan and Han Yushi's Returning to Peace Banquet today was slightly more complicated. Their first stop was the Qin Manor, which was what the two elders had instructed them to do yesterday afternoon. After all, Qin Xiong and Mrs. Qin both treated Han Yushi as their biological daughter and helped a lot in this wedding. They also supported the Li and Han families a lot. If the Qin Manor could be considered half of Han Yushi's family, it wouldn't be too much at all. On the contrary, if they didn't go today, it would really be a bit too much. There was no other reason why they chose to go to the Qin Manor first. The main reason was that the Qin Manor was closer to the Li family. After they were done, they could go to the Han family for the returning to peace banquet. Previously, Li Zixuan had sent someone to the Qin Manor to deliver a letter, so when they arrived at the door, they saw Qin Huaiyu waiting there. "Huh, Brother Huaiyu." Li Zixuan got off the carriage with his wife and quickly walked over to Qin Huaiyu. He laughed heartily as he greeted him. He hadn't forgotten how his 4 good brothers had helped him drink on the night of his wedding. "Hey, little Xian, you left me and Chumo alone that day. That wasn't very kind of you." Qin Huaiyu bore a grudge and punched Li Zixuan in the chest as he joked. "Haha, that night, your little brother couldn't hold his liquor. Didn't I come to visit you today?" Li Zixuan shamelessly spouted nonsense. "Greetings, sworn brother." Han Yushi stepped forward and bowed to Qin Huaiyu. "Haha, you don't have to be so polite, sworn sister. Go in quickly. My father and mother are waiting for you." Qin Huaiyu originally wanted to scold Li Zixuan, but since Han Yushi came over to greet him, he couldn't continue scolding him. He could only lead the couple in front of him into the manor. As expected, Qin Xiong and Mrs. Qin were sitting in the living room, waiting for them. Qin Xiong was wearing a thin black shirt, and his face was flushed. Li Zixuan could feel the heat from his body, even from far away. He probably just finished his morning exercise. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Qin Xiong was already so old, but he still hadn't given up on martial arts. He hadn't gotten up early to practice martial arts in a long time. After he had a wife, he couldn't bear to part with his wife in the morning. Yesterday, when he was recalling the 3-dimensional model of modern university buildings, he was still complaining that his mental strength wasn't enough. It seemed that he should hurry up and practice martial arts starting tomorrow. Li Zixuan secretly encouraged himself. "Greetings, Godfather. Greetings, Godmother." Han Yushi didn't have such complicated thoughts. She followed Li Zixuan to Qin Xiong and Mrs. Qin and bowed gracefully. Good girl, get up." Mrs. Qin's face was like a blooming flower. She quickly went forward and pulled Han Yushi to sit beside her. She looked at Han Yushi carefully and couldn't help but laugh when she saw that Han Yushi's face was rosy and full of energy. "Yushi, how are you doing in the Li family? Xiao Xian didn't bully you, right? If he really did, tell me. Your godfather, and I won't let him off." That's right. The Qin family is your maiden home. Yushi, if you suffer any grievances at Xiao Xian's place, feel free to tell your godfather." Qin Xiong stroked his beard and smiled. Yes. Godsister, if Xiao Xian bullies you, I won't let him off easily either." It was rare to have the opportunity to pretend to be rich in front of Li Zixuan, so Qin Huaiyu also joined in the fun. Li Zixuan was speechless. It was supposed to be a good winning event to visit relatives. How did it become a meeting to criticize him? "Thank you, Godfather and Godmother, for your concern. My husband treats me very well and didn't bully me." Han Yushi quickly explained with a smile when she saw Li Zixuan's embarrassed look. Ahem, even though Li Zixuan had just bullied her last night, this kind of private matter obviously couldn't be told to outsiders. Chapter 412. "Uncle Qin, are you feeling better?" After some small talk, Li Zixuan suddenly asked. Although from another perspective, Qin Xiong was half his father-in-law, Li Zixuan was not used to calling him that, so he insisted on calling him Uncle Qin. Qin Xiong was stunned and said with a smile, "And much better. Although I'm not as strong as before, I can wield the golden mace for at least an hour now." This is all thanks to little Xian's medicinal wine and the blood-stealing life prolonging technique. Otherwise, with this old man's body, I can only struggle at death's door for 2 to 3 years. The children are all here, and you're still spouting nonsense. Mrs. Qin gave Qin Xiong a reproachful look before complaining to Li Zixuan. "Your Uncle Qin just got a little better, and he couldn't stand it anymore. A while ago, he felt that he could wield the golden mace, so he tried it. Once he tried, He didn't know how to wield it. In the end, he couldn't catch his breath and fainted. Luckily, the golden mace didn't fall and hit him. Otherwise, he would be a laughing stock. Huh? There's such a thing? Li Zishuan's eyes widened in shock. Qin Xiong's face turned red in embarrassment. He coughed dryly. Ahem. Don't listen to your aunt's nonsense. That day, I just haven't used the golden mace for a long time, and I wasn't used to it yet. Now that I've adapted to it, I'm fine, right? I can wield it for an hour now. Oomph. How old are you? Don't you know how heavy it is? Don't you know how heavy your golden mace is? Mrs. Qin did not give her husband any face and mocked him. Ahem. Uncle Qin, can you let your nephew see your golden mace? Li Zishuan suddenly asked curiously. In his previous life, he had often seen Qin Xiong, the door god, holding a pair of golden maces in his hands. He looked majestic and arrogant. Now that he had the chance to get close to this legendary figure, of course he wanted to see for himself what the golden maces looked like. Huh, what's wrong with that? Why you? Take out your father's golden mace. Oh, wait, you don't seem to be able to carry it. Let's carry it for father. Xiao Xian, wait. Seeing that Li Zishuan was interested in his weapon, Qin Xiong was overjoyed. He laughed and went to another room to get the golden mace. Not long after, Qin Xiong came to Li Zishuan with a pair of golden truncheons in his hands. He said, Here, this is the golden truncheons that have followed this old man to war for more than 10 years. Little Xian, take it. With that, he handed the golden mace to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan suddenly felt his hands sink. He could not help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. The golden truncheons were only about 2 feet and 2 inches, about 70 to 80 centimeters, long. He estimated that they were at most 20 to 30 caddies. However, after Li Zishuan weighed them, he realized that they were more than 20 to 30 caddies. They must have weighed at least 70 to 30 caddies. In the Sui and Tang dynasties, Qin Xiong's golden truncheons weighed about 20 caddies. However, according to the official history of the Tang dynasties, Qin Xiong's golden truncheons weighed 65 caddies each, for a total of 70 to 30 caddies. Looking at the 2 maces in his hands that were unremarkable in appearance, but shockingly heavy, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel speechless. No one who had just recovered from serious illness would be stupid enough to take out such heavy weapons for training. This was King playing with one's life. Qin Xiong was really going all out. Luckily, he had only fainted because of a concussion. If he had sprained his back, it would have been troublesome. Huh, little Xian, how is it? My golden truncheons are not bad, right? They're stained with quite a few enemies' brains. Qin Xiong saw Li Zishuan staring at the truncheons in a daze. He thought that this kid was shocked by the truncheon's domineering aura. He could not help but laugh proudly. Brains? Li Zishuan was so shocked that his wrist trembled. He almost threw the truncheons to the ground. During the rescue mission at Mt. Baimang, although he had killed dozens of people, including Flying Snake, he did not use the truncheons to hit people's heads for fun like Qin Xiong. Too disgusting. Cough, cough. Uncle Qin, please forgive me for being blunt. You have just recovered some of your blood qi. It is not suitable for you to use such a heavy weapon. You have to know that going too far is as bad as not going far enough. This is especially true for martial arts. My master said that martial arts is a process to stimulate the human body's potential. However, if you do not care about the limits of your body and forcefully increase the burden, not only will your martial arts not improve, but your body will also break down. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and said solemnly, anyone who was sick would have a gradual recovery process. For someone like Qin Xiong, who felt that his body was slightly better, he went straight to the most difficult training method. He was really seeking death. Li Zishuan could not help but feel lucky that he came today. Otherwise, if he let Qin Xiong continue like this, his body's potential would be overdrawn, and it would be difficult for him to recover in the future. Oh, there's such a thing? Why haven't I heard of it? Qin Xiong asked suspiciously. You haven't heard of it because you are ignorant. Are your medical skills better, or is Xiao Xian's medical skills better? Xiao Xian, according to what you said, Does that mean that my master will not be able to use the truncheons in the future? Mrs. Qin was shocked after hearing Li Zixuan's words. She quickly stood up and looked at Li Zixuan. Of course, she could not help but pinch Qin Xiong in the process. Qin Xiong grimaced and did not say anything else. Li Zixuan pretended that he did not see their little actions and said seriously, in reply to Andy, at least before Uncle Qin fully recovers, he should not use such a heavy weapon. That is tantamount to overdrawing his life potential. It won't be too late to use the truncheons after Uncle Qin fully recovers. For now, it's best to use some light weapons to train your body. That will be beneficial to your recovery. Master, did you hear that? I'll let someone take these truncheons away for now. You should change to a lighter weapon in the future. Mrs. Qin turned her head and glared at her husband. Then, without any explanation, she asked the servants to take the truncheons away. Qin Xiong stretched out his hand and said unhappily, "But I'm not used to changing weapons. It's better not to practice." "Then don't practice if you don't want to. Just rest." Mrs. Qin insisted stubbornly. "You." Qin Xiong waved his hand in exasperation. Then he turned to Li Zixuan and said shamelessly, "You brat, you took away my truncheons. You have to think of another way for me. It wasn't easy for me to wield a sword and a spear. If I still do nothing every day, I feel like my bones are going to rust." Li Zixuan was stunned speechless. He did not expect Qin Xiong to have such a mischievous side. Perhaps it was because he really treated him as a nephew that he revealed his true nature. He tilted his head and thought for a moment. Then he suddenly laughed and said, "I've got it. Uncle Qin, I have a set of very advanced fist techniques here. Not only will it help your body recover, but it will also help Uncle Qin comprehend the martial arts realm." Chapter 413. Fist Technique? No way. What fist technique can defeat this old man's golden mace? You sure know how to brag. Qin Xiong shook his head in disbelief. "Master, Xiao Xian already said that this fist technique can nourish the body. Since you can't use the golden mace now, just follow along and practice. After all, Xiao Xian won't harm you." Madame Qin hurriedly advised. "That's right. Father, go ahead and practice. Xiao Xian isn't someone who likes to boast. Since he said that this fist technique is good, then there must be something special about it." Qin Huayu also stood up and advised. There was no helping it. Qin Xiong was as stubborn as a bull. "All right, then let's take a look first." Qin Xiong saw that if he didn't agree, it seemed like he would be betrayed. He hurriedly waved his hand. Thus, the group of people all moved to the training field in the backyard of Qin Manor. Li Zixuan looked at the time and thought to himself, "I can't delay for too long. I still have to go to the Han Manor for the returning home banquet." Thus, he went straight to the point and said, "Uncle Qin, this fist technique is called Tai Chi. It was deduced by my master from the thousands of Taoist techniques in his spare time. As the saying goes, the great Tao is above Tai Chi, but not high, below the six extremes, but not deep, above heaven and earth, but not old, above the ancient times, but not old. Taiji fist may look ordinary on the surface, but those who have truly grasped its essence can feel its infinite mysteries. If Uncle Qin can grasp its essence and integrate the profoundness of Taiji fist into your Tai Chi technique, I'm sure your martial arts realm will reach a higher level in the future." Qin Xiong's expression became more and more serious as he listened to Li Zixuan's words. He didn't expect Tai Chi to have such a great background. After Li Zixuan finished speaking, he sighed and said, "Since this fist technique was created by your master, and I'm not a Taoist, how can I steal it? Xiao Xian, it's better that you don't teach it to him." "Uncle Qin, you're wrong. My master has never had the thought of keeping his knowledge to himself. His greatest wish in life is for me to pass on all his knowledge to those who need it." Li Zixuan said hurriedly, "Spiritual Master Ling Su is indeed an otherworldly expert. This old man cannot compare to your breadth of mind." Qin Xiong sighed. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Uncle Qin, I still have to go to the Han Manor later, so I'll teach you a simple set of Taiji fist first. There are a total of 24 forms. If you think this fist technique is okay, Then I'll teach you the complete set of Taiji fist. Qin Xiong nodded and solemnly cupped his fists towards Li Zixuan. That was a cupped fist salute to people of the same generation. Tai Chi was not something that Li Zixuan had created by simply activating his gold finger. Moreover, his gold finger did not have the overbearing ability of copying martial arts from his previous life. In his previous life, he had majored in Tai Chi and Tai Chi swordsmanship. Why didn't he choose basketball? Because he wasn't tall enough. Why not choose football? Because his body was not strong enough. His stamina could not keep up. Therefore, he could only tragically practice Tai Chi with a group of girls and a few boys in every PE class. However, as he practiced, he gradually became interested in Tai Chi. The PE teacher of his class majored in Tai Chi before and had even won a place in a national competition. Li Zixuan's curiosity was aroused, and he had the intention of becoming a disciple. This was because he knew that they were practicing a simplified version of Tai Chi in class. The PE teacher was a beautiful woman who was not even 30 years old and had just graduated from the Capital Sports University. Ahem, Li Zixuan's disciple was definitely only for Tai Chi, not for the person. When she heard that Li Zixuan was interested in Tai Chi, she could not help but be surprised. However, the teacher was also afraid that teaching in private would cause gossip. So, she sent Li Zixuan a complete video of Tai Chi and Tai Chi swordsmanship so that he could self-study and ask her if he had any questions. Everyone had a dream of becoming a martial arts master, and Li Zixuan was no exception. At that time, this guy was as excited as if he had received a secret martial arts manual. He practiced in private for about 2 months and had mastered all the basic movements of the 108 forms of Yang's Tai Chi and the 55 forms of Yang's Tai Chi swordsmanship. Taking advantage of the time after class, he demonstrated it to the beautiful teacher. The beautiful teacher pointed out more than a dozen shortcomings. After a few rounds of guidance, he got full marks in Tai Chi in the first semester of his freshman year and Tai Chi swordsmanship in the second semester of his sophomore year, which made others envious. However, after he found out that Tai Chi could not make him a martial arts master, he gradually let go of it and became a nerd who only knew how to run back and forth between the laboratory, the classroom, and the dormitory. At this moment, Li Zixuan nodded at Qin Xiong and then began to close his eyes and clear his heart. After a while, when his essence, qi, and spirit reached the best state, he opened his eyes and drew a circle with the tip of his foot. His hands formed a circle, and his body stretched limitlessly. With one foot as the core, he slowly danced along the agitation of his body's qi. Tai Chi Yin and Yang, Xian Li Ming. Thousands of changes do not leave the origin. Not biased, not relying on defense, and only when you understand the loosening and tightening skill can you succeed. Li Zixuan recited the formula, and his hands formed a circle and pushed it horizontally. In this life, he already had a very deep foundation in martial arts, and in his meridians, there was the purest Taoist true qi. As soon as he started the Tai Chi movement, he immediately felt a sense of intimacy, as if his blood was thicker than water, and his whole person seemed to have entered a very strange state. If he had to use a word to describe it, it would be that he completely forgot himself and became one with the world. This feeling was very strange. Tao is the natural law of nature. Don't ask for it. Don't pursue it. The heart is loose. The spirit is loose. It seems loose, but it is not loose. Li Zixuan had already forgotten where and when he was at this moment. There was a fire in his heart, and that was that he must freely and unrestrainedly perform this set of Tai Chi fist techniques. He slightly turned his body, turned his waist, and crossed his arms. His left and right palms flew up and down, and it was difficult to see with the naked eye. At this moment, an early flower butterfly landed in the center of his palm. A world in a flower, a Bodhi in a leaf. Every blade of grass and tree had life. Every insect and fish had spirituality. Li Zixuan smiled at the flower butterfly, and then let the flower butterfly move up and down in his palm. He stretched out his 2 hands, and shook his arms up and down according to the frequency of the flower butterfly's wings, up and down, borrowing and dispersing force. Every time the flower wanted to fly, it would be coincidentally dispelled by his strength. When the flower's body fell, it would be pushed up into the air by his rebounding force. His strength was light, and his posture was casual. He merged with nature, like a beautiful painting of mountains and rivers. At this moment, the morning sun had just passed the pavilions on the east side of the martial arts practice field, and a thin mist surrounded it. The new sun had just risen, and the rays of light shone on Li Zishuan's tall and handsome body. From afar, he seemed to be bathed in divine light. Dressed in white, he was handsome and elegant, like a golden immortal who had been banished to the world. Below the stage, Han Yushi, Qin Xiong, Madame Qin, and Qin Huayu were stunned. How was this a fist technique? This was an immortal's technique, right? The great Tao has no boundaries, and the world and man become one. Little Xian has comprehended the Tao. I'm afraid that breaking through to the master stage is just around the corner. The younger generation will surpass us in time, truly surpassing us in time. Qin Xiong's martial arts realm was not below Li Zishuan's. He quickly saw the wonderful state Li Zishuan was in and couldn't help but sigh. The others were confused, not knowing what Qin Xiong was talking about. Han Yushi only felt that her husband looked really good when he performed the fist technique. She looked and couldn't help but be mesmerized. A faint blush appeared on her cheeks, and she was especially cute, just like some little infatuated girls in modern times. Chapter 414. Some people said that Tai Chi originated from the Tang dynasty during the reign of Emperor Ruizong, Su Xianping. Others said that Tai Chi originated from the Ming dynasty's Wudong sect leader, Zhang Sanfeng. Others said that Tai Chi was first created by Chen Wangting and Wang Zongyue in the Qing dynasty. It was called Long Fist, Cotton Circle, 13 Forces, and Soft Hand. During the reign of Qianlong, Wang Zongyue from Shaanxi wrote Tai Chi Theory, which gave it its name. Li Zishuan didn't know if that was true. After all, he didn't major in history in university. He didn't need to know, because from this moment on, there was only one creator of Tai Chi, and that was his godlike master, spiritual master Ling Xiu. Tai Chi didn't exist in this era. It would be a waste not to take advantage of this opportunity. He would take it as promoting the essence of the nation. This was the first time Li Zishuan showed Tai Chi to someone in this world. It was also the best Tai Chi he had ever shown in his previous life. Today, he realized that the real Tai Chi was like this. It was powerful. Yes, it was powerful. In his previous life, the 108 forms of Yang-style Tai Chi he learned for videos were just for show. He only learned the movements and didn't understand the essence of Tai Chi, therefore. His Tai Chi was weak and powerless. It wasn't much better than the Tai Chi grandpas and grandmas in the park. In this life, combined with this body's deep understanding of Taoism, Li Zishuan's Tai Chi fist was already at the beginning of the path. He could even feel a hint of Taoism from it. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people like Mrs. Qin, Li Zishuan's Tai Chi was still slow and soft. It wasn't suitable for fighting with others. However, in the eyes of a true martial arts expert like Qin Xiong, Li Zishuan's every punch and movement was full of power and beauty. Li Zishuan penetrated his mind into every movement. It was light but not floating, soft but not soft. It was as if he was floating in the water, floating in the Yangtze River. His waist was like a wheel, and his spirit surged as he continuously swam through the water. Every time Li Zishuan threw a punch or an elbow strike, Qin Xiong could feel the intense true qi vibrations around his fist and elbow joint from afar. The most surprising thing was that the frequency of the true qi vibrations was not random, but changed according to Li Zishuan's movements. Everything looked so coordinated and natural, like a fish in water. In fact, this was one of the essence of Tai Chi fist, the Tao of nature, 4 tails against 1,000 caddies. Arm support, knee support, mind support. If you don't support yourself, support yourself, support yourself. Huff! Li Zishuan's body was already emitting a wave of heat as he unleashed the last move of the fist technique. A few drops of sweat also appeared on his forehead. Standing on a martial arts stage, Li Zixuan closed his eyes and remained silent for a long time. He was comprehending the faintly discernible Tao. Han Yushi was just about to go up and wipe her husband's sweat, but Qin Xiong reached out and stopped her. Yushi, don't go first. Xiao Xian should have comprehended the Tao just now. Let him calm down. The benefits are immeasurable. Qin Xiong said solemnly. Comprehended the Tao. Han Yushi covered her mouth in shock. Seeing Qin Xiong use his hand to signal her to be quiet, she quickly nodded and said, Yes, Godfather. Qin Xiong put his hands behind his back, took a few steps forward, and stood on the edge of the stage. Then, he straightened his back and did not move. He was protecting Li Zixuan and not letting anyone disturb Li Zixuan's comprehension of martial arts. After a full half an hour, Li Zixuan opened his eyes. He looked slightly excited because just now he felt that his stagnant realm had loosened a little. For the first time, he had close contact with the so-called Master Realm. It seemed that he was not far away from the Master Realm. This was like having a girlfriend. If the girl's hand was held by you, would she still be far away from becoming your real girlfriend? I'm sorry. I wanted to teach Uncle Qin the body-strengthening technique, but I didn't expect to be addicted for a while. Li Zixuan saw Qin Xiong looking at him with a smile not far away. Only then did he remember where he was and what he was here for. He quickly went up and cupped his hands in embarrassment. It's fine. Xiao Xian, you're probably going to break through to the Master Realm soon, right? This kind of martial arts talent is really shocking. I've lived all my life, but I've never heard of such a young Master Realm Master in the pugilistic world. The younger generation will surpass us in time. My Tang dynasty is blessed. Qin Xiong patted Li Zixuan's shoulder and laughed with emotion. Uncle Qin, you flatter me. I was just lucky. If I didn't suddenly think of teaching you Taiji Fist today, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to enter that state for a long time. You're just lazy. I've never heard you waking up early to practice martial arts, but I didn't expect your martial arts to improve instead of regressing. Looks like there really are geniuses in this world. You must have suffered too much when you were young, and the heavens gave you a good bone structure as compensation. Qin Xiong could not understand Li Zixuan's natural laziness, but his progress in martial arts far exceeded that of his peers. After thinking about it, he could only explain it to himself. Li Zixuan tilted his head and thought about it. He felt that Qin Xiong's words made a lot of sense. There was a kind of creature in this world that could not be judged by common sense, and that was a genius. Looks like I'm a genius too. Li Zixuan thought smugly in his heart. Uncle Qin, how much of the set of martial arts that I showed you just now? Did you remember? After joking for a while, Li Zixuan returned to the topic at hand. He had wasted too much time just now, and now he was a little anxious. I remember the movements, but the concept of the fist. Qin Xiong stroked his beard and said seriously, Little Xian, you probably haven't practiced Taiji Fist in a long time, right? When this old man first saw it, he felt that it was soft, powerless, and ordinary. But as you gradually improved, this old man realized that each of your punches seemed to contain the charm of Tao. It's not difficult for me to imitate the movements you just did, but I'm afraid it's very difficult for me to execute the concept you just showed. Li Zixuan nodded. Qin Xiong was indeed a martial arts expert who had once entered the Grandmaster realm. Although his strength had declined because of his body, his eyesight was still there. He could see the difficult part of Taiji Fist at a glance, fist intent. Fist intent was illusory and had to be comprehended by oneself. The reason why Li Zixuan could understand the fist intent of Taiji Fist so quickly was inseparable from his body's 8 years of Taoist culture. At this moment, facing Qin Xiong's question, he organized his words and said, Uncle Qin, it's not difficult to execute that concept, but it's also not difficult to say that it's not difficult either. It all depends on one's own understanding. I can only share my experience with you. Speak. I'm all ears. Qin Xiong said seriously. Li Zixuan said slowly, Taiji is the state before heaven and earth were created and before the chaos was divided into yin and yang. When practicing Taiji fist, although the body is moving, the heart must be calm, the chi must be restrained, the spirit must be relaxed, the heart must be the command, the chi must be the flag, the spirit must be the commander, and the body must be the driver. Pay attention to it all the time, and you will gain something. First in the heart, then in the body. Then in the body, you will know how to dance with the hands and step with the feet. As the saying goes, one must give up oneself and follow others. If one fails, one can pull 1,000 pounds with 4 tails. You must know that when one moves, there is nothing that is not moving. When one is still, there is nothing that is not still. When the other party does not move, you will not move. When the other party moves, you will move first. When the other party moves, you will move first. When the other party moves, you will move first. When you rely on others, you must know yourself well. When you turn around, you will be able to follow others. When you stick to others, you will not be behind or in front. Chapter 4:15. After explaining the essence and profundity of Taiji fist to Qin Xiong at Qin Manor, Li Zixuan saw that old Master Qin had practiced it in a decent manner and felt that it was not bad. Then, he left with Han Yushi. Thinking of the endless light in Qin Xiong's eyes when they parted, Li Zixuan guessed that the Qin Manor would not be peaceful for the next 2 days. Because the old master had a new toy again, he would probably be having fun. But this way, it was better than letting him play with the more than 130 kilograms of gold. At least he wouldn't hurt anyone when he practiced Taiji fist. At the same time, he was thinking in his heart that after accompanying his wife home today, he would have to study Taiji fist a few times. Maybe he could really comprehend Taiji fist from the profound meaning of Taiji and break through to the Grandmaster level in one go. In that case, his mental strength would be even stronger, and he would be able to create even more awesome big treasures. In a while, they would be going to the Han Manor. Li Zixuan had to go home and choose a batch of gifts. Because they were going to the Qin Manor first, they couldn't bring the gifts for the Han family to the Qin Manor and then bring them out, right? Although Qin Xiong wouldn't mind, it wouldn't look good on his face. Driving the carriage quickly back to the Li Manor, Madame Li had already prepared the gifts. There were a total of 10 carriages, with copper coins, snacks, and silk. The 10 carriages were neatly lined up, and the coachmen and servants were all in place. Once Li Zixuan returned home, he immediately set off with the carriages. Previously, Li Zixuan had heard from Han Yushi that Han Lijing had spent all his fortune to give his daughter a dowry. It wasn't that Han Yushi took the initiative to ask for money for her family. She still understood the principle of following the husband after marriage. She only slightly expressed her worries about her father's future in front of Li Zixuan. The rest of the situation was investigated by Li Zixuan himself. Not only did he marry his beautiful daughter that he had raised for more than 10 years to you, but he also gave you all his fortune. After knowing that there was actually such an honest father-in-law in the world, Li Zixuan was really touched, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't lack money now. It wasn't worth it for Han Lijing to do this. Therefore, he discussed with his parents and decided to bring more gifts when he returned home today. On one hand, it was to help Han Lijing's family. He couldn't let his father-in-law not even be able to afford food after marrying his daughter, right? If the news spread, where would the Li family put their face? On the other hand, it was to give benefits to the villagers of the Han family. After all, when the Han family was at its most difficult time, Han Yushi had eaten hundreds of meals in the village. This time, she could be considered to have returned to her hometown in glory, right? The family had to have the right to show off, and couldn't be stingy. The Han family was clearly prepared for this. Knowing that Li Zixuan probably brought more than one person today, Han Tianhu invited the 2 village women with the best cooking skills in the village to the house. He was a rough man in the army, so his cooking skills were naturally not good. Then, he invited 4 or 5 young men to help move the table, choose the vegetables, and wash the dishes. The small courtyard of the Han family immediately became crowded. As Li Zixuan's eldest disciple and brother-in-law, although Iron Egg's feelings were a little complicated, he was still willing to help. He was everywhere in the courtyard, the hall, the kitchen. They're here. They're here. They're here. Uncle Han, young master, and big sister Yushi are here. A chubby boy with snot running down his nose came bouncing in, making a big fuss. It was one of Iron Egg's playmates, Ernie. Smack! Slug didn't even have time to ask for a reward before he was slapped on the head. Little brat, you have no respect for your elders. What'd I tell you before? You have to call her young madam. Who are you to call big sister Yushi? It was the Nyo family's woman, Ernie's mother, Feng Chunmei. She and Lu Yue were considered the village women with the best cooking skills in the village. Today, Han Lijing invited the two of them to cook. She had just come out and was about to take some washed vegetables. When she heard her son shouting, she immediately became angry, so she went forward and scolded him. Cough, cough. Old Nyo's family, why do you have to be like this? Ernie is not wrong. What young madam and young madam? My girl has eaten your family's food before. Come, Ernie, come here. Han Tianhu walked over and pulled Snot over. He asked with a smile, Ernie, where are Xiao Xian and the others now? Lijing. The Nyo family's woman wanted to say more, but Han Tianhu waved his hand to stop her. Uncle Han, when Ernie came, young master and the others had already arrived at the village entrance. They should be here soon. Ernie blinked and said, Ha, good. I'll reward you with a drumstick. Han Lijing laughed loudly. A drumstick appeared out of nowhere and stuffed it into Ernie's hands without any explanation. Ernie was stunned. Then, he looked at his mother. Seeing that his mother did not object, he happily took the drumstick and ran out. He must have gone to taste the delicious food with his brother, Daniu. Father. Ernie was right. In a short while, Han Yushi appeared at the entrance of the courtyard, holding Li Zixuan's hand. Looking at her old father in the courtyard, Han Yushi's eyes were filled with tears. In just a few days, she had changed from the daughter of this family to the wife of another family. Returning to this small courtyard where she had lived for more than 10 years, the bits and pieces of the past could not help but appear in her mind. It was really a mixture of feelings. Io, daughter, you're back? How have you been these days? Looking at his daughter holding hands with Li Zixuan, how could Han Lijing not have mixed feelings in his heart? It was said that a daughter was the flesh of a father's heart. These words are really not false at all. He resisted the sourness in his eyes and quickly walked closer with a smile. Father, daughter is very good. Husband and parents-in-law also treat daughter very well. You don't have to worry. Han Yushi said softly. Good, good, good. That's good. Han Tianhu laughed with relief. Son-in-law pays his respects to father-in-law. Li Zixuan smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. Han Lijing was overjoyed and hurriedly said, No need to be so polite. No need to be so polite. Quickly go in and sit. Iron Egg, why are you still in a daze, you brat? Quickly go and get some water. Father, there's no hurry. We brought a lot of gifts for the villagers this time. I'll take the opportunity to go to the village with my husband to distribute these gifts to everyone. We'll come back for dinner later. Han Yushi did not forget her other mission today and quickly said, Oh, that's fine. Iron Egg, quickly pack up and help your sister deliver the gifts. Han Tianhu was stunned. He turned around and shouted at Iron Egg. Io, young madam is really considerate. She even brought us gifts. The Nyo family's woman, Feng Chunmei, was all smiles as she complimented. Annie Feng, what young madam? You could just call me Yushi. We only brought some snacks and cloth to satisfy the children in the village. At the same time, we can also cut a few new clothes. It's not worth much. Han Yushi hurriedly waved her hands. She was really not used to these people who had been with her day and night suddenly calling her young madam. Chapter 416. Han Yushi, Li Zixuan, and Iron Egg led a group of servants and pulled 6 carts of gifts. The other 4 carts were naturally sent to the Han family, to the villagers of the Han family manor to send warmth from house to house. Io, there's too much, too much. Young master, young mistress, you can't accept this. A woman in her 30s in green looked at the heavy package of gifts in her hands and quickly rejected it. Ha, and Shioha, just take it. Every household has so much, and you're not the only one who's special. Take it quickly. Li Zixuan saw that behind the woman in green, 3 little boys and a little girl were staring at the package in their hands. Obviously, the 4 children had sharp noses and smelled the fragrance of the snacks in the package. Hence, he smiled and pushed the gifts back. He saw himself in the eyes of the children when he was young in his previous life. Back then, he had also experienced such a difficult life. Yes, Aunt Shioha, take it quickly. There's only some snacks, and cloth inside. It's not worth much. You can also use the cloth inside to make some clothes for Demao, Ermao, and the others, right? Han Yushi smiled faintly. Although Han Yushi said that these things were not worth much, that was not the case. How could the gifts from the Li family not be worth much? The things inside were worth at least 7 or 8 strings of coins. To an ordinary villager, it was a huge fortune. Thank you, young master, young mistress. The woman in green hesitated for a moment before taking the package. She turned around and said to the children, Demao, Ermao, Sanmao, Mao Mao, come over and kowtow to young master and young mistress. The 4 children of different sizes came over to kneel. Although Li Zishuan was quite shocked by their names, his reaction was not slow. He quickly waved his hand and said, Aunt Shioha, there's no need. We still have to rush to the next house. Goodbye. After saying that, he pulled Han Yushi and slipped away. He did not know why, but he did not like kneeling to others, nor did he like others kneeling to him. Hence, he could only slip away quickly. The next stop was the Hu family. Now, the Hu family could be considered to be living a good life. Not only were their son and daughter's illnesses cured, they no longer needed to go bankrupt to see a doctor. Moreover, their family had earned quite a lot of money through Hu Zhen's training classes for the children of the Han village and Plum village. The dilapidated courtyard walls made of reeds were gone and replaced with green brick walls. The crumbling courtyard door was also replaced with a brand new vermilion wooden door. From afar, although it was far from the grandeur of a rich family's courtyard, at least in this countryside, it could be called a well-off family. A few days ago, when Li Zishuan came to the Han village to fetch the bride, he was on a mission, so he didn't have time to visit Old Hu's house. Today, when he came to take a look, he was immediately shocked. Yo, Uncle Hu is going to be rich. The place we live in is different from before. When Li Zishuan arrived at the entrance of the Hu clan's residence, he was immediately delighted to see the grand gate and courtyard in the countryside. Husband, what are you talking about? Uncle Hu and Aunt Lu have suffered for so many years, and it wasn't easy for them to enjoy the fruits of their labor. What's wrong with renovating the house? Han Yushi pinched Li Zishuan's big hand and pouted coquettishly. I didn't say anything. I can't be happier that my family's villagers can live a good life. Wife, don't think of me as such a petty person. Actually, your husband doesn't have great ambitions, but I do have a small dream. That is, as long as I can lead the villagers of the Han village and Plum village to live a life with clothes to wear, food to eat, and a house to live in, I will be satisfied. Li Zishuan ignored his wife's resistance and put his arm around her shoulders with a smile. When he was delivering gifts along the way, he realized that the villagers of the Han village were living a much better life compared to the first time he came here a few months ago. Not every family could be like the Hu clan, but basically every family could afford to eat meat on a daily basis. Although the children's clothes were patched up, it was still much better than before when they didn't have any clothes to wear at all. Moreover, after visiting so many families, he didn't see any malnourished children anymore. In the past, at least 9 out of 10 children were malnourished and emaciated. No matter how others looked at him, he had finally done something that he could for this group of simple and kind villagers. Now, he was one step closer to his small dream. Although I'm very touched that my husband thinks this way, I still feel that my husband should put his energy into bigger things. The more capable my husband is, the greater his responsibility will be. There will be more people that my husband needs to protect. Han Yushi pondered for a moment before looking up and speaking. My husband, I will have a good talk with you when we get back. Let's go in first. Li Zishuan pulled Han Yushi and went forward to push open the courtyard door. He saw that the courtyard had also changed. The dilapidated house from before had basically been renovated. Hu Qian was sitting on the stone table in the courtyard, hugging a book and muttering something in a low voice. Li Zixuan listened carefully for a moment and immediately understood that this child was recognizing Chinese characters. Haha, as expected. Are you learning Pinyin? Li Zixuan walked closer and said with a smile. This child was really engrossed in his studies. He didn't even notice that someone had walked up to him, so Li Zixuan could only interrupt him. Ah, young master. Hu Qian looked up and was shocked when he saw who it was. He quickly stood up and shouted, "What's wrong? Pre-Sun didn't cure your illness last time?" Li Zixuan frowned and asked. He remembered that Sun Simiao had directly cured Hu Qian's stuttering previously. Why was this child still stuttering now? I'm cured, young master." Hu Qian was so anxious that his face turned red as he explained. Li Zixuan was full of question marks. He was cured just like that? Who was he kidding? Han Yushi couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. "My husband, let Hu Qian rest first. He hasn't seen you for a long time. He must be so excited that he can't speak clearly now. His previous illness has really been cured. Everyone in the village has heard him speak normally. Yes, Yushi. Sister Yushi is right. Indeed. I was a little nervous just now." Hu Qian nodded in agreement. Li Zixuan was speechless. He had become the culprit. The commotion outside eventually alarmed Hu Hanyun, who was making lunch for his son in the kitchen. He had been a soldier when he was young, so he still had this level of vigilance. "Hey, young master, young madam, why are you here? Quick, sit inside. You really are too much. Why didn't you come in and let me know when young master came?" Han Lijun was pleasantly surprised when he saw Li Zixuan and Han Yushi. "Ha, Uncle Hu, why are you still being so polite with me? We won't sit. Yushi and I are here to give you something to thank you and Aunt Lu for working so hard for our wedding these few days. This little gift is also a token of our appreciation. Please accept it quickly. We still have to go for the homecoming banquet." Li Zixuan called for the servant behind him to carry a box of gifts in. Old Hu's family had been busy preparing the house and sending the bride off personally. Of course, the gifts they gave were more expensive. No one said anything when Li Zixuan did something to them. "Hey, how can I accept this?" "Young master, Old Hu can't accept these." Hey, young master, don't go." "Huh, Uncle Hu, let him learn to read properly. I'll send him to school in the future. This child will definitely be successful in the future." Li Zixuan's laughter came from outside the door. This fellow couldn't be bothered to decline. He hugged Han Yushi's waist and slipped away with the orchid butterfly steps. Chapter 417. Husband, it's time for us to go back. The homecoming banquet lasted until sunset. During the banquet, Li Zixuan drank a few cups with his father-in-law. During the banquet, they inevitably talked about the romantic affair between Han Tianhu and Du Shenyang. Han Lijing's face turned red, and he couldn't say anything. He could only drink as much as he could to muddle through. Li Zixuan was speechless. He couldn't understand how Han Lijing managed to seduce the daughter of the Du family back then with his shy appearance. Could it be that his father-in-law was too handsome back then, and everyone loved him? Until the banquet ended, Li Zixuan couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Han Yushi looked at the time and pulled his arm to urge him. It's still early, right? Yushi, don't you want to spend more time with your father-in-law?" Li Zixuan asked curiously. His wife hadn't come back for so long. Logically speaking, she should miss her family very much and be reluctant to leave. But why did Han Yushi have a hurried expression on her face? "Before we left, Mother told us that we must rush back before sunset." Han Yushi pinched Li Zixuan's arm and whispered, Why?" Li Zixuan was puzzled. It was summer now, and the sky turned dark later. The gates of Chang and city also closed slightly later. Besides, didn't the brides in his previous life usually stay at their parents' house for a night when they returned home? Li Zixuan couldn't understand why his wife was in such a hurry to go back. "Why do you have so many whys? Let's just listen to Mother." She didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but Han Yushi's cheeks were flushed red as if she was drunk. She whispered to Li Zixuan, then stood up and said to Han Lijing, "Father, I'll go back with my husband first. Otherwise, my mother-in-law will be anxious. Take care of yourself at home. If there's anything, Remember to send a letter to your daughter. Ha. Okay. You guys go back. Be careful on the road. Han Tianhu was a little drunk, but he wasn't completely drunk. He stood up and chuckled. Han Yushi nodded and bade farewell to her father with her husband. Just as she was about to leave, she heard Han Tianhu shout, "Hey, take Iron Egg with you and let him follow little Xian to gain experience. It's better than playing in the mud in the village." During Li Zixuan's wedding, Iron Egg was afraid that his father would be too busy at home, so he came back to help. Now that his sister's wedding was over, he had to continue learning from his master. Taidan, you should go and pack your things." Li Zixuan nodded. "No need, master. The Iron Egg is ready." After saying that, Iron Egg went into the house, took out a package, and ran out. Obviously, the father and son had discussed this beforehand. Thus, the husband and wife took Iron Egg and left the Han family village in 2 carriages. As for Matchmaker's song, Li Zixuan had already given her 10 golden beans and sent her away. The other servants that he brought along, when he came here, took the 6 empty carriages back to Chang, and after lunch. After all, they didn't waste time eating like Li Zixuan and Han Tianhu. As for the other 4 new carriages, Li Zixuan gave them to the Han family. After all, his father-in-law also needed to take a carriage when he went out. The carriage that Iron Egg was in now no longer belonged to the Li family, but to the Han family. With fewer carriages, the speed of return was naturally faster. Li Zixuan lay on a long sofa in the carriage and looked at his wife, who was sitting beside him with red cheeks. He smiled and asked, "Wife, can you tell me now? Why do you have to rush home before sunset?" He wasn't stupid. How could he not see that there was more to it? "Didn't I tell you already? It's all my mother's orders." Han Yushi's eyelashes fluttered as she quickly said, "Hee, wife, I'm very familiar with every part of your body. Do you think I can't tell if you're lying or not? Hurry up and tell me. Otherwise, I'll punish you." Hee. Li Zixuan squeezed his wife's white and tender hand tightly and laughed mischievously. You're courting death. Senbao is still outside. Husband, let go of my hand." Hee. "Wife, if you don't tell me the truth, it won't be as simple as holding hands." Li Zixuan looked at Han Yushi's snow-white dress. Her features were picturesque and flawless. That jade-like appearance really made him a little lustful. Cough, cough. If this new carriage could be made as enclosed as a modern off-road vehicle, this fellow might really want to have a car Z in this wilderness. Han Yushi was embarrassed and wanted to break free from Li Zixuan's perverted hands. However, how could she fight against that little bit of strength? Moreover, looking at Li Zixuan's perverted expression, she was really afraid that Li Zixuan would mess around. Thus, she could only pout and whisper, "Mother in Matchmaker's song told me before that if we go home before sunset, it'll be easier to have a boy in the future." As she spoke, Han Yushi's voice became softer and softer. Her head also lowered shyly. Li Zixuan was stunned. He didn't expect there to be such a saying. However, seeing that his wife was so embarrassed, he couldn't tease her anymore. He could only say, "Wife, didn't we agree earlier? We'll have a child in 2 years. Why are you thinking about this now?" But this kind of thing can't be said for sure. What if this concubine accidentally gets pregnant with husband's child? Of course, it's better to have a boy. Han Yushi raised her head and retorted. She always felt that the contraceptive method Li Zixuan told her earlier was unreliable. Besides, she also wanted to have a child as soon as possible. Li Zixuan scratched his head. It was indeed unreliable to use contraception based on the safe period. Modern medical institutions had calculated that the failure rate was quite high. It seemed that he couldn't mess around often in the future. Cough, cough. Wife, I like both boys and girls. Don't be too pressured. Actually, I like girls more. Girls are so cute and easy to deal with. Seeing Han Yushi frowning and struggling, Li Zixuan hurriedly smiled and comforted her. "And? Really?" Han Yushi's eyes lit up as she said happily, "And of course it's true. Oh, but this concubine still wants to have a son." Han Yushi bit her lip and said cutely, "Li Zixuan, whoosh bang." Right at this moment, a sharp whistle suddenly sounded from the left side of the carriage, followed by a violent collision sound from the carriage wall. The stable carriage immediately stopped and even tilted slightly to the right. In the end, the huge weight of Don't Touch Me #1 stabilized the carriage and prevented it from flipping over. Nay, nay. Big White, who was outside, let out an anxious neigh at this moment. Lisa Schwan was shocked. He turned his head and saw that a large part of the left wall of the carriage had collapsed inwards. A head poked out from the tip of an arrow, and it was shining with a cold blue light. Assassination. Someone wanted to kill him. Chapter 4:18. Young Master. Young Master. There's an assassin. There's an assassin. Run quickly with young madam. Sam Bao. Sam Bao will fight it out with him. Sam Bao, who was outside, screamed in a panic. Whoosh! Lisa Schwan grabbed the wind-chasing sword beside the sofa and flew out of the carriage in a flash. Looking in the direction where the arrow came from, he saw a skinny man in black with disheveled hair and a mask on his face. He was standing on the hillside with a big bow in his hand, staring coldly in this direction. Which scoundrel dares to block this noble's path? Lisa Schwan's face was expressionless as he snorted coldly and shouted loudly. In fact, huge waves were already surging in his heart. The walls of the Don't Touch My #1 carriage were sandwiched between iron plates that were half a foot thick. The person in front of him could actually shoot through the iron plates with just a bow. It was truly shocking. His martial arts realm was definitely above his. There were only a few great grandmaster experts in the world, so he definitely wasn't one. Then, the person in front of him was very likely a martial arts expert who had entered the grandmaster realm many years ago. If it was another carriage today, he and Han Yushi would probably die from that arrow just now. Little brat, you're really afraid of death. You actually sandwiched iron plates between the walls of the carriage? Was it because he had done too many bad things? Since I can't kill you with one arrow, there's still a second arrow. The man in black was a little surprised that his first arrow didn't penetrate the two people in the carriage. At this moment, when he heard Lisa Schwan's arrogant words, he laughed sinisterly. He loaded the arrow, drew the bow, and released it smoothly. Then, an arrow shot toward Lisa Schwan's glabella like a shooting star. Husband, be careful. Han Yushi saw the scene outside through the gap of the tightly closed car window and immediately cried out heartbreakingly. Master, Iron Egg had already jumped out of the carriage. When he saw the thunderous arrow, he ran toward Lisa Schwan and shouted with his eyes wide open. Young Master, be careful. San Bao and Fu looked hopeless as they cried at the top of their lungs. The previous arrow was shot because Lisa Schwan was flirting with his wife, so he was not on guard. But this time he was on guard. How could he be hit? In the blink of an eye, he unsheathed the wind-chasing sword by his waist and activated the cloud-piercing steps. With a flash, he took the initiative to meet the arrow. Tisk! The arrow and sword clashed, producing a deep sound. Then the arrow was split into two from the center by the wind-chasing sword. Iron Egg, Sambao, Fu, use my carriage to take young madam away first. Hurry, you guys are distracting me. Taking advantage of this gap, Lisa Schwan turned around and shouted at the three of them. Even though he had blocked the arrow, he still did not have the confidence to win. This black-clothed man's arrow was too fast and too domineering. If this old thief changed his target, Lisa Schwan did not have the confidence to save his wife. This place was only 3 or 4 miles away from Chong City. He could see the outline of Chong and City even when he was flying in the sky. He let the others go first on the one hand to avoid distracting himself, and on the other hand to call for reinforcements. But young master, husband, I won't leave. All of you, shut your mouths and leave. Do you want to kill me? Go to the city and call for reinforcements. Don't waste my time. San Bao, Fu, Iron Egg, and Han Yushi were not willing to leave. Lisa Schwan was so anxious that his forehead was covered in sweat. In his previous life, he had seen some TV dramas where the male lead asked the female lead to leave first when he was in danger. The female lead was always so wishy-washy, and he would scold her for being stupid as he watched because no one would be able to leave in the end. He did not expect that in his second life, he would encounter a similar situation. Fate really made fools of people. In order to avoid being wishy-washy, Lisa Schwan, who usually did not lose his temper, could only shout at them in the harshest tone. The four of them were stunned by the scolding and immediately became sober. Iron Egg glared and shouted, "Sister, not only can we not help Master here, we will also harm him. I will take you and leave first. We will come back to save Master later." After saying that, Iron Egg did not wait for Han Yushi to refute. He quickly jumped on an untouchable number 1 and slapped Big White's butt. The carriage immediately started and rushed toward Chong and City. Sanbao and Fu jumped onto the carriage behind and chased after them. "Husband, if anything happens to you, I will not live alone." The carriage had left, but Han Yushi's last sad vow was left in the air. "Hee, want to leave? Dream on." The man in black laughed coldly and shot 2 arrows in the direction of the carriage. Lisa Schwan saw clearly that one arrow was aimed at the back of Iron Egg's head, and the other arrow was aimed at Sanbao's back. He could not split himself. At this moment, Lisa Schwan could only choose to save one person, and he had to make a decision as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would not be able to save anyone. Sanbao turned to the side. Lisa Schwan shouted and ran toward the arrow that was aimed at Iron Egg. His voice was like thunder. Lisa Schwan's roar contained a large amount of true qi because he realized that the speed of the arrow was probably faster than the speed of sound. He did not know if the sound that contained true qi could exceed the speed of sound, but in order to buy time for Sanbao, he could only give it a try. His attempt was not without reason. The speed of sound transmission was only related to the medium of transmission. In air, it was 340 meters per second, and in kerosene, it was 1,324 meters per second. His roar just now was because he had added true qi into the air. It was almost equivalent to a new medium. As for the final effect, it was up to the will of the heavens. At the same time, his chasing wind sword had already slashed at the other arrow. As expected, the arrow that was aimed at Iron Egg was split into 2. However, Lisa Schwan did not have the time to pay attention to this. He looked directly at Sanbao. The moment the tip of the arrow touched Sanbao's back, Sanbao seemed to have heard Lisa Schwan's roar and instinctively turned his body. Sanbao's right shoulder was instantly pierced. "Ah!" Sanbao cried out in pain and covered his right shoulder that was dripping with blood. Seeing this, Lisa Schwan knew that Sanbao's life was saved. Although there was poison on the arrow, the doctors in Chong and City might be able to save him. The key now was to prevent the man in black from paying attention to other things. Otherwise, he might not be able to save Sanbao and the others the next time. "Old thief, I am a baron personally conferred by the Emperor. Since you dare to block my path today, I will kill you first. Then, the Imperial Court will send troops to exterminate your entire family." Lisa Schwan shouted and used the first move of the 9 Taishian swords, riding the wind. Lisa Schwan rode the sword up to the 9 heavens. The sword was like a ray of light, and the sound of air breaking was heard. Lisa Schwan rushed toward the man in black with his sword. Chapter 419. Kiki. Jianghu matters shall be settled in Jianghu. A life for a life. Even if you were a duke, I would still kill you today, let alone a mere baron. The black-clothed man saw Lisa Schwan pouncing over, but he was not afraid. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Another 3 arrows were shot out. His archery movements were unbelievably fast. Ordinary people could only see a series of afterimages. 3 arrows emitting a faint blue glow shot toward Lisa Schwan's forehead and chest in a triangular formation. The angles were tricky and ruthless, and their speed was as fast as lightning. Lisa Schwan was not confident that he could deflect all 3 arrows with his wind-chasing sword. Helpless, he could only dodge the arrows. He suddenly changed directions in midair and slightly missed the arrows' flight paths. Just when he thought that he had dodged the arrows, he saw the 3 arrows suddenly and strangely change directions. Their target was Lisa Schwan's current position. Lisa Schwan's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself that this old thief's archery skills were very strange. The arrow's flight paths defied common sense. Even Newton's coffin would not be able to hold him down, right? But Newton was not born yet. Helpless, Lisa Schwann could only change directions in midair again. If not for the fact that his cloud-piercing steps had reached minor accomplishment, and if not for the fact that his Taishan Sutra had reached level 5, he would not have been able to change directions in midair twice in a row. Even then, after experiencing these repeated obstructions, the might and speed of Lisa Schwann's originally ferocious sword strike had instantly weakened by 50%. Bah! Old thing. Cowardly. Only knowing how to shoot arrows from behind. Why didn't I shoot you into the wall back then? If you have the guts, come down and fight with me. Lisa Schwann wanted to fight with a bayonet, but the other party was constantly shooting arrows from afar to harass him, not giving him a chance to get close at all. Most importantly, the other party's archery skills were F*** accurate and strange. Anyone who encountered such a situation would be annoyed. Thus, Lisa Schwann stopped and cursed at the man in black. His sword, which had lost much of its power, couldn't threaten the black-clothed man at all. So, he simply wanted to provoke the black-clothed man to get close to him. In his opinion, since the black-clothed man was so good at shooting, his close combat skills were definitely not good. Just like the archers in online games, they were most afraid of warriors and assassins getting close to them. Of course, the man in black didn't know the profound meaning behind Lisa Schwann's words. Why didn't I shoot you to the wall back then? He sneered. Does this little brat only know how to talk? Originally, I only wanted to finish you off with one arrow and leave your corpse intact. But since you want to die, then I won't be polite. As soon as the black-clothed man finished speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Lisa Schwann was shocked. What a fast movement technique. Almost subconsciously, he immediately stabbed his long sword behind him. Clang! A low sound of metal clashing rang out. Lisa Schwann had already turned around at this moment. He saw the black-clothed man pulling out a long sword from somewhere and holding it horizontally in front of his chest. Obviously, Lisa Schwann's subconscious move just now had blocked the black-clothed man's assassination. Little brat, your reaction is quite fast. Let's see how many times you could dodge this old man. The black-clothed man sneered and was about to attack again. Lisa Schwann didn't want to be passive. He raised his long sword and took the initiative to attack with the first style of the 9 Taishan swords, Wind Ride. At this moment, Lisa Schwann was very close to the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man had already put away his longbow, so there was no time for him to shoot another arrow. Therefore, Lisa Schwann was confident that he could get close to the black-clothed man. Since that's the case, let this old man see what you've got. The black-clothed man was stunned, but there was no fear on his face. Lisa Schwann's sword came at him with the wind. The black-clothed man's figure flashed and easily avoided the sharp edge of the chasing wind sword. This was the gap in strength. With the explosive power of the 9 Taishan swords, the sudden attack at such a close distance actually didn't touch the black-clothed man's body. It had to be said that the black-clothed man's strength level was also one of the top among the masters. Lisa Schwann wasn't discouraged. When he attacked just now, he knew that today's battle was bound to be a tough one. He only hoped that the reinforcements could arrive before the true qi in his body was exhausted. After stabilizing his body, the second style of the 9 Taishan swords, Graceful Swan, followed. Like a graceful swan soaring in the sky, Lisa Schwann's long sword moved faster with the lingering power of the first style of Wind Ride. Its trajectory was like a flying dragon soaring in the sky, erratic. This is getting interesting. The black-clothed man's eyes narrowed. He should have seen some of the mysteries of the 9 Taishan swords. His figure flashed, and the long sword in his hand stabbed at a certain spot in the void. Clang! A sound resounded through the valley. This blurred sword was easily blocked by the black-clothed man. Lisa Schwann's heart sank. He didn't expect that after abandoning the bow, this man's close combat skills would be so powerful. It was simply F*** killing him. They were both masters, But this man's kung fu was much more powerful than Cheng Yaojin's. Cheng Yaojin definitely wouldn't have been able to deal with his sword so easily. It wasn't that Cheng Yaojin couldn't defeat this man, but the focus was different. The black-clothed man's kung fu was exquisite and endless. If it was a one-on-one fight, Cheng Yaojin would definitely be no match for him. However, the black-clothed man's advantages were also his disadvantages. It was precisely because he had too many tricks and his kung fu was too exquisite that Cheng Yaojin would be no match for him in a battle. Li Zixuan took a deep breath and immediately changed his move. He used the third style of the 9 Taishian swords, snow treading. His footsteps were constantly changing, and he waved his sword in all directions. For a moment, only the sound of the sword clashing could be heard. After more than 10 attacks, there was no doubt that the black-clothed man's kung fu was too strange. He was like a loach in a field, difficult to hit. Li Zixuan changed his move again and used the fourth style of the 9 Taishian swords, Wave Breaker. Wave Breaker Baohai was furious. His momentum suddenly changed. He stepped on the ground with one foot and his whole body rose into the air. He raised his long sword, bent his waist, and let his whole body bend into a circle. Then, he and his sword were like a big wheel with a sharp blade, spinning rapidly. It was as if he was riding the wind and breaking the waves, flying towards the black-clothed man. This time, the black-clothed man didn't wait in the same place. He held his sword with one hand and circulated his chi to his feet. He quickly disappeared from where he was, and the air around him exploded. He took the initiative to stab at the oncoming human flesh wheel with his sword. His speed was even faster than Li Zixuan's. Clang! Bang! First, there was a shrill sound of the sword, followed by a dull sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Li Zixuan was sent flying far away by this blow. He broke 2 trees along the way and stabilized himself. At this moment, there was blood at the corner of his mouth, and his hair was disheveled. He was in a sorry state. Obviously, the black-clothed man's attack had seriously injured him. He definitely didn't have the strength to use the 5th style of the 9 Taishian swords again. Hopeless. At this moment, Li Zixuan was really in a hopeless situation, difficult to deal with. Only now did he realize how difficult it was to deal with the black-clothed old man in front of him. Chapter 420. Kacha. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Li Zixuan propped himself up with his sword. He was on guard against the man in black's next attack. His body was in a terrible state. He only had less than 40% of his true chi left. His arm had suffered a serious sword wound, and his organs had suffered internal injuries. Not only did the man in black break his sword move, he also took the opportunity to sneak attack him. If he hadn't used his true chi to protect his heart meridians, that palm alone would have taken his life. Even if he was seriously injured, Li Zixuan wasn't willing to sit and wait for death. He didn't want to die in such a cowardly manner. He still had his family and wife who loved him. He hadn't spread his knowledge of engineering across the Tang dynasty. He wasn't willing to die in the hands of this sneaky old man. Yes, in Li Zixuan's eyes, this old man in black was full of vulgarity. Just when Li Zixuan thought that the man in black would follow up with another attack, the sword in the man's hand broke into 2 with a kacha sound. The wind-chasing sword used to be spiritual master Ling Su's favorite weapon. It was forged from an extraterrestrial hammer, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a divine weapon that could cut through iron like mud. However, the sword in the black-clothed man's hand was no more than ordinary iron. Although he had broken through Li Zixuan's sword style in that fierce exchange of blows, he could not block the sharpness of the wind-chasing sword. What a pity! This thunderclap sword has been with me for more than 10 years. I didn't expect it to fall in your hands today. It seems that I still underestimated you. You could be proud of yourself for fighting a grandmaster as a chi transformation realm cultivator. I'll take the sword in your hand. Such a divine weapon is like a pearl covered in dust in your hands. As for you, I'll make sure you die without a burial place today. The man in black caressed the broken sword in his hand and looked at Li Zixuan viciously. At the same time, a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. Huh, old thing. I don't care what kind of demon you are, but today's grudge has been set. As long as I'm alive, I'll definitely kill your family, slaughter your sect, and eradicate the person behind you. When Lisa Schwann saw that the black-clothed man's sword was broken, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Without a weapon, the black-clothed man's threat should be reduced a lot. So he said ruthlessly, "Haha, what an arrogant tone, but you're destined to have no chance." The black-clothed man threw away the broken sword in his hand, opened his arms, and flew over like a great rock spreading its wings. Lisa Schwann sneered. He channeled chi into his palm and swung his sword. He did not believe that the black-clothed man's mortal body could withstand the peerless sharpness of the wind-chasing sword. The distance between the two grew closer and closer. Suddenly, 6 spikes shot out from the black-robed man's sleeves and collided with the wind-chasing sword. Puffed. Lisa Schwann's spikes did not break, as he had expected. Instead, a huge force came from his arm, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. The swords and spikes clashed and separated upon contact. However, the black-clothed man did not give up and continued to press forward. 3 pairs of spikes appeared and disappeared mysteriously, making it impossible to guard against. Lisa Schwann relied on the little remaining genuine chi in his body to bitterly resist. He really did not expect that the old man in front of him would bring so many weapons when he went out. First, it was the bow and arrow, then the long sword, and now the spikes. Moreover, the black-clothed man used each weapon to perfection. He was proficient in all kinds of martial arts. Feeling the rapid loss of genuine chi in his body and the weakening of his arms, Lisa Schwann could not help but be secretly anxious. Was he going to die here today? He was unwilling to accept this. At this moment, he faced up to his shortcomings. That was, compared to the black-clothed man in front of him, he still had too few tricks. The only thing he could use was the series of moves of the 9 Tai Xian swords. Other than the lightness skill, he did not have any other skills. It was very easy for someone to restrain him. Of course, this did not mean that the 9 Tai Xian swords was not powerful. How could the 9 Tai Xian swords not be powerful when spiritual master Ling Shu so solemnly passed this set of sword skills to him? This was a set of sword skills that was invincible in the same realm. It could even defeat an enemy 1 realm higher. However, the 9 Tai Xian swords focused too much on attack. As the saying went, there were gains and losses. In terms of defense, the 9 Tai Xian swords was not enough. Facing a martial arts expert like the black-clothed man who was much stronger than him, even stalling for time became an extravagant hope. It would be great if there was a set of sword skills that could both attack and defend. Lisa Schwann sighed in his heart. In his current state, he did not have the extravagant hope of defeating the black-clothed man in front of him. He only hoped to stall for time and wait for reinforcements to come. However, what made him desperate was that he did not have a sword skill that could be used for defense. The reason why he could hold on until now was entirely because he still had some genuine chi in his body. This was also thanks to the Tai Chi fist he practiced in the Qin's mansion in the morning. He accidentally comprehended it and advanced his realm. Otherwise, his genuine chi would have been exhausted. Tai Chi fist? Yes, not only do I know Tai Chi fist, but I also know Tai Chi sword. Lisa Schwann's mind flashed, and he instantly saw the hope of escaping death. He quickly went through the 55 forms of the Yang's Tai Chi sword in his memory. At this time, of course, he did not have the chance to practice all of these sword skills. He could only counter each move according to the characteristics of each one. At this moment, the benefits of having a strong mental strength were fully displayed. Lisa Schwann's brain was now like a supercomputer. The Tai Chi sword was equivalent to the computer's database. Every attack of the black-clothed man was input by Lisa Schwann into the computer. Then, he would retrieve the corresponding sword skills from the database to counter the black-clothed man's attack. It's about time. Go to hell. The black-clothed man had lost his patience. He sneered and poured 100% of his inner strength into the Wolf Fong spike. His whole body soared into the sky and fiercely grabbed at Lisa Schwann's head. In his opinion, This full-strength attack was without any suspense. Li Zixuan would definitely die. If the black-clothed man had done this 2 breaths ago, Li Zixuan would definitely have died. But now, the situation was different. Li Zixuan's eyes flashed. He raised his sword and used the pushing boat with the current. The chasing wind sword was like a magnet that firmly sucked the wolf fang's spike. Then, Li Zixuan's wrist moved slightly and twirled the sword twice. The tyrannical force on the wolf fang's spike was immediately deflected by Li Zixuan. Sacrificing oneself to follow others, failing to lead, and pulling 1,000 pounds with little effort. This was not only the characteristic of the Tai Chi sword, but also one of the most important characteristics of the Tai Chi sword. They all contain the Tao of nature and the Taoist ideology of going with the flow. The Tai Chi sword was light and agile. It used stillness to drive movement. It used softness to overcome hardness. It avoided the main force and attacked the weak. Most importantly, it saved energy and could also combine attack and defense. This was what Li Zixuan needed the most at this moment. What kind of strange move is this? The black-clothed man saw that his full-strength attack was easily deflected by Li Zixuan. Moreover, the wolf fang spike on his arm did not listen to his command and actually followed Li Zixuan's rhythm. Such a strange scene made him unable to help but exclaim in surprise. Chapter 421. Giddy up, move aside, everyone move aside. On the other side, Iron Egg kept slapping the horses, but as it sped towards the Chong and East City Gate, the Bai was quite intelligent. He could sense Bruiser's anxiety, and he could also sense that his master was facing an unprecedented level of danger. The Bai's forehooves quickly crisscrossed as he carried "Don't Touch My Number One" through the streets. The horse-drawn carriage was running at the speed of a war horse, and all of the pedestrians on the road made way for them as they discussed this super war chariot. Whose carriage is this? Why is it running so fast? Look at the style of the carriage. It's the latest Don't Touch Me Number One from the strange Interest Pavilion. Oh my God, this is Lord Li's carriage. Their Don't Touch Me Number One is heavier than the others. Look at that. There's an arrow in the carriage. Hiss, did something happen to Lord Li? There's really an arrow. This carriage is running so fast. Something must have happened. Ouch. Look, there's another carriage behind us. It was Sanbao and Fu's carriage that was chasing after Iron Egg. Their horses were not as strong as Big White, so they naturally fell behind. At this moment, Sanbao had fainted in the carriage while Fu was desperately trying to catch up with the carriage outside. Who are you? Get off the carriage immediately for inspection. The general of Yinxing Gate saw an aggressive carriage heading straight for the city gate. He stepped out from the crowd and blocked the way with his spear as he shouted loudly. Although Chong and city was open to the outside world and citizens were allowed to enter freely, such a fast carriage could not be allowed to enter. What if it hit and injured pedestrians? Move aside. I'm a male disciple from Lantian County. My master was assassinated in the eastern suburbs. The situation is urgent. Please move aside. Iron Egg rode on Big White, without slowing down at all. The carriage rumbled as it charged towards the general of the city. General Lonely, this is indeed the carriage of a male disciple from Lantian County. I've also seen the child in the carriage. He's been living in the Li mansion. A soldier saluted the general of the city and said, "Are you sure?" The general of the city guard asked with a solemn expression. Upon closer inspection, the general's appearance was 70% similar to Dugu X Science. Furthermore, he showed no fear in the face of the oncoming carriage. It was as if he was confident that he could stop the carriage, even if it came crashing down. I'm sure. The soldier glanced at the approaching carriage and said respectfully, "Clear the way. Let them pass." The young general looked at the carriage, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw the arrow that was embedded in the wall of the carriage. He immediately made a decision in his heart and shouted loudly. At this moment, Iron Egg's carriage also happened to be heading towards them, whistling past. "Thank you, General. If my master returns safely, I will definitely reward you greatly." Iron Egg's grateful voice lingered in the air. The earlier he entered the city to call for reinforcements, the more hope his master had of surviving. Of course, he was grateful from the bottom of his heart. He really didn't plan to stop the car just now. If the city guard didn't make it convenient for him, he could only ram his way through. Lu Shengwu, quickly go to the right marshal house and report this matter to General Niu. The young general looked at the carriage that was heading straight into the city and ordered. Yes, General. The soldier bowed and cupped his fist to accept the order. Then, he went to the side to lead the horse. Du Jinxing. The young general thought for a moment and then shouted. This general is here. Ride a fast horse and head to the northern Yamen at top speed. Report this matter to my elder brother and let him decide. Yes, General. Immediately, 2 fast horses whizzed out from Chong and city's Yinqing Gate and caught up with the carriage not far ahead. With Iron Egg clearing the way, no one stopped Sanbao and Fu's carriage behind. Fu drove the carriage and headed towards Yongla Lane. Iron Egg drove the carriage in the direction of the Qin mansion. This was because he and Han Yushi knew that apart from Li Zixuan, the rest of the Li family's combat strength was close to 0. Now, they could only go to the Qin mansion to get reinforcements immediately. As for going to the palace to ask Li Heir for reinforcements, it was simply too late. Godfather! Godfather! Iron Egg brought his sister to the entrance of the Qin mansion. Han Yushi was considered a frequent guest of the Qin mansion, so no one stopped her. She went straight to the front yard of the Qin mansion. God, sister, why are you here? Please come in. Qin Huaiyu was in the front hall. He immediately ran out when he heard the sound. God, brother, bring me to Godfather. Something happened to my husband. Han Yushi said anxiously with tears in her eyes. What? Something happened to Xiaoxian? God, sister, don't worry. My father is in the backyard. I'll bring you there now. Qin Huaiyu was shocked and said hurriedly. No need. I'm here. Yushi, tell me, what happened to Xiaoxian? Qin Xiong happened to come to the front yard. When he heard the commotion, he quickly came over and asked, Godfather, go and save my husband. He met a very powerful expert in the eastern suburbs. Your Majesty, General Dugu requests an audience. He says it's an extremely urgent matter. Ganlu Hall, Li Heir, who had been busy the whole day, was reading today's newspaper to relax. At this moment, an attendant came in and reported respectfully. Summon. Li Heir raised his eyebrows, put down the newspaper, and said in a deep voice, Yes, summon Dugu Xian for an audience. Greetings, Your Majesty. As soon as the attendant finished speaking, Dugu Xian walked in and bowed. Dispense with the formalities. What's the matter? Li Heir heard a hint of anxiety in Dugu Xian's voice, so he didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. Your Majesty, I just received news that Li Xianin was ambushed by an unknown expert in the eastern suburbs outside the city. We don't know whether he's dead or alive. His wife and disciple luckily escaped. They should be at Duke Yi's mansion now to get reinforcements. Dugu Xian cupped his fists and said seriously, What? Li Heir's expression suddenly changed. He slammed the table and stood up. Someone actually dared to assassinate a county man at the foot of the emperor. This was looking down on his authority and slapping his face. Impudent. Dugu Xian immediately lead 500 elite imperial guards out of the city to rescue him. You must protect Li Zixuan's life. Yes, Your Majesty. Dugu Xian immediately cupped his fists and was about to go gather his men. Hold on. If possible, capture him alive. I want to see who ordered him. At this moment, Li Heir was really angry. I'll do my best. Dugu Xian took a deep breath and replied in a deep voice. He knew a little about Li Zixuan's martial arts. Since that assassin could make Li Zixuan's life and death unknown, he wasn't confident of winning even if he went, let alone capturing him alive. Therefore, he could only try his best to complete Li Heir's mission. Chapter 422. Someone come quickly. Someone come quickly. Fu drove the carriage back to the entrance of the Li residence. He quickly jumped off the carriage and shouted into the house. It's Fu? Brother Fu, what's wrong? A head popped out from the door. It was the Li residence's manservant, Yuan. He was on duty for Fu and Sanbao today. Yuan, come and help quickly. Sanbao is injured. Help carry him in quickly. Fu lifted the carriage curtain and said anxiously, "Ah, Brother Sanbao is injured?" Ah Yuan was stunned. "What are you waiting for? Come and help carry him in quickly. Ah Shui, you come and help too. I have to see Master and Madam." "Yes, Brother Fu." Two manservants quickly ran out to carry him. Fu looked at Sanbao anxiously, then ran into the courtyard to look for Li Jingma. "Fu, what's wrong? Why is it so noisy outside?" Fu was about to enter the east courtyard when he saw Li Jingma and Madame Li rushing out. Plop. "Master, I'm sorry. I didn't protect young Master well." Fu's knees went weak, and he knelt in front of Li Jingma and Madame Li as he cried bitterly. "Xiana? What happened to Xiana?" Madame Li's face turned pale, and she almost fainted. Her son had just gotten married, and her beautiful days of enjoying her grandchildren were about to come. Yet this unknown change happened. How could she bear this? "Madam, don't panic." "Fu, what happened? Tell us quickly. Don't cry and waste time here. Where did Xian, and Yushi go? Why are you the only one back?" Li Jingma was someone who had experienced many storms. He first supported his wife and then looked at Sanbao sternly. "Master, on our way back, we met an extremely skilled assassin in black. Young Master felt that he couldn't defeat the assassin, so he fought with him with all his might so that we could escape back with Madame first. Sanbao was shot by an arrow, and the arrow was poisonous. He's still unconscious now. Madame has already gone to the Qin residence to ask Duke Yi to lead troops to rescue him. Master, Fu deserves to die. Fu deserves to die." The head of the Li family had always treated his servants generously. Now that their young master had met with a mishap, regardless of whether it was the unconscious Sanbao or Fu, who was kneeling on the ground, their hearts were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. At this moment, as Fu spoke, he could no longer hold it in. He used all his strength to knock his head on the limestone floor, wanting to use this to wash away his sins. "Xiana, my Xiana, Master, save Xiana." When Mrs. Li heard this, she suddenly felt dizzy. She bit the tip of her tongue and resisted the urge to faint, but tears couldn't help but flow out of her eyes. She pulled her husband's arm and cried out in a heart-wrenching manner. Madam, calm down, calm down. Your husband will definitely save Xian." Li Jingma patted the back of Madame Li's hand and shouted, "Qing, hurry and find a doctor. Do your best to save Sanbao. The rest of you, take sticks and hatchets and follow me out of the city to save Xian. Fu, you lead the way." "Yes, Master." Qing answered and ran away. "Master." Madame Li was shocked. She grabbed Li Jingma's hand and said anxiously, "Master, you don't know martial arts. How can you take the risk? Yuzhu doesn't want to lose you again." Daddy, don't go. Let Lan'er go. If anyone dares to bully Big Brother, Lan'er will kill him." Lan'er ran over from somewhere and hugged Li Jingma's other hand as she spoke with tears in her eyes. "Lan'er, be good. Don't make a fuss." Li Jingma first rubbed Lan'er's little head, then looked at Madame Li and said solemnly, "Madam, 8 years ago, we almost lost Xianer. Fortunately, Priest Spirit Void came to help, and we were able to reunite as a family. Even the heavens couldn't take Xianer away. How can I let this mere assassin succeed? When I was doing business outside, what kind of bandits have I not encountered? Today, even if I have to risk my life, I must ensure Xianer's safety. If anything happens to Xianer, even if I have to chase him to the ends of the earth and use all my wealth, I will make that person pay with blood. Madam, you and Lan'er can stay at home. I will leave the city now." "No, Master." Madame Li reached out to grab him, but Li Jingma broke free and roared, "You all know how I, Li Jingma, usually treat you. Today my son is in trouble. If you're not afraid of death, take your weapons and follow me out of the city to save my son. If you're afraid of death, stay at home and take care of Madam in young Mississippi. I won't blame you. Save young Master. We are willing to die with Master. We are willing to die with Master." When Fu and Sanbao came back, they caused too much of a commotion, and many servants were alarmed. As Fu told the whole story, More and more servants knew that Li Zishuan was in trouble. The Tang people respected martial arts, from the king to the common people. If the king was humiliated, the servants would die. If the master was humiliated, the servants would die. Li Jingma's roar ignited the courage of all the servants, and the 50 to 60 young servants shouted in unison. Good. Fu, lead the way. Someone had already prepared the horses. Li Jingma took a long sword and mounted the horse. Although he didn't know martial arts or swordsmanship, a father's anger could make him explode with endless power. Giddy up, get out of the way, get out of the way. Dugu Xian led 500 elite imperial guards and galloped on the streets of Chong and city. The sound of the horses' hooves hitting the ground disturbed countless people who were about to go home. Yo, what a big lineup. These are the imperial guards. Isn't that General Dugu? Yeah. Did something happen again? Sigh. Who knows? Let's go home. Otherwise, the gate will be closed soon. Sigh. No, why do I feel like this scene is very similar to the one a few months ago, when thousands of soldiers went out of the city to suppress the bandits? Hey, what nonsense! How can there be so many bandits? The passers-by discussed animatedly, but Dugu Xian didn't care about them. He led the Iron Egg and galloped toward Yinshan Gate. That's right, he had just gone to Qin Manor to bring the Iron Egg over to guide the Imperial Guards. Secondly, he wanted Qin Xiong and Han Yushi to calm down. After all, Li Er was very concerned about Qin Xiong's health and didn't want Qin Xiong to take this risk. Fei Ying, get on the horse. Go to the eastern suburbs with me. When the Imperial Guards passed through Yinshan Gate, Dugu Xian shouted loudly. He was calling for help. That was because he wasn't confident that he could defeat that black-clothed expert. Yes, big brother. The young general who had put the Iron Egg on the horse responded and got on the horse, following Dugu Xian to the suburbs. So this person was called Dugu Fei Ying. Judging from the situation, he should be Dugu Xian's younger brother. But why did his voice reveal an unconcealable excitement? Chapter 423. Men, prepare a horse for me. In the front hall of the Qin residence, Han Yushi, Madame Qin, and Qin Huayu sat on the bench anxiously. Qin Xiong, on the other hand, kept pacing back and forth in front of the door, looking very anxious. After a moment, Qin Xiong could no longer hold it in and ordered the servant outside the door. Master, but just now His Majesty. Madame Qin knew what her husband wanted to do, but Dugu Xian had already conveyed Li Er's intentions very clearly. Although Madame Qin was very worried about Li Zishuan's safety, she was also afraid that Qin Xiong's actions would make Li Er unhappy. It's fine. His Majesty is just worried that my body won't be able to hold on, but Xiao Xian is not only Yushi's husband, but also my savior. Now that someone is trying to harm him, how can I just stand by and watch? Back then, I could even kill a few rounds in the formation of 10,000 soldiers. Now it's just an assassin. How can I be afraid of him? After Qin Xiong finished speaking, he looked at Han Yushi, who was crying silently beside him, and comforted her. Yushi, don't be too sad. Xiao Xian might not be in trouble now. This kid has always been lucky. Back then, the heavens wanted to take his life, but they didn't succeed. This time, he will definitely be able to turn misfortune into luck. Just sit here for a while. Godfather will bring your husband back in one piece. Thank you, Godfather. Yushi and husband will never forget Godfather's kindness. Han Yushi cried and cowed out. All right, I'm going now. Huayu, take good care of your mother and God's sister. Qin Xiong waved his hand and left. Patriarch, Zhuang Qi will go with you. I want to go too, Patriarch. Everyone in the Qin family already knew about the assassination attempt on Li Zishuan. At this moment, when the group of guards saw that Qin Xiong was going alone, how could they be willing to let him go? One after another, they volunteered to follow along. Zhuang Qi, Mei Wenhua, the two of you come with me. The rest of you stay. Qin Xiong frowned and shouted. He had been to the Han Manor more than once and knew that the road there was not wide. If he brought too many people, it would affect the speed of the rescue. This was also one of the reasons why he insisted on going there personally. Dugu Xian had brought 500 men with him. If these 500 men wanted to reach the scene of the incident at the same time, they would have to sacrifice speed and arrive late. Unless Dugu Xin left the rest of the team behind and rushed there alone. However, he did not know much about Dugu Xin's martial arts, so he naturally did not trust him. Yes, master. Hearing this, Zhuang Qi and Mei Wenhua roared in excitement. The two of them mounted their horses and were about to leave with Qin Xiong. The other family generals saw Qin Xiong's serious face. Although they were unwilling, no one dared to raise any objections at such a crucial time. This was Qin Xiong's prestige. He ruled the family like he ruled the army. Shu Bao, let me give you a hand too. At this moment, Niu Jinda came over with 2 guards. Clearly, Niu Jinda and Qin Xiong thought of the same thing. Saving people was like putting out a fire. If they brought too many people, it would affect the speed of the rescue. Dugu Feiying belonged to the Right Wu Wei, and Niu Jinda was the general of the Right Wu Wei. Yu Qigong was the general of the Right Wu Wei. The Right Wu Wei was different from the Right Wu Wei. There were 16 guards in the Tang dynasty, and the 2 belonged to different armies. Therefore, Niu Jinda was one of the earliest people to know about Li Zixuan's assassination. People like Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qijingda would receive the news later. Niu Jinda received Dugu Feiying's message in the afternoon and wanted to come over to tell Qin Xiong, who knew that when he arrived at the entrance of the Qin Manor, he saw Li Zixuan's new carriage with feathered arrows. He thought for a moment and understood. Now that Qin Xiong was ready to leave, Niu Jinda could not help but sigh. What a coincidence. Huh, good. Today, I can fight side by side with Jinda again. I want to see who dares to openly assassinate a county's man. Let's go. Qin Xiong laughed and rode side by side with Niu Jinda. The 6 men and 6 horses rushed toward Chong and city's Yanqing Gate. Whoosh! Just as Qin Xiong and Niu Jinda expected, Dugu Xion's group left Yanqing Gate and left the official road. Looking at the small path that could only allow 3 horses to pass side by side, Dugu Xin couldn't help but frown and quickly stop the group. If the cavalry were to run at high speed on such a narrow path, if someone in the group got into an accident and broke the rhythm, the entire cavalry group would suffer heavy losses. Jiang Chao, you lead the brothers at the back at half speed. I will go with Feiying first. Otherwise, it will be too late. Feiying will leave a mark for you. You just have to follow me. Dugu Xin made a prompt decision and ordered the general. Yes, sir. General, be careful. The bearded general beside Dugu Xin bowed and cupped his fists. Feiying, let's go. Dugu Xin nodded, then urged his black horse to charge out. Big brother. Father. This is bad. I heard that Xiao Xian was assassinated. Cheng Chumo hurriedly ran into his own backyard and shouted at Cheng Yaojin, who was playing with a horse lance. Assassinated? Who dares to assassinate him? That kid's martial arts are so powerful. Cheng Yaojin stopped what he was doing and looked at Cheng Chumo suspiciously. He wondered if his son's brain was damaged. Father, it's true. Why you just sent someone to tell me that Xiao Xian was ambushed by an expert in the eastern suburbs? He's probably still in a tough fight. Cheng Chumo knew that his father did not trust him. He glared at him and said anxiously, How dare you? Someone dares to kill the younger generation that I, Cheng Yaojin, have high hopes for? Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and get the horse for me. Seeing that Cheng Chumo was serious, Cheng Yaojin realized that the situation was serious. He glared at him and shouted, Okay. Father, I'll go with you. Who dares to touch my Cheng Chumo's brother? I'll make him regret living in this world. And I just heard from Huayu that Uncle Qin is going as well. Cheng Chumo rubbed his fists and said angrily, Go. Hurry up if you want to go. With your insignificant martial arts skills, you'd better know your place. Cheng Yaojin waved his hand and said impatiently. Cheng Chumo's eyes widened, and his face was full of F***. He also felt like he had been dealt a heavy blow. Is this old man even my real father? What are you looking at? Hurry up. Cheng Yaojin said unhappily. Oh, Cheng Chumo grunted and went to the stable to get the horse. Soon, two horses also came out of the Chung residence and headed east of Chang. Just like that, Li Jingma, Qin Xiong, Niu Jinda, Dugu Xen, and Cheng Yaojin led the 5 rescue teams to the scene of the incident in the shortest time possible. Chapter 424. This is a move that will take your life. Come again if you dare, old bastard. Eastern suburbs of Chang and City. Li Zixuan stood with his sword in hand. Although he was in a sorry state, his temperament was very different from before. He had the demeanor of a hermit expert. Li Zixuan had easily neutralized the masked assassin's full-powered strike with a single move, pushing the boat with the current. This gave him a deeper understanding of the defensive power of the Taiji sword technique. At the same time, he was somewhat eager to try it out, which was why he spoke such arrogant words. You were just lucky. Let's see how long you can be so arrogant. After thinking for a long time, the black-clothed man still couldn't figure out how his attack had been neutralized. Moreover, he had never heard of such a strange sword technique in the pugilistic world, so he could only conclude that Li Zixuan had just been lucky. After saying that, the man in black changed his attack. He spun and flew up like a flying arrow. His 6 spikes were aimed at Li Zixuan's face. Li Zixuan was not afraid. His brain was working at high speed. He was analyzing which of the 55 moves of Taiji swordsmanship would be the most effective and effortless. He had limited true qi in his body, so he couldn't defeat the master in front of him. Therefore, he had to calculate every move carefully. Only in this way could he hold on until reinforcements arrived. It was a long story, but all these calculations were done in a flash. When the man in black spikes were less than half a foot away from Li Zixuan's face, Li Zixuan made his move. The 35th move of Taiji swordsmanship. Rhinoceros gazing at the moon, Li Zixuan bent his right leg and took a left step. He drew his sword with his right hand and drew an arc with his left hand, using his finger as a guide and his arm as a support. The two swords collided. Without a doubt, the man in black spikes were once again sucked by the wind-chasing sword. The man in black could only follow the trajectory of the wind-chasing sword and slowly fall down. How strange. The assassin in black really wanted to curse. What kind of swordsmanship was this? It looked light and powerless, but it was always able to nullify his attacks. Horrifying. While he was puzzled, the man in black was even more shocked. Previously, Li Zixuan's performance could still be attributed to luck. However, the strange sword technique that followed was definitely not a fluke. The black-clothed man's face turned serious for the first time. Although Li Zixuan couldn't see the black-clothed man's face, he could feel it. I've underestimated you, but that doesn't change anything. You must die today. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed man disappeared from where he stood. There was no trace of him within a radius of 10 miles. It was as if he had fled. Of course, Li Zixuan didn't think that the man in black had run away. He closed his eyes and used his breath, his hair, and his skin to sense all the movements around him. From the beginning of the assassination half an hour ago until now, the black-clothed man's ghostly movements had left a very deep impression on Li Zixuan. He was also very wary of him. At this moment, the black-clothed man was obviously going to give up on a frontal attack and use his advantage in movement to assassinate him. At this critical moment, Li Zixuan gave up on using his vision to detect his surroundings and switched to using his mind to sense. He wasn't deliberately showing off. It was because he had strong spiritual power. Using spiritual power to sense external objects was much more reliable than using his eyes. Silence. The noisy valley that was previously filled with the sounds of weapons clashing had now become as quiet as the netherworld. Even the chirping of birds and insects could no longer be heard. Tisk! Before the sound arrived, the stab was already there. The sound of a spike piercing through the air came from the upper right. At the same time, the black-clothed man's spike was about to pierce Li Zixuan's glabella. Li Zixuan also moved. The moment the black-clothed man moved, he had already sensed the fluctuation of spiritual power. At this moment, he had already calculated the appropriate moves. Taiji Sword Technique 38. Phoenix spreads its wings. Li Zixuan stepped back and circled his sword. He fell to the ground on his back to avoid the sharp edge of the spike. His body and the ground were at a very extreme angle. His left hand formed a sword finger to support his body. Then his right hand held the sword up and sucked the spike. Following that, Li Zixuan's entire body rotated 180 degrees around the center of his feet. Borrowing the lift from this rotation, his entire body actually soared into the air like a phoenix spreading its wings. Carrying the wolf fang spikes, he launched a probing counterattack at the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man was even more shocked. Li Zixuan had been passively taking hits at the beginning. Now, he could actually counterattack. Was he using himself to practice his swordsmanship? Thinking of this, the black-clothed man suddenly became very angry. The spikes on his arm stabbed out rapidly from all kinds of tricky angles. His attacks were continuous, and ordinary people could only see a series of afterimages. In the face of the black-clothed man's fierce attacks, Li Zixuan was not afraid. He quickly began to calculate all kinds of moves in his mind. He had learned the 55 moves of Taiji sword technique and used it flexibly. He was playing with new moves. Taiji sword technique 28. Meteor chasing moon. 35% of true chi remaining. 66% of spiritual power remaining. Taiji sword technique 18. Black dragon swings its tail. 30% of true chi remaining. 60% of spiritual power remaining. Tai Chi sword technique 20th style. Wind lotus leaves. 26% of true chi remaining. 56% of spiritual power remaining. Taiji sword technique 34. Moon in the sea. 23% of true chi remaining. 52% of spiritual power remaining. Taiji sword technique 50. Immortal guides the way. 21% of true chi remaining. 48% of spiritual power remaining. As the black-clothed man continued to attack, Li Zixuan kept using the Taiji sword moves that he had calculated in his mind. At the same time, he was secretly estimating the remaining true chi and spiritual power in his body. The moves that he used were not the most powerful, but they were definitely the most efficient. He could ensure that he could block the opponent's attacks and ensure that he consumed the least amount of true chi and spiritual power. At this moment, Li Zixuan was a bit like Wang Yuyin in Demigods and Semi-Devils, who had a martial arts library in her head. The only difference was that the database in his head wasn't as large as Wang Yuyin's. But then again, Wang Yuyin's personal strength was almost zero. She could only be a military advisor and command others to do as she said. However, no matter how well others cooperated with her, it was impossible for them to follow her orders. Li Zixuan, on the other hand, was a general on horseback. He made his own decisions and made his own moves, which was a lot more efficient. What made Li Zixuan the happiest was that this kind of fighting style of countering moves as they come made him more familiar with the Taiji sword. In terms of the proficiency of the sword moves, he was almost at the level of mastery. Moreover, the Taiji sword had given him a deeper understanding of the Taoist ideology of Tao follows nature and goes with the flow. At this moment, the way he wielded the sword and the temperament of his every movement had a hint of otherworldly charm. Using the heart to move the chi, using the chi to move the body, using the body to move the sword and the spirit as one. At this moment, Li Zixuan did it. Li Zixuan's aura was also constantly rising, carrying with it the insights he had gained in the morning at Qin Manor. At this moment, Li Zixuan faintly showed signs of making a breakthrough. The most direct manifestation of this was that every time he used a sword move, the amount of true energy he lost in his body decreased. At the beginning, it was 5%, then it became 2%, and finally it didn't decrease, but instead increased. This was not because the amount of true chi consumed by the sword moves had changed. It was because he was about to break through. The speed of true chi recovery was catching up with the speed of consumption. The situation of the battlefield was about to be reversed. Chapter 425. Huff. Huff. The battle had been going on for nearly an hour, and the man in black was panting. Even he couldn't believe it. In fact, this was very easy to understand. Every time the black-clothed man made a move, he attacked with all his strength. Although Li Zexuan was in a passive defensive position, this guy combined his spiritual force and true energy. Every move was carefully calculated, and the amount of true energy consumed compared to the black-clothed man was really a drop in the ocean. When a man's strength was exhausted, even though the man in black was much stronger than Li Zexuan, he couldn't bear such a desperate consumption. Now, he didn't have much true qi left in his body. Since when were qi transformation realm martial artists so difficult to deal with? Seeing that more and more time had passed, yet he was still unable to kill Li Zexuan, the black-clothed man's heart was filled with impatience and depression. His decline was another's gain. The more Li Zexuan fought, the happier he became. Cough. It should be the more he was beaten, the happier he became. With the passage of time, he entered a state of forgetfulness. At this moment, there was only the sword in his hand, and there was only Tao in his heart. Things are mixed, and the heavens and earth are born. Solitary, independent, and unchanging. Traveling and not perishing can be the mother of the world. I don't know its name, but the word is Tao. Strong is the name, and great is the name. In action of the heavenly Tao, Tao follows nature. This is Tao. I understand now. Li Zexuan had never had such a deep understanding of the Tao as he did at this moment. The Tao of heaven was in action, and the Tao of nature was the law of nature. These 8 words perfectly explain the meaning of the Tao. Inaction did not mean not doing anything, but rather going with the flow. Just like now, he was completely following the man in black's moves, borrowing strength to fight strength. Boom! A loud sound was heard. Li Zexuan's mind suddenly flooded with countless mantras of the great Tao. The true qi in his body began to churn wildly like a tornado. Not only did it wreak havoc on his meridians, but it also crazily absorbed the qi outside. Li Zexuan didn't know if the qi outside was the legendary spiritual qi of heaven and earth, but he could deeply feel that there was a lot of fresh and lively qi outside. Along with the true qi storm in his meridians, it entered his body through his skin and hair and was quickly converted into true qi. His meridians, which were originally about to dry up, suddenly became swollen as a whole river poured into them. At this moment, Li Zexuan was feeling both pain and happiness. He was happy because his meridians were finally no longer hungry. He was in pain because his meridians had eaten too much and were about to burst. Bastard! How dare you ignore this old master? Sensing the sudden change in Li Zexuan's aura, the black-clothed assassin, who had been through this before, naturally understood that Li Zexuan was about to break through in front of him. Humiliation. This was an undisguised humiliation. 7th cultivator of true blood palm. The assassin in black put away his wolf teeth, and his chi suddenly became extremely bloodthirsty and evil. His body also emitted a burst of black fog. His palms were constantly crisscrossing. A moment later, there were 2 masses of black fog attached to his palms. Go to hell. Although the assassin in black's face became a little pale, he didn't care. With a grim smile, he gathered all the true qi in his body. His body was like a stream of light, shooting toward Li Zexuan. Li Zexuan suddenly felt a sense of danger. He felt a fatal danger from the assassin's hands. Obviously, the black fog was highly toxic. However, he was at the critical moment of breaking through and was only 1 step away for the Grandmaster realm. He was not sure if he could deal with the assassin's ultimate move. He wanted to retreat, but the assassin in black had locked all his escape routes. He couldn't retreat. He wanted to raise his sword to defend. But no matter how exquisite the Taiji swordsmanship was, how could it block the assassin's invisible poisonous fog? F***CK. I just broke through. Am I going to die in the hands of this wretched old man? Li Zexuan really wanted to curse the heavens at this moment. Was this not a joke? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, 3 4-leaf flying daggers were spinning in the air at a very high speed. Because they were so fast, the sound of them breaking through the air could be heard clearly. The 3 flying daggers arrived first. Before the assassin in black's palms touched Li Zishuan, they were about to cut his back. At this moment, if the assassin in black didn't stop, it was hard to say who would die first between him and Li Zishuan. However, it was certain that both of them would definitely die. The assassin in black was here to kill today, not to die. Of course, he didn't want to die together with Li Zishuan. He turned around quickly in the air, and the wolf teeth in his arm popped out in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. The assassin in black easily knocked down the 3 flying daggers. What a fast movement technique. It was Dugu Feiying and Dugu Xian who rushed to the battlefield. Seeing that the assassin in black was about to kill Li Zishuan in one fell swoop, Dugu Feiying crouched on the horse, took out 3 flying daggers from his calf, and shot them toward the assassin's back. He wanted to use the besieging way to save Zhao's strategy. Although Dugu Feiying expected that the 3 flying daggers wouldn't be able to kill the assassin in black, he didn't expect the assassin in black to deal with it so easily. These were the flying daggers that he was most proud of. Feiying, be careful. This person has been a grandmaster for at least 5 years. He should be a middle-stage grandmaster. Dugu Xian was obviously more knowledgeable. He jumped off the horse and said seriously, middle-stage grandmaster? Dugu Feiying felt that he was a little bit stuttering. He was only a middle-stage grandmaster. Wasn't it a trap for him to fight a middle-stage grandmaster? So you are a lackey of the imperial court. How dare you come here and ruin my business? I will deal with this kid first, and then I will kill you 2 dogs. The assassin in black saw that Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying were wearing armor. His heart sank, but he still smiled viciously. After that, he continued to wave his poisonous palm and attacked Li Zishuan. He didn't forget his primary mission today. You want to kill someone in front of me? Don't even think about it. Dugu Xian sneered. He quickly took out the longbow on his back, knocked an arrow, and shot at the back of the assassin's head. At the same time, he said to Dugu Feiying beside him, Feiying, do it quickly. Li Xianan seems to be breaking through at the last minute. Let's find a way to stall him. Grandmasters aren't scary. Your flying daggers can fight enemies above your level. Breaking through at the last minute? Is that even possible? Dugu Feiying's eyes widened in disbelief. If he knew modern catchphrases, he would definitely say, you city people really know how to play. Don't be long-winded. Quick. Dugu Xian frowned. This younger brother of his was good at everything, but sometimes he talked too much nonsense. Dugu Feiying nodded bitterly. His flying daggers could fight enemies above his level, but the person in front of him was an expert several levels higher than him. What was there to fight with? But now, he could only listen to his brother. Sigh. He remembered that half an hour ago, he was still happy that he could go out of the city to fight. Now that he thought about it, his brain must be cramping. Dugu Feiying patted his head, then pulled out the flying dagger on his calf, and joined the battle. Chapter 426. I didn't want to cause trouble, but the 2 of you are really annoying. I'll deal with you 2 first before killing this brat. Sensing Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying's constant sneak attacks from behind, the black-clothed man knew that there was no way he could quickly kill Li Zishuan. Although the 2 brothers behind him had low martial realms, their long-range attacks were extremely fast and came from tricky angles. If he left them alone, he wouldn't feel good if he took a hit from them. Even evolved Jing masters had mortal bodies, and they were not invulnerable. The man in black flipped his palm. A moment ago, he was still in front of Li Zishuan, but in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Dugu Feiying. He raised his left hand, which was covered in black fog, and was about to hit Dugu Feiying's head. Fast. He was as fast as lightning. Even though he had used up a lot of his true chi in the fight with Li Zishuan, the black-robed man's strength was still enough to crush the Dugu brothers. This was the difference between their realms. Li Zishuan was a heaven-gifted genius. Using the Taiji sword technique, he was able to cross 2 small realms to be in a stalemate with the black-clothed man. He was originally one of the most monstrous freaks in the world. It was already very rare for one to appear in several hundred years. How could everyone be so abnormal? Moreover, Dugu Feiying was 4 realms below the man in black. Clang! Feiying, fall back. Dugu Xan abandoned his bow and drew his sword. With a sword seal, he slashed at the man in black's arms. His sword was as cold as water, and because it was so fast, the friction between the sword and the air produced a loud hum. The black-robed man's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He thought to himself, "Why did I encounter so many freaks today?" That was because he sensed danger from Dugu Xian's sword. And Dugu Xian was only in the later stages of Qi transformation. Helpless, the man in black could only change his move midway and block the sword. Pong! Dugu Xian was sent flying far away by the berserk true Qi attached to the black-clothed man's spikes. Dugu Feiying also took advantage of this opportunity to retreat 10 steps, escaping the calamity. The black-clothed man wanted to follow up his victory and kill Dugu Xian in one fell swoop. However, Dugu Feiying would not sit back and watch his brother get into trouble. He circulated his true Qi and decisively attacked, instantly activating his profound leaf flying dagger. Whoosh! The sound of something tearing through the air could be heard as a mystic leaf flying dagger whizzed out, turning into a streak of white light that shot towards the back of the black-robed man's head. He could even faintly see a trace of saber energy around the flying dagger. Previously, Dugu Xian had said that Dugu Feiying's mystic leaf flying dagger could cross realms to fight enemies. Now it seemed that his flying dagger technique was truly outstanding. At the very least, no one below the Grandmaster realm could use dagger Qi. Aggrieved. Right now, the black-clothed man's heart was filled with endless grievances. A dignified Grandmaster realm expert actually couldn't kill 2 small fries in the Qi transformation realm. One of them was fighting in close combat, while the other was harassing from a distance. Their cooperation was flawless, making them invulnerable. For a moment, the black-clothed man was trapped in a quagmire and felt very uncomfortable. Not far away, Iron Egg held the wind-chasing sword and stood in front of Li Zishuan. He stared at the battle without blinking, guarding against the black-clothed man's counterattack. Although he was far from being a match for the black-clothed man, he could still use his body to block a wave of attacks and buy Li Zishuan a few breaths of time at a critical moment. At the same time, he was also watching this rare battle between grandmasters. After learning from Li Zishuan for so long, he had learned everything that he needed to learn. However, he was still unable to draw Qi into his body and enter the ranks of martial artists. Now that he had the opportunity to watch such a high-level battle, Iron Egg hoped that he could learn something from it and use it to break through. When Li Zishuan saw that Dugu Xian had brought people to rescue him, he was slightly relieved. Therefore, he sat down cross-legged on the ground and focused on breaking through to the Grandmaster realm. Now his face was a little twisted, and his forehead was sweating slightly. This was because of the pain. The violent true Qi continued to wreak havoc in his meridians. It was quite comfortable at first, but towards the end, Li Zishuan felt as if he was going to explode. He used the 6th stage of the Taishian Sutra in an attempt to straighten out the true Qi in his body. At the same time, he was also savoring the truth of the great Tao that he had just comprehended. The aura around him was gradually rising, and of course, his expression was also becoming more and more painful. Boom! Just when the Dugu brothers were about to collapse, Li Zishuan suddenly opened his eyes and let out a loud roar. His entire body soared into the sky, and his violent aura swept across the entire battlefield. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Iron Egg, who was the closest to him, couldn't withstand the sudden burst of true Qi and was sent flying dozens of feet away. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Grandmaster Realm. Li Xianan has broken through to the Grandmaster Realm. Dugu Xian was inexplicably shocked. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel unusually happy. With the addition of a Grandmaster expert, the situation on the battlefield would definitely be different. Grandmaster Realm. Oh my god, how old is this Li Xianan? Dugu Feiying was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. After a long while, he finally muttered to himself. The assassin in black's eyes flashed. At this moment, he really felt that the situation was tricky. Li Zixuan had been able to fight with him for so long when he was only half a step away from the Zhongshe realm. Now that he was a Zhongshe realm master and had the help of these two troublesome brothers, it was very likely that he would die here. Iron Egg, are you all right? Li Zixuan asked after catching Iron Egg with one hand in a flash. When he was breaking through earlier, he couldn't restrain the true qi in his body. He didn't expect that he would accidentally injure Iron Egg. Fortunately, this child had received all kinds of training according to his instructions. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured. Master, Iron Egg is fine. Please go and help General Dugu. Iron Egg stood on the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and hurriedly shook his head. Okay, watch carefully. Wait for me to slaughter this old thief who hides his head and shows his tail. Li Zixuan took the chasing wind sword, used the cloud-piercing steps, and flew to Dugu Xian's side. The assassin in black's eyes narrowed. Because of the same movement technique, Li Zixuan's speed was more than twice as fast as before. In other words, the advantage that he was so proud of was gone from this moment onwards. General Dugu, I can't thank you enough. Let's talk later. Now, let's work together to kill this old thief. Li Zixuan pointed his sword at the assassin in black and said coldly, That's how it should be. Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying nodded. Green Dragon out at sea. Without another word, Li Zixuan used the 19 style of the Taiji sword technique, Green Dragon out at sea. Together with his sword, he was like a ferocious green dragon out at sea, attacking the assassin in black with an earth-shattering momentum. Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying also used their best moves. Sword arts and flying daggers were thrown at the black-clothed man without any regard for their lives. Instantly, the black-clothed man felt an immense pressure. He felt that he could not hold on any longer. I have to run. Chapter 427. Giddy up, giddy up. Qin Xiong, Niu Jinda, and the rest were galloping on a small path to the east of Chang'an City. They had fewer people, so they were naturally much faster than the 500 Imperial Guards that Dugu Xian had brought with him. After overtaking the main group, Qin Xiong followed the marks left behind by Dugu Xian and his brother and quickly approached the scene of the incident. Shu Bao, looks like Dugu Xian should have arrived already. The two brothers should be able to buy some time for Xiao Xian. Niu Jinda urged his horse as he spoke to Qin Xiong. But I'm still worried. Xiao Xian is half a step away from Grandmaster, and even he is no match for the assassin. Even Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying won't be able to hold the fort. Qin Xiong said anxiously. Even though they are no match for the assassin, they should be able to buy some time. The two brothers' martial arts skills are considered top-notch among the younger generation of the Tang dynasty. Shu Bao, you don't have to worry too much. Niu Jinda comforted him. Dugu Feiying was the lieutenant general of the Right Sentinels. As his old superior, Niu Jinda had some understanding of his martial arts skills. I hope so. Jinda, let's go faster. Qin Xiong nodded and said in a deep voice, All right, giddy up, giddy up. The two old generals would never have thought that Li Zixuan and the other two were not only not exhausted from protecting their own lives, but they were also organizing a counterattack against the assassin in black. Li Zixuan had been suppressed by the assassin in black for more than an hour. Now that he had broken through to Grandmaster, his body's condition had finally reached its peak. At this moment, he was full of fighting spirit. It was the perfect time to test his sword on the assassin in black. Test his Taiji sword. The Taiji sword was the culmination of thousands of Taoist techniques. It was not only used for defense. The most important feature of the Taiji sword was that it could be used for both offense and defense. If used for offense, the Taiji sword technique would be very powerful. Li Zixuan picked out some of the more offensive Taiji sword moves in his mind, and then used his powerful spiritual power to quickly deduce the most optimal combination of offensive sword moves. Thus, the Yang-style Taiji sword in Li Zixuan's hands instantly became another version, the full offensive version. It was worth mentioning that after breaking through to the Guru realm, Li Zixuan's spiritual power had also made a qualitative leap. Not only did it take him no effort to deduce the sword moves, but in his sea of consciousness, there would also be countless figures practicing the sword moves that he had deduced. It was really amazing. Rock spreads its wings, embrace the moon. Yiksha explores the sea, shooting geese, azure dragon claws, falling flowers. White tiger grabs the tail, black dragon strangles the pillar, sweeping plum blossoms. Li Zixuan used 18 of the 55 Taiji sword styles to form a chain of attacks. His sword Qi was like a rainbow, and his sword moved like a dragon. His attacks were endless. Li Zixuan alone was enough to suppress the black-clothed assassin to the point of suffocation. Not to mention that there were two brothers who cooperated seamlessly beside him. The black-robed man's body was already lacerated in several places. His skin was lacerated, and his flesh was bleeding profusely. Some had been injured by Li Zixuan's sword Qi. Some had been stabbed by Dugu Xian's longsword, and two had been slashed by Dugu Feing's mystic leaf flying dagger. The previously high and mighty evolved Jing expert was now in a sorry state, his hair disheveled like a stray dog. "Oomph. Old thing, I don't care who ordered you to kill me. You will die today. The person behind you will join you soon." Li Zixuan's hands did not stop there. His sword moves poured out in torrents, beating the drowning dog while his mouth coldly shouted, "Don't be too happy. One day, this old man will kill your entire family." The black-clothed assassin's face was ferocious and pale as he said those words viciously. He pointed at several acupoints on his body, then took out 2 red pills and threw them into his mouth. His pale face suddenly turned red. "Oomph. You brats, just you wait. I'll definitely take your heads one day." The black-clothed assassin's aura suddenly changed, and he seemed to have returned to his peak state. His body changed quickly, and he flew hundreds of feet away in an instant. Even with Li Zixuan's current movement technique, he could not catch up with his speed. This guy was a mid-stage Grandmaster expert, but he ran away from 3 juniors who were at a lower level. The 2 brothers Dugu Feing and Dugu Xian were stunned. They did not expect that they would be able to beat a Grandmaster expert one day. It was all too surreal. "Oomph. Where do you think you're going?" "Huff." Just then, a cold snort came from the west side of the mountain, followed by the sound of something breaking through the air. Qin Xiong had finally arrived. He used the golden mace in his hand as a hidden weapon and threw it at the assassin's back with all his might. Qin Xiong was the general that Li Er liked to send out to duel with others. His bravery, his battle strength was naturally evident. In the early days of the crusade against Lu Wuzhou, Dou Jinda, and other warlords, Qin Xiong had single-handedly saved Li Er's life more than once. Among all the generals in Tang, Qin Xiong's combat strength was definitely one of the best. That was why he was called the Door God in the future. Qin Xiong's all-out throw was heavy and powerful, moving forward courageously. The pair of golden maces spun rapidly in the air. Its speed was even faster than Dugu Feing's black leaf flying dagger. In the blink of an eye, the golden maces hit the back of the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He could only take the blow. Qin Shubao. The assassin who was already injured staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood after being hit by Qin Xiong's heavy blow. At the same time, he recognized the person who attacked him, great general of the left Wu-wei, Qin Shubao. Li Zixuan was overjoyed. He wanted to give chase because the assassin's words had touched his bottom line. He had to eliminate the source of the problem. Hee. You want to kill me? Dream on. Blood rain of 7th cultivator of true virtue. Seeing Li Zixuan charging at him, the assassin's eyes flashed with ruthlessness and determination. His cheeks puffed up as he spat out a mouthful of black blood at Li Zixuan. The blood mist seemed to have a life of its own. Not only did it not fall, but it also spread in the air. It was extremely strange. Xiao Xian, retreat. This blood is poisonous. Qin Xiong was shocked. He urged his horse to gallop over while shouting loudly. When the assassin showed his determination, Li Zixuan had already sensed that something was wrong. Even a rabbit would bite when provoked. Moreover, the assassin was a grandmaster. He would definitely have some tricks up his sleeve. Therefore, The moment the black-clothed man spat out the blood mist, Li Zixuan had already retreated rapidly. The speed at which the blood mist spread was ultimately unable to match the speed of his movement technique. After retreating several hundred feet, Li Zixuan stopped in his tracks. Dugu Xian and his brother's reactions were not slow either as they retreated far away. Hee, I will definitely come back. Today's revenge will be doubled in the future. The black-robed man took advantage of this gap and flew away. His sinister words were left in the air, along with a large cloud of black blood mist. Chapter 428. Zhuangqi, Mei Wenhua. You two go after him and find out where this assassin came from. Be careful. Seeing that Li Zixuan had left the blood mist and the assassin was nowhere to be seen, Qin Xiong quickly turned around and gave his orders. These two family generals were old soldiers who had followed him on many expeditions. Although they had retired from the battlefield, they still had the ability to search for enemies and scout them out. Yes, sir. Master. The two of them cupped their fists and galloped away, circling around the black blood mist and heading in the direction that the assassin in black had escaped. Zhao Peng Wudong, you two go as well. See if you can help. Niu Jinda also gave his orders to the two guards beside him. Yes, sir. The two elite bodyguards cupped their fists in acknowledgement and urged their horses to catch up. Shu Bao, looks like your body is almost fully recovered. Niu Jinda had seen that blow from the mace just now. The current Qin Xiong had at least 70% of his peak strength. This made Niu Jinda both shocked and delighted. Hee, this is all thanks to little Xian. Let's go and see him. Qin Xiong chuckled and took the lead to gallop towards Li Zixuan, Dugu Xn, and the others. Greetings, General Qin and General Niu. Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying quickly cupped their fists and bowed. Uncle Qin, Uncle Niu, you're here. Li Zixuan cupped his fists and smiled. Hee, this time, it's all thanks to the two of you coming in time. Otherwise, little Xian's life might have been in danger. Qin Xiong smiled warmly and patted Dugu Xian's shoulder. Dugu Xian was flattered. Qin Xiong was a war god of the older generation in the empire. Although he was no longer as famous as he used to be, he was still the idol of the empire's younger generation. Now that this legendary figure was speaking to him so warmly, how could Dugu Xn not be surprised? He tugged at Dugu Feiying beside him and cupped his fists together. General Qin, you're too kind. This is just my duty. I dare not take credit for it. Besides, even if we didn't come, I'm sure Li Xianin could have dealt with that assassin alone. General Gudu, you don't have to be so humble. If you guys hadn't arrived in time, even if I could have dealt with it, it would have been very difficult for me. Moreover, I probably wouldn't have had the chance to break through this time. I, Li Zixuan, owe you and your brother a favor. Li Zixuan cupped his fists and thanked him sincerely. Dugu Xian and his brother hurriedly declined. Only then did Qin Xiong and Niu Jinda look at Li Zixuan. They felt the great change in his aura. Of course, the two old generals knew that it was the aura of a supreme power master. They were shocked speechless. They had never seen or even heard of a supreme power master who was less than 15 years old. Little Xian, you've broken through to the master stage? Qin Xiong widened his eyes in disbelief. Niu Jinda also stared at Li Zixuan without blinking. Yes, I had some enlightenment in the desperate situation. Coupled with the enlightenment I had at Uncle Qin's residence this morning, I was lucky enough to have a breakthrough. Li Zixuan nodded and smiled. Being able to enter the master stage so quickly was also beyond his own expectations. Li Zixuan knew what kind of person he was. Not only was he undisciplined, but he was also very lazy. He was not cut out for martial arts at all. He had thought that would be amazing if he could break through to the master stage within 2 years. He did not expect to break through so quickly. Perhaps this was just like the saying, the more you care about something, the more you can't get it. The more you don't care about something, the more you send it to your doorstep. The great Tao of inaction and the ability to maintain a calm heart had unexpectedly allowed him to become a legend. Luck? If there's really such luck, then who knows how many martial artists in the world would be willing to be lucky like you. Your words are really infuriating. Niu Jinda almost vomited blood when he heard Li Zishuan's arrogant words. Which of the martial artists in the world did not train hard for decades to reach the master stage? In the end, this guy in front of him just said luck, and it was equivalent to decades of hard work and hard work. It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. Li Zishuan scratched his head embarrassedly. Just as he was about to say something, he saw hundreds of people coming from the west. The leaders were Cheng Chumo and Cheng Yaojin, followed by black armored soldiers. Behind them were dozens of commoners dressed in ordinary clothes. Li Zishuan's position was higher, so he could see everything clearly. Wasn't the person behind his father? Isn't that Ah Fu and the rest beside him? Why is my father personally taking the field? Li Zishuan was touched and sad at the same time. His parents had sacrificed too much for him. Even though this body had changed into a modern soul, Li Zishuan felt that he still had the obligation to be filial to his parents. Besides, Li Zishuan and Mrs. Li's love for each other had made him forget that he was an outsider. Now, he had completely integrated into this family. It's Uncle Cheng and my dad. Li Zishuan shouted excitedly and went up to greet him. Huh, little Xian, you're really lucky. Looks like you're fine now. Where's the assassin? Quickly bring him out and let me beat him up. Let's see who's the one who dared to send someone to assassinate you. Cheng Yaojin kicked his horse's stomach and sped up to Li Zishuan, laughing loudly. Although Li Zishuan's complexion was normal now, the tattered appearance of his body showed that he had gone through a great battle. Moreover, there was still a lot of chaotic Shinchi left in the air. As a grandmaster, Cheng Yaojin still had a good eyesight. However, Li Zishuan had already restrained his momentum of the moment, so Cheng Yaojin did not realize that the guy in front of him had broken through to the grandmaster realm. Thank you, Uncle Cheng, for coming to help me. It's just that the assassin's skills are strange and evil, and he has a lot of life-saving skills. He managed to escape. Although Li Zishuan was anxious to see his dad, he could not ignore Cheng Yaojin, who had come all the way here to help him. He managed to escape? The next time I, Cheng Chumo, see him, I'll beat his ass. When Cheng Chumo heard this, he jumped down from his horse and rubbed his palms together. Li Zishuan's face was full of black lines. This guy really did not know how to act tough. How could a middle-stage grandmaster be beaten up so easily? Get out of my way. Who can you beat up with your mediocre skills? Learn from little Xian in the future. Cheng Yaojin gave him a big slap on the face, then sighed to Li Zishuan. Your father is also here. This old man met them on the way here, so I brought them along. Little Xian, go to the back and see your dad. It's not easy for him. Okay, Uncle Cheng, Chonyo, let's talk later. Cheng Yaojin's words were exactly what Li Zishuan wanted. He cupped his hands and walked to the back of the group. Chapter 429. In just a short while, Dugu Xian had already commanded 500 guards to search along the road. Li Zishuan easily found his father behind the crowd. Father, why did you come here personally? Li Zishuan saw that his father's legs were numb and that it was difficult for him to dismount, so he quickly helped him down. How can I not come when you're in trouble? Your mother is worried sick at home. Xiana, are you okay? Li Jingma's feet landed on the ground, and he couldn't help but grin as he asked with concern. He hadn't ridden a horse so quickly for many years. Now that both his legs were numb, if not for Li Zishuan supporting him, he would have fallen to the ground. After all, he was old. I'm fine. I'm sorry. Father, I made you and Mother worry. When Li Zishuan heard that, his gentle and kind mother appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but blame himself. It's good that you're fine. We're family. There's no need to be so polite. It's all thanks to the dukes and the two generals today. I'll go and thank them first. Xian, pack up and come home with me. If you delay too long, your mother and Yushi will suffer too much. Li Jingma heaved a sigh of relief. He patted Li Zishuan's arm and sighed with emotion. His son was safe and sound. Nothing could make him happier than this. All right, Xian, did you catch the assassin? Li Jingma suddenly asked. Nope. That person's martial arts are very high, and he escaped. Li Zishuan said regretfully. Let's leave it at that for now. If I find out who it is, I'll spend a lot of money to hire assassins from all over the world to kill this person." A murderous look flashed across Li Jingma's eyes. It was obvious that even the usually gentle and magnanimous man was enraged. Night fell. The special group outside the city slowly entered the city. With Lier's military order and Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, and Yo Jinda, these big shots in front of them, they naturally wouldn't be unable to enter the city because of the curfew. On the way back, Cheng Chumo and Cheng Yaojin had already learned that Li Zixuan had broken through to the supreme power realm. The father and son were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths. Naturally, Cheng Chumo was sad again. As the son of the devil incarnate, born in a family of generals, his kung fu was not as good as Li Zixuan, a child from an ordinary family. It was really a shame. Therefore, Cheng Chumo's task from now on was not only to learn knowledge from Li Zixuan, but also to learn martial arts. It was really tough. Li residence. Although the sky was dark, no one in the hall was in a mood to eat. They all looked at the courtyard eagerly, hoping that Li Zixuan would come back soon. The entire Li residence was also in a state of depression. The maids in the residence didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They all prayed in their hearts that their young master would return safely. Han Yushi had already returned from Qin residence to wait for the news. At this moment, her face was extremely haggard. Seeing that Li Zixuan still hadn't returned after so long, a trace of despair and determination flashed in her eyes. She was ready to die. "Husband, if anything happens to you, I won't live alone." She would do what she said earlier. "Husband, are you okay? That's great. I was so worried. Woo-woo." At this moment, there was a commotion outside the residence. Then, she saw Li Zixuan, Li Jingma, and the rest walking into the courtyard. Han Yushi's lifeless eyes suddenly glowed with a dazzling light. At this moment, she forgot about the world's opinions and forgot to be conservative and reserved. She ran out recklessly and grabbed Li Zixuan's arm. Looking at the familiar face in front of her, she couldn't help but press her head against Li Zixuan's chest and cry bitterly. Only God knew how much torture she had suffered in these short 4 hours. Now that she saw the person she loved standing in front of her safe and sound, how could Han Yushi have the mood to care about other people's opinions? "Wife, don't cry. I'm fine. He's just a little thief. How can he be your husband's opponent? It's all my fault for making you worry." Feeling his wife's deep worry and fear in his arms, Li Zixuan gently patted Han Yushi's back and comforted her softly. At the same time, he secretly swore in his heart that he would never let himself fall into such a dangerous situation again in the future. Because he was not alone now, he had family behind him. It was a sin to make his family worry. "It's my fault. I couldn't help you at the critical moment." Han Yushi tightened her arms and blamed herself. Haha, silly girl, how can I blame you? It's okay. Don't let your imagination run wild. Woo-woo, brother, you're finally back. Lana and Mother were worried sick. Lana ran up with small steps and hugged Li Zixuan's other free arm tightly. She pouted and cried with tears in her eyes. Therefore, Li Zixuan's 2 hands were occupied for a while, and he couldn't free them at all. "Lana, don't cry. Brother will always be fine." "Haha, it's good that you're fine. Mrs. Li grabbed Li Jingma's arm and looked at the 3 people hugging each other in the courtyard. She sighed with relief. Although she also wanted to go over and see if her son was fine, she resisted because she didn't want to disturb the warmth of her son and daughter-in-law after surviving a disaster. As for Lana, this little cutie, she was careless and didn't hold her back just now. "All right, wife, little sister, I have to go and greet Mother." Li Zixuan looked at his mother, who was looking at him with concern, and said softly to the 2 crying people in front of him, Husband, go quickly. Just now Han Yushi came to her senses and said shyly, I understand wife's feelings, and so do father and mother. Love is deep and sincere. I'm sure everyone will understand you." Li Zixuan smiled and comforted her. Then he walked to his mother's side and knelt on the ground with a thud. He said solemnly, "Father and mother are already old, and it's time for them to retire, but I made father and mother worried and tired. I'm unfilial. Son, get up quickly. Get up quickly. What are you doing? It's not your fault that such an accident happened. As long as Xian'er is safe, what does it matter if mother and father are worried about you? Mrs. Li's nose twitched as she quickly pulled Li Zishuan up and said lovingly, all right. Since you're back safely, eat quickly and rest early. Xian'er just went through a battle, so he must be tired. Li Jingmao waved his hand and said with a smile. Then he turned his head and announced loudly, Fu, go and inform the kitchen that there will be enough food and wine tonight. Everyone in the residence can eat and drink to their heart's content to celebrate my son's safe return. Yes, thank you, old master. Ah Fu happily agreed and hurriedly made arrangements. Thank you, old master. The servants in the residence cheered and thanked him. Chapter 430. Ganlu Hall. The hall was still brightly lit. Li'er held his hands behind his back and paced back and forth in front of the dragon table. His brows were already furrowed into a knot. Today's sudden assassination attempt on Li Zishuan caused a strong sense of vigilance to rise in his heart. With a different position, one's perspective on a problem would naturally be different. Li'er, who had taken the throne through a coup, could see from this sudden assassination that there were still many unstable factors in the great Tang that he governed. To dare assassinate a county official in broad daylight, the person behind this was definitely not a small figure. The most important question now was whether or not Li Zishuan had been killed. Li'er naturally regarded this rising star of the empire with great importance. He even had the faint intention of preparing talents for Li Chengxian. Li Zishuan had never disappointed him. He had repeatedly performed miraculous deeds and solved many of Li'er's urgent needs. Moreover, his intention of establishing an academy, promoting education, and enlightening the people happened to coincide with Li'er's original plan. The aristocratic families had developed for nearly 1,000 years. Wise rulers could all sense the threat that the aristocratic families posed to the imperial court. Ever since the founding of the Great Tang, when Li Yuan was on the throne, the imperial court had begun to intentionally exclude and expel the aristocratic families. After Li'er ascended the throne, the imperial court's intention to weaken the aristocratic families became even more obvious. The reason why the 5 families and 7 nobles still had such status was not because they had much power in the imperial court. It was entirely because they had always held the right to explain the Confucian classics, the right to learn. At the same time, they were also known for their strict family customs. At this time, people often said that they hated not marrying the daughters of the 5 families and were not willing to marry a princess because the daughters of the 5 families and 7 nobles had excellent family upbringing. The daughters of the 5 families and 7 nobles could all be called model ladies. This saying made Li'er, who had always boasted of being the ruler of the world, very angry and helpless. Transcendent academic status and high reputation among the people were the greatest advantages that the 5 families and 7 nobles had. It was precisely because of this that countless scholars and wanderers of the Jianghu were always willing to rely on the aristocratic families, hoping to use the aristocratic families as a platform to rise up in the future. It was also because of this that Li'er didn't dare to be too aggressive, even when dealing with aristocratic families. This was because if the aristocratic families were forced into a corner and used public opinion to go against him, he would also be very passive. If they wanted to completely destroy the foundation of the aristocratic families, they had to destroy their popularity among the people and their academic authority. The Imperial College could have shouldered this responsibility, but it seemed that the results were not ideal. This was because much of the knowledge imparted by the Imperial College was based on the Confucian classics passed down by the aristocratic families. At present, Li Zishuan's engineering studies in Yanhuang College had become the most crucial pieces in his plan to keep the great clans in check. Even if engineering studies ultimately failed to surpass Confucianism and the great clans, Li Zishuan's many engineering talents would be enough to raise the Great Tang's military and national strength to a whole new level. It was truly a win-win situation. Therefore, at this moment, a nameless assassin appeared. Li'er was quite angry in his heart. At the same time, he was wondering in his heart which power had sent the assassin. Furthermore, Li Chengxian, Li Tai, and Chang'e had all heard the news and come to him for help. If he didn't save Li Zishuan, he would probably be annoyed to death by his children. Reporting to your majesty, General Dugu has returned and is asking for an audience outside the hall. Just as Lier was feeling anxious and vexed, an attendant from the yellow door ran in and bowed. Let him in. Lier's expression brightened. He waved his hand and sat back down on the brocade couch. A moment later, Dugu Xian strode in. Just as he was about to bow, Lier said, "No need for formalities. Quickly tell me how Li Zishuan is doing. Did you manage to capture the assassin?" Dugu Xian looked ashamed. He knelt on one knee and cupped his fists. "I failed in my task and failed to capture the assassin. Please punish me, your majesty." When Dugu Xian said, "I failed in my task," Lier's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He thought that Li Zishuan had been killed. He was stunned and wanted to confirm it again. "How is Li Zishuan?" "Your majesty, Li Xiannan is fine and has returned home. General Qin, General Niu, and General Cheng also participated in this rescue mission." Phew! Lier heaved a huge sigh of relief. He paused and asked, "Is that assassin really that powerful? How could he escape from 500 Imperial Guards?" When he was young, he had also been a wanderer for a period of time. He knew that there were some martial arts masters who could fight against 10 or even 100 ordinary people. But now they were facing 500 elite Northern government guards. He really did not believe that there was anyone in the world who could defeat them with their own bravery. Although it was possible that there was a great grandmaster, it would not be easy to deal with such an elite force. "Your Majesty, the place where Li Xiannan was killed was far from the official road. In order to rescue him as soon as possible, I had to abandon the main team and ride with Brother Yu. When we arrived, we found that the assassin was actually a martial arts master above the middle stage of Grandmaster. The two of us were no match for him at all. If it weren't for Li Xiannan's superb martial arts talent, he wouldn't have been able to hold on until we came to rescue him. Even so, we could only fight and delay, let alone win. Fortunately, Li Xiannan broke through to the Zhongshe realm, and the situation was reversed. In addition, Great General Qin and Great General Niu arrived in time, and the assassin in black was defeated and fled. Li Xiannan and I wanted to chase him, but the assassin's skills were strange and evil, and he had many ways to escape. So he escaped. Before I entered the city, I had sent people to trace the assassin's whereabouts along the road, but there is no news so far." Lier was shocked. Only then did he know how thrilling today's assassination was. He raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "A master at the middle stage of Grandmaster? No wonder. This matter can't be blamed on you. If I had known that the assassin's kung fu was so high, I would have sent a royal consecrator to follow him. But Li Zishuan, this brat is really lucky. He even managed to make a breakthrough during a battle." After pondering for a while, Lier said to Dugu Xian, "Okay, you've worked hard. You can leave now. You still have to investigate the assassin's matter with all your strength. Don't slack off." "This general obeys your majesty." Dugu Xian cupped his hands and withdrew. Lier sat alone in the sweet nectar hall, deep in thought. After a while, he stood up and sighed with a complicated expression. "A martial arts master who isn't even 15 years old. This is indeed a blessing for my great Tang. But where should we arrange for you to be in the future?" At this moment, Lier was at a loss. Outside the hall, several palace maids ran off in 3 different directions. Not long after, Li Chengxian, Li Tai, and Princess Chang'e all received news of Li Zishuan's safe return. The 3 of them all breathed a sigh of relief and calmed down. Chapter 431. Li Residence. Li Zishuan went to the servants' quarters at night to visit San Bao, who was in a coma. In the evening, the family had invited a famous doctor from Chang and City to treat San Bao. The poison on the black-clothed assassin's arrow was not an uncommon poison. It was just a very common mental paralysis drug. The old doctor they hired quickly identified the type of poison. In addition, San Bao was sent back in time, so the poison was not too deep. After some treatment, Her life was no longer in danger. At this time, Sambao had already woken up, but his body was still a little weak. Lisa Xuan comforted him gently and asked him to rest early. Then, he returned to his room. Husband, does it hurt? Cough, don't think too much. This couple was just applying medicine. Han Yushi looked at the few hideous wounds on Lisa Xuan's back and felt sorry and guilty. Thinking of the critical moment just now, when this man in front of her risked his life to let her go first, her heart instantly melted. The hand that was applying medicine for Lisa Xuan also became very gentle. It was as if a breeze had brushed past his skin, itchy. Haha, it doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. It's just a small injury. Wife, you don't have to be so careful. Your gentleness is making me itchy. Lisa Xuan wasn't stupid. Naturally, he felt the self-blame of the beauty behind him. He quickly smiled and comforted her. In fact, the breakthrough just now had almost healed most of the injuries in his body. There were a few deep wounds that didn't bleed. It was just that they hadn't healed yet. With his current physique, even if he didn't apply medicine, he would recover on his own in a few days. But how could Han Yushi sit by and do nothing? Once she returned to the room, she quickly helped Lisa Xuan take off his clothes. Lisa Xuan almost mistakenly thought that his wife had changed her temperament and became more proactive. How is this a small injury? Husband, why don't you cherish yourself so much? Han Yushi said with red eyes. Hee, it's really nothing. If you don't believe me, husband will prove it to you later. Lisa Xuan joked. Husband, why are you still thinking about that at a time like this? Lie down. Han Yushi said angrily. Oh, only then did Han Yushi focus on applying medicine to Lisa Xuan. After a while, she let out a sigh of relief, then took a white cloth and carefully bandaged the wound. That's enough, husband. Take a seat first. This concubine will get some water for you to soak your feet. Han Yushi put away the remaining ointment and white cloth and walked out without any explanation. Sigh. Wife, there's no need. Lisa Xuan was just about to say that there was no need when Han Yushi had already gone out. He was only slightly injured, but he was taken care of like a patient who could not get out of bed. This wife of his was really too considerate. Not long after, Han Yushi walked in with a basin of hot water. Lisa Xuan looked at the steam rising from the wooden tub and was speechless. Who would soak their feet in hot water on such a hot day? As if she could see Lisa Xuan's thoughts, Han Yushi put down the wooden tub and smiled. Husband, this foot-soaking water has added shuanghua, rhubarb, yuan bai, honghua, yulong charcoal, dahurian, frankincense, myrrh, white flower snake tongue grass, snakebed seed, and dozens of other herbs. In a while, it will be supplemented with massage. Not only can it clear the meridians, but it can also strengthen the muscles and bones. It's very effective for recovering injuries. Lisa Xuan suddenly realized that it was soaking feet in traditional Chinese medicine. He did not expect that the Tang dynasty was so particular about it. He asked, Wife, where did you learn all this from? My mother. When I was young, my father often got injured when he went hunting in the mountains. My mother picked herbs herself and has been using this prescription to soak my father's feet. It's really useful. Husband, you have to believe me. Han Yushi said without looking up as she helped Lisa Xuan take off his foot clothes, which were almost equivalent to the socks worn by modern people. Father-in-law and mother-in-law are really loving. Lisa Xuan sighed in his heart. He did not know what good deeds this father-in-law of his had accumulated in his previous life to marry such a virtuous wife. He really picked up a treasure. But then again, didn't he also pick up a treasure? His wife was not only beautiful, but also knew how to cook and take care of the family. She also knew how to take care of people with a gentle and considerate personality. Lisa Xuan was satisfied with such a wife. He was not a greedy person from the beginning to the end. Seeing that Han Yushi really squatted down and massaged the soles of his feet, Lisa Xuan could not help but squint his eyes. First, it was comfortable. Second, he had a bird's-eye view from his position and could see some scenery that ordinary people could not see. Husband and wife could not only do that kind of thing. Usually, this kind of casual joking and amusement could also be a kind of adjustment for the relationship between husband and wife. Father and mother have never been angry. Their relationship is really good. Han Yushi lowered her head and said softly. Li Zixuan faintly replied with an mm. The room fell into silence for a moment, and the atmosphere was very warm. Husband, the next time you encounter danger, can you not leave me alone? You once said that husband and wife are one, but when disaster befalls us, this concubine couldn't endure it with you. During those 4 hours of waiting for you to return, this concubine felt worse than death. Han Yushi lowered her head and hesitated for a while before saying weakly, she really made one's heart ache for her. Li Zixuan secretly cursed. He bent down, cupped Han Yushi's cheek, and pressed his forehead against hers. Silly girl, if I can't protect you, then what kind of man am I? You and I, husband and wife, are indeed one. We share blessings and hardships, but I am your husband. I have the responsibility to protect you. Even if there comes a day when we must die, I will never let you die in front of me. Husband, 10 feet is 10 feet, and a person is 8 feet long. If you encounter such a situation in the future, you still have to run first. Only when you are safe can I concentrate on fighting the enemy. You and father and mother are my only weakness. Han Yushi stared at the man in front of her in a daze, but her tears couldn't stop flowing. Husband, no need to say, I understand. Wife, listen to me. Also, I promise you that I will never encounter such a dangerous situation in the future. Li Zixuan touched his wife's chin and said with a smile, mm. Han Yushi smiled through her tears and wiped her tears with her sleeve. Then she asked, Husband, who was that black-clothed man in the day? Why do you want to kill us? Li Zixuan tilted his head and thought of the black-clothed man's words. Jianghu matters, end in Jianghu. A life for a life. He thought of something and said, I don't know where that old thief came from, but why does his tone sound like vengeance? I'm not too sure either. Vengeance. Husband has always been kind to others. Why would you provoke an enemy? Think about it tomorrow. Wife, you must be tired after squatting for so long. Sit down and let your husband massage your feet. No. How can a husband wash his wife's feet? How embarrassing would it be if word got out? What's there to be embarrassed about? Is my doting on my wife a hindrance to others? Wife, come over quickly. Chapter 432. It was night, southeast of Chang and city, Dunhua Square. In a wealthy house, one could vaguely see a room lit by candlelight. Granduncle, the Snake King, failed the assassination and disappeared without a trace. I heard that he was almost captured by Qin Xiong. A man in white rushed up to the old man lying on the couch and said respectfully. The white-haired old man had a sleepy look on his face. At this moment, his eyes were slightly closed, and his chest was rising and falling rhythmically, as if he was asleep. After a long while, he finally opened his mouth and said, Isn't he a very powerful Grandmaster expert? Why can't he even deal with a child? Back then, he boasted that he could end Li Zixuan's life with an arrow. The young man cupped his hands and said, Granduncle, the Snake King's martial arts cultivation is much higher than Li Zixuan's. According to common sense, the Snake King can finish him in an instant, but no buts. The white-haired old man waved his hand weakly and said, This old man doesn't understand these things about martial arts, and I don't want to understand. Trash is trash. Xianji, don't interact with this kind of Jianghu in the future, or you will be dragged down sooner or later. Granduncle is right. Xianji will remember it. The young man nodded and replied, Well, tell your father to stop for a while. How can this old man not know what he is thinking? He is really short-sighted. The white-haired old man narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully, Granduncle, Xianji will definitely bring your words. The young man said in surprise, Well, are you still worried that the imperial court will find out about our scheme against Li Zixuan this time? The white-haired old man picked up a cup of tea beside the couch and took a sip. Seeing the young man frown, he asked, No, that's not it. We didn't ask someone to assassinate this time. The Snake King came to us himself. We just inadvertently revealed a piece of information to him. Now, even if the imperial court really comes to us, it has nothing to do with us. The young man shook his head. Then Xianji, what are you worried about? The Snake King failed the assassination this time and was almost crippled. I am worried that he will hate us because of this. The young man frowned and said uncertainly, Oof, how dare he? You're just a nobody from the Jianghu. Yet you want to be a mayfly trying to shake a tree? The white-haired old man opened his eyes wide and snorted. Then he thought for a moment and said, This old man didn't have much hope in this assassination. It was more or less a test. It would be better if they could kill him, but if they couldn't, it would only mean that they couldn't deal with Li Zixuan by force. Therefore, they could try to use the civil way in the future. We can't stand out like a bird in the eye of the storm, but we can't let that brat destroy our foundation. The young man said in a daze, Granduncle, where did this come from? Huh, that's your business. Xianji, you've been witty and smart since you were a child. You're much better than your father. I think highly of you. Think about it carefully. Once I think of a good idea, I'll tell Granduncle. The future of the clan depends on you youngsters. The white-haired old man chuckled. This old fellow was quite a hands-off shopkeeper. The young man wiped his sweat and hurriedly said, Thank you, Granduncle. Xianji will seriously think of a way. Okay, go ahead. The white-haired old man waved his hand and said, Yes, Granduncle, rest early too. Xianji will take his leave. The young man cupped his hands and left. The white-haired old man on the couch was silent for a while. Then he sighed and said, It's time to talk to those old fellows. These people are short-sighted. If I don't give them some pointers, I don't know when they'll understand. Moreover, this matter isn't just about our family. The next morning, Li Zixuan was woken up early in the morning because someone from the palace came to ask him to attend the morning court. It should be related to the assassination yesterday, right? Great. I'll go take a look and see what Li Er can say. I'm considered a member of the imperial court, right? Old Li is also responsible for being assassinated near Chang and city. Li Zixuan's heart was extremely daring as he fantasized. Under the care of Xiao He and Xiao Shi, Li Zixuan washed up and put on his court attire. Then he ate a few mouthfuls of food and sat in the carriage to go to the palace. Dugu Xian had also taken away the arrows from the carriage yesterday. According to him, bows and arrows were considered restricted weapons among the commoners, especially the strong bow that the black-clothed assassin had used yesterday. It was likely that it had come from some armory. It was not the first time Li Zixuan attended the morning court. He was familiar with it. After entering the palace and arriving at the square in front of Taiji Palace, Li Zixuan realized that almost all the officials were present. He was considered late. He did not expect that after being a good student and obedient for a lifetime in his previous life, he would become a little lazy and bad after coming to the Tang dynasty. After chatting with Chang Yaojin, Qin Xiong, and a few other military veterans, a chamberlain came out and shouted, Officials, please enter the palace for the morning court. The clamorous civil and military officials immediately quieted down. They lowered their heads and strode into Taiji Palace with the imperial edicts in their arms. Li Zixuan's current position was a little awkward. Everyone knew that he had resigned from his position in the Imperial College. Now, he only had the title of Prince of Lantian County. Looking at all the civil and military officials in the imperial court, he was the only one who came to the morning court with only a title and no actual position. Previously, Li Er had promised to give him the title of Crown Prince, Jean Sure, but it was not time yet. Looking at the days, it seems that today is the Imperial College's day off. In that case, Li Er might be here to promote him in front of the court officials. Li Zixuan was slightly stunned. Then, he thought of something and walked to his original position, which was one row behind Kong Yingda. Since the new Imperial College official had not taken office yet, no one would say anything if he stood there. Reality proved that no one would say anything. After a round of greetings, the morning court session began. The first half of the session had nothing to do with Li Zixuan. It was all about the big shots arguing with each other or reporting about work. They talked about how the summer flood season was coming, and they had to strengthen the river defenses. They talked about how some official had acted improperly or neglected his duties, etc. In any case, Li Zixuan didn't care about this matter and just stood there with his eyes closed, quietly waiting for Li Er to call him. After some time, Qin Xiong bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I have something to report. Please speak, Minister Qin." "Your Majesty, yesterday, Prince of Lantian County was assassinated by a black-clothed expert in the eastern suburbs of Chang'an. In broad daylight, right under the emperor's nose, such a shocking thing happened. Where is the dignity of the imperial court? This old subject beseeches your Majesty to conduct a thorough investigation and bring these audacious people to justice. Otherwise, the officials will only be in a state of panic and lose interest in the imperial court." Li Zishuan was energized. Qin Xiong was going to stand up for him. Chapter 433. Qin Xiong's words caused an uproar in the court. Some knew about yesterday's assassination, but most of the court officials did not know. After all, Li Zishuan and his group only returned to the city at night. Assassination was indeed a big taboo in the officialdom. There were not many officials who were not afraid of death. It was fine to use normal political means to exclude political opponents, but it was not okay to use assassination. This would cause public anger. "Your Majesty, Duke Yi's words are correct. Assassinating a county official in broad daylight is truly shocking. This kind of villain must be severely punished. Moreover, we must interrogate him to see if there is anyone behind him who ordered him to do so. If there is, they must be severely punished." Fang Xinling stepped out and said seriously, "I second the motion. Punish the villain and find out who is behind this." Zhang Sun Wuji also stepped forward and cupped his hands. This was a matter of principle. As the head of the civil officials, he had to stand up and express his attitude. Since Fang Xinling and Zhang Sun Wuji had said so, what else did the other officials have to hesitate? One by one, they began to accuse the assassin and the mastermind behind the scenes. What was originally a peaceful morning court had suddenly turned into a denouncing assembly of civil and military officials. "Where is Magistrate Hua?" When the officials were almost done, Lier looked down and asked in a deep voice, "I am here. I am guilty." Inhua Wenjia, who had met Li Zishuan once before, came out and bowed to ask for forgiveness, sweating profusely. The officials of Chang and County and Wanyan County in Chang and City, as well as Lantian, Xinfeng, and more than 10 other counties outside the city, were all under the jurisdiction of the magistrate. With such a major public security incident, he, as the magistrate, naturally had an important responsibility. Speaking of which, it could be said that Li Zishuan was his nemesis. Previously, Li Zishuan had brought Li Chengxian out to play, because Chao Rui had eyes but failed to see and actually wanted to make a move on the crown prince. The Eastern Palace Guard had dragged him over. Li Chengxian had personally criticized Wanyan County's governance issues. At that time, he had been scared to death. He did not expect that in just a few months, Li Zishuan not only had a title, a rank 3 magistrate, did not have a title. It was really infuriating, but he also caused an even bigger incident. Hua Wenjie secretly said bitter. Although this matter could not be blamed on Li Zishuan, he still felt bitter in his heart. "Of course you are guilty for such a villain to appear in the capital. However, I will give you a chance to atone for your crimes. You must catch the assassin within 10 days. Even if you can't catch him, you must at least find out where he came from." Li Er's hawk-like sharp gaze pierced Hua Wenjie's sweaty face as he ordered in a deep voice, "This old subject accepts the decree and thanks you for your grace." Hua Wenjie had a bitter expression on his face. Li Er's mission was extremely difficult. He had heard a little about yesterday's assassination attempt. Even Gudu Xian was unable to deal with a martial arts expert. Asking him to investigate and capture the culprit was truly an impossible task. "We will have Gudu Xian lead a group of Imperial Army soldiers to assist you in your investigation. No matter how powerful that assassin's martial arts are, he cannot be allowed to get away scot-free." Li understood Hua Wenjie's difficulty and added, "Many thanks, Your Majesty." Hua Wenjie clasped his hands in thanks and then withdrew. Li thought for a moment and said, "There is another matter today. There is one more matter today. Li Zishuan has submitted his resignation from his post at the Imperial College. However, ever since we ascended the throne, we have always prioritized talents. Talented and virtuous people must be put to good use. Lisa Schwann's paper machine, unique culture, and the Great Tang Dictionary must be known by all of you. These things are extremely beneficial to the education of the people of our Great Tang. It is very likely that in a few decades, scholars will blossom all over our Great Tang. The great cause of education that even the Qin Emperor was unable to achieve during the Hanwu era may be realized through the combined efforts of all of you. Thus, we appoint Li Zixuan as Crown Prince Zhan Shi, and also confer upon him the titles of Jinziguang Lu Daifu and Zhao Chaplain. What do all of you think? Silence. The moment Li finished speaking, the hall fell into a strange silence. The officials were stunned for a moment and then looked at each other, not knowing what Li was up to. Li Zixuan was also somewhat confused. What did Oli mean by this? Was he trying to stir up trouble? What the hell was Zhao Chaplain? Your Majesty, this subject has an objection. How could the old flame Wei Zheng let go of such a good opportunity? He flicked his sleeves and angrily cupped his hands. What objection does Minister Wei have? Li raised his eyebrows and asked unhappily. Wei Zheng was not afraid of Li. He nonchalantly cupped his hands and said, Li Xianan has indeed contributed to the education of our Tang dynasty, especially the Tang Dynasty Dictionary. This book really has a profound meaning. Your Majesty conferred upon him the title of Crown Prince Zhan Shi. Although it is a little out of line, it is understandable. If Li Xianan can guide the Crown Prince to be diligent in his studies, it will also be a blessing for our Tang dynasty. But Jinziguang Lu Daifu is too much. A Jinziguang Lu Daifu who is not even 15 years old. Not only does it not exist in our dynasty, it has never appeared in all of the dynasties. Li Xianan is indeed talented, but this subject believes that it is not advisable to rush the seedlings to help them grow. In addition, Li Xianan has not made any contributions in the military. Why would your Majesty confer upon him the title of Zhao Chaplain? Although this is only a rank 6 military officer, it is unreasonable to confer upon someone who has nothing to do with it. I implore your Majesty to reconsider. Although Wei Zheng's argument was not intense, it was reasonable. Even Li Zixuan himself felt that this old fellow's words were reasonable, not to mention the other ministers. Minister Wei's words are reasonable. This old subject also implore your Majesty to reconsider. Fang Xianling stepped forward and cupped his hands in agreement. This subject agrees, your Majesty to reconsider. Zhang Sun Wuji also stepped forward and cupped his hands in agreement. Bullshit. Old Wei Zheng, what nonsense are you talking about? When the other ministers also wanted to step forward to agree, Cheng Yaojin stepped forward and pointed at Wei Zheng and scolded. Just because Xiao Xian is young, you say that he is not worthy of this Jinziguang Lu Daifu? What a joke. Since when did the imperial court choose officials based on age? Why don't I old Cheng know about this? His Majesty just said that it is based on ability. You have read more books than me, old Cheng. Do you understand that it is based on ability? Do you know what it means to be based on ability? Cheng Yaojin was aggressive, and his spittle was all over Wei Zheng's face. The worst thing was that this old fellow ate garlic in the morning, and Wei Zheng almost fainted from the smell. Cheng Jijia, don't go too far. What this old man said is reasonable and reasonable. It is based on the facts, not the person. Don't try to twist words and force logic in this hall. Wei Zheng wiped his face and took a few steps back in anger. Li Zixuan saw this scene from behind and suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of humor. Do you understand that it is based on ability? Do you know what it means to be based on ability? Why did he feel that Cheng Yaojin's accent was a bit like a northeastern man's? Chapter 434. I'm twisting words and forcing logic? Cheng Yaojin chuckled and took 2 steps forward. If you say I'm twisting words and forcing logic, why don't you tell me how I'm twisting words and forcing logic? Let's not talk about Dr. Jinzi Guanglu for now. I'll talk to you about the Zhao Chaplain. Didn't you just say that Xiaoxian hasn't made any contributions and isn't worthy of the Zhao Chaplain position? So what if I did? Did I say something wrong? Wei Zheng covered his mouth and nose, took 2 steps back, and confronted Cheng Yaojin. Let's not talk about military contributions. Let's talk about martial arts. Xiaoxian just broke through yesterday and became the youngest martial arts grandmaster in our Tang Empire. I know you don't know what a martial arts grandmaster is, so let me put it this way. There are only 15 martial arts grandmasters in our Tang Empire's military, and these 15 people are all veterans who have led their own armies into battle. Xiaoxian broke through to the martial arts grandmaster realm at the age of 20. Do you know what this means to our Tang Empire? It means that even if we old generals are too old to ride horses or pick up swords and spears, our Tang Empire's younger generation will still have people who can lead the army into battle and protect our country. Heroes don't care about their age. We generals have always spoken with strength. Among the generals of the older generation, there are only a handful who can defeat Xiaoxian in martial arts, let alone a mere Zhaowu commandant. If Xiaoxian is willing to join the army, when this old Chung goes north to fight the Turks, I will definitely give him a vanguard position. Chung Yaojin had wanted to get Li Zishuan into the military for a long time. Now that Li Er had given him such a good opportunity, how could he not cherish it? At this moment, this old fellow seemed to be possessed by a deity. Although his tone was a little aggressive, his words were reasonable and did not pester endlessly. After he finished speaking, everyone in the general's camp looked at Li Zishuan. Some were shocked, some were stunned, and some were envious. No one would have thought that there would be such a young martial arts grandmaster in the world. Other people might not be able to reach the martial arts grandmaster realm even after decades of hard work. But this young man who is not even 15 years old. How ironic. Good. Zhijia's words are great. Your Majesty, this old subject believes that Li Zishuan's character and martial prowess are impeccable. He is completely worthy of the title of Zhaowu Commandant. Many of the Tang Empire's generals are aging like this old subject. If the Tang Empire wants to continue to prosper, it must begin to cultivate a batch of outstanding youths. Only then can we avoid a shortage of talents in the army. This time, Qin Xiong didn't persuade Chung Yaojin not to be unreasonable. Instead, he stood up and supported Chung Yaojin's point of view. This old subject also agrees. Such a young talent must have a place in the ranks of our great Tang's generals. Yuqi Jingde was moved by Qin Xiong's words and also stood up to agree. This old subject also agrees. Niu Jinao walked out and cupped his fists. This old subject also agrees. The Li County man is proficient in both the pen and the sword. He should set an example for the younger generation of our great Tang. The Minister of War, Li Jing, who had been unknown in the imperial court for a long time, actually took the initiative to speak up today. Moreover, it was to support a young man. This really shocked many people. As an important figure in the Tang Empire's military, Li Jing's statement was very meaningful. This meant that the Tang Empire's military group, led by Li Jing, was willing to accept a talent like Li Zishuan. The other generals with lower EQ also came to a realization. Today, Li Er didn't just want to give Li Zishuan the title of an official. He also wanted to test whether the military was willing to accept Li Zishuan as a newcomer. Li Er's seemingly absurd reward had a deep meaning behind it. Thus, a large group of generals instantly knelt down in front of Li Er and said loudly, "This subject agrees." Li Er sat at the top and nodded in relief. His action today was a last-minute idea last night. In accordance with the principle of making the best use of people, naturally he, as the emperor, would make use of as much ability as Li Zishuan had. Thinking back, when Li Er first learned that Li Zishuan was the disciple of immortal Lingxiu, he had thought of putting Li Zishuan in the military to gain experience. However, the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. Li Zishuan's profound knowledge was no less than his martial arts accumulation. Li Er first put him in the Imperial College to teach and educate people. He really didn't expect that he had made many achievements in the academic field. Yesterday, when he heard that Li Zishuan had broken through to the Grandmaster level at the young age of 20, Li Er couldn't help but think of his original intention. In addition, what Qin Xiong said was indeed reasonable. The Tang Empire's military was indeed in a state where there was a shortage of young people. Looking at the next generation of all the generals, there were only a few who had made a name for themselves. The rest were mostly ignorant and incompetent people who wandered around the brothels. There was no one who could compare to Lisa Schwann. Most importantly, Lisa Schwann had always had a good relationship with the military. It was relatively easy to integrate him into the military. Thus, the most bizarre combination of contradictions in the history of the Tang Empire came into being. He had both a civil and a military title. Moreover, he had a noble title that couldn't be distinguished between the civil and military titles. It was really bizarre. At this moment, the line between civil and military was becoming more and more blurred on Lisa Schwann. Lier also wanted to give Lisa Schwann a military title of a higher grade. However, as Wei Zheng had said, Lisa Schwann had not made any military achievements. It was already good enough to give him a military title. Fortunately, he didn't give him a high grade because it was only a grade 6 military title. Wei Zheng was arguing. If the grade was higher, wouldn't Wei Zheng dare to tear down the Taiji Palace? Since that's the case, it's decided. Lisa Schwann, we and the officials have high hopes for you. In the future, you must be cautious and conscientious and be a good example for the younger generation of the Tang Empire. You must not be as lazy as before. Do you understand? Lier made the final decision and said in a deep voice. However, when the officials heard these words, they all felt that it was strange. Why did it sound like an elder lecturing a junior? Could it be that the emperor had something to do with this child? Some of the old men who liked to gossip couldn't help but look at Lisa Schwann and Lier's faces. The fire of gossip in their hearts burned fiercely. Your Majesty, I haven't agreed. I accept the decree and thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your guidance. Lisa Schwann was dumbfounded. F*CK. This group of people discussed and discussed, but they didn't ask for his opinion. What the hell was this? He actually did not accept this military title. As the saying goes, it's easy to get in, but hard to get out. Although the grade of the Zhaowu chaplain was low, the significance it represented was not low at all. Once he accepted it, he would be labeled as a general in the future. When the time came to fight, people would definitely think of him. Lier's move was really sinister. Lisa Schwann felt that he had been tricked. Just as he was about to say that he didn't agree, Lier's sharp gaze swept over him. Lisa Schwann immediately changed his words because he saw a strong sense of danger in that gaze. Damn it, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. I'll take it first. Chapter 435. Lisa Schwann's unwillingness to accept a military post wasn't because he was cowardly or unwilling to go to the battlefield to protect the country. When the Great Tang needed him, he would naturally be duty-bound to go to the battlefield. However, the Great Tang had so many awesome generals that they didn't need him at all. He just wanted to live a peaceful and sweet life with his wife. Cough, cough. In the end, he was just lazy. The curved plow and compass that Lisa Schwann created previously promoted farming and made it very convenient for Li Shaogong to lead the fleet out to sea. I originally wanted to transfer him to the Ministry of Works to create more tools that would benefit the country and the people. However, Lisa Schwann told me that he wanted to establish an academy named Yanwang. He wanted to pass on his knowledge of inventing new tools to more people. I think this is a good move. What do you think? With the cooperation of the military generals, Lisa Schwann was successfully promoted to an official post. Then, Lier continued to take a mile after taking an inch and revealed that Lisa Schwann wanted to establish Yanwang College. He brought this matter to the imperial court so that Yanwang College would face less resistance in the future. The officials were speechless. They didn't know what Lier was up to this time. Why was he talking about establishing an academy out of the blue? In this era, people didn't have a high and mighty impression of academies. It was more like they were short and poor. Thus, many officials wanted to support it, but didn't know why. Even if they wanted to oppose it, they didn't know why either. But then again, in today's imperial court, Lisa Schwann's matters really came one after another. This brat was about to become the main character of the imperial court. Your Majesty, I'm afraid the National Treasury doesn't have any money left to establish an academy for Li Zhanshi. At this moment, an elegant white-haired elder in purple stepped forward and cupped his hands. It was the current Minister of Civil Affairs, Xiao Yu. Yes, that's right. At this time, the Ministry of Revenue wasn't called the Ministry of Revenue. It was called the Ministry of Civil Affairs. In the beginning of the Sui dynasty, it was called Duji. In the third year of founding emperor, it was changed to Min Division, and the dynasty followed suit. In the 23rd year of Jingguan, which was actually the first year of Yonghui, it was changed to the Ministry of Revenue. In the first year of Ming Qing, it was changed to Duji. In the second year of Long Shuo, it was changed to Si Yuan Taichongbo. In the first year of Xianheng, it was reverted to the Ministry of Revenue. In the first year of Guangzhai, it was changed to Di Guanshangshu. In the first year of Shunlong, it was reinstated. Xiao Yu's wife was Empress Duga's niece. Li Yuan was Empress Duga's nephew. Li Yuan and Xiao Yu's wife were cousins. Back when the two of them were officials in the Sui dynasty, they had a very good relationship. Therefore, not only did this guy do well in the Sui dynasty, he was also the Minister of Civil Affairs and the Prime Minister. He also did well in the Tang dynasty. He was once again the Prime Minister and the Minister of Civil Affairs. Xiao Yu was the only Prime Minister of the previous dynasty who was still active in the center of power until Jingguan's death. However, there were also 6 ups and downs. That is, 6 times he had to pay his respects to the Prime Minister, 6 times he was removed from his position as Prime Minister, and even his title of nobility was stripped and he was exiled from the capital. However, the Prime Ministers of the Tang dynasty weren't very valuable. At least, they weren't as powerful as the later generations. That was because the Tang dynasty implemented a group of Prime Ministers system. During Gaozu's time, there were 16 Prime Ministers. During Taizong's time, there were 29 Prime Ministers. During Gaozong's time, there were 47 Prime Ministers. During Wuzhou's time, there were as many as 78 Prime Ministers. Therefore, the power of a Prime Minister at this time wasn't as great as people thought. However, although that was the case, it was still very impressive to be able to become a Prime Minister. After all, he was an extremely powerful official. Minister Xiao, you're overthinking. All the expenses for the construction of Yanhuang College will be borne by Li Zishuan. The imperial court doesn't need to pay a single cent more. Li Er chuckled. In his heart, he thought that it was fortunate that Li Zishuan was rich. Otherwise, it would have taken a lot of effort. When Xiao Yu heard that, he was slightly stunned. Then, he looked at Li Zishuan suspiciously. He wondered if there was something wrong with this unlucky kid's brain. Why would he want to spend money to build an academy? Then, I have no objections. Xiao Yu clasped his hands and replied. As the Minister of Civil Affairs, he only needed to manage the purse of the Great Tang. Whether Li Zishuan opened an academy or not had nothing to do with him. He just felt that it wasn't worth it for this child to spend his own money instead of living a good life. In any case, Xiao Yu, who had lived through 3 dynasties, couldn't understand such a decision. Then, does anyone else have any objections? Li Er asked the others. Most of the others had the same thoughts as Xiao Yu. They simply didn't care about Li Zishuan's Yanhuang College. Since it didn't concern them, they didn't care. Thus, no one stood up to object. Seeing that no one objected, Li Er chuckled and made a big move. Good. Since no one objects, then I shall appoint Li Zishuan as the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, and I shall be the honorary president of Yanhuang College. As the ancestors of the Han people, everyone in the Central Plains can be called the descendants of Yan and Huang. In the future, no matter rich or poor, as long as you are a descendant of Yan and Huang, you will be able to enroll in Yanhuang College. Although Yanhuang College doesn't need a single copper coin from the National Treasury, the 6 ministries of the Imperial Court must provide convenience to the Yanhuang College within their means during the construction process. They must not obstruct it on purpose. I need Yanhuang College to nurture a batch of talents that can make the Great Tang even stronger. Have you all heard me clearly? Buzz. As soon as Li Er finished speaking, Wei Zheng, Fang Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji, Xiao Yu, and the other important officials of the imperial court were all dumbfounded. They didn't expect Li Er to trick them. He was really too shameless. According to what Li Er said just now, Yanhuang College wasn't a lowly private college at all. It would become a genuine government-run college. Oh no, it should be a royal college. If they had known that Li Zixuan would play like this, they definitely wouldn't have agreed to let Li Zixuan establish Yanhuan College so easily. But now, Li Er obviously wanted to act shamelessly, so it wasn't easy for them to change their minds. Kong Ingda's legs trembled. This was the first time he heard that Li Er wanted to be the president of Yanhuan College. This made him feel a sense of crisis. He walked forward and cupped his hands. Your Majesty's action seems inappropriate. In this way, where will the Imperial College be placed? The other officials also focused their attention. What Kong Ingda said was indeed a very serious problem. Since Li Er attached so much importance to Yanhuan College as the holy land of Confucianism, what should the Imperial College do? The problem now involved the battle of orthodoxy. As the Orthodox school, Confucianism had been deeply rooted in the people's hearts. It could be said that all the civil officials in the hall benefited from Confucianism. They wouldn't allow Li Er to abandon Confucianism and seek refuge with other schools of thought. Of course, Li Er knew the seriousness of this problem. He said seriously, Official Kong, you worry too much. The Imperial College has been sending a large number of talents to the Imperial Court all these years. Its position is unshakable. Confucianism is still the orthodox school of thought of the Great Tang, and the purpose of Yanhuan College is only to nurture a group of talents who are good at construction. The two don't conflict. Chapter 436. Inside the Taiji Palace. Li Er purposely explained that the purpose of Yanhuan College was to provide talents for the Ministry of Works. Those defenders of Confucianism who were ready to jump out and attack, Li Er finally gave up, and the establishment of Yanhuan College was officially approved. Li Zixuan took a deep breath and secretly gave old Li 32 likes in his heart. If he had been the one to say it, he definitely wouldn't have been able to say it so perfectly. Li Er had helped him solve a big problem. That's right. Not only was Li Zixuan unwilling to have a conflict with Confucianism, but Li Zixuan was also unwilling. Engineering hadn't even sprouted yet. How could it go head-to-head with Confucianism, which had been developing for thousands of years? Any new thing needed to be low-key and wretched in the beginning. After the establishment of Yanhuan College, the long morning court session finally ended. The civil and military officials all left the main hall and returned to their homes. Li Zixuan saw a familiar figure in front of him and hurriedly chased after him. Minister Yan. Minister Yan. He was chasing after Yan Lide. When Yan Lide heard someone calling him, he stopped in his tracks and turned around with a smile. Li Zhanshi, congratulations on your promotion. Now that Li Zixuan had been promoted to Crown Prince Zhanshi, in terms of rank, he was on par with him, the Minister of Works. This made Yan Lide's heart feel very complicated. Don't make fun of me. Brother Shouting and I are good brothers. You could just call me Little Xian. Li Zixuan choked. This Li Zhanshi, didn't sound nice. Previously, when others called him Li Sai, it didn't sound nice either. At this time, he wanted to complain about the problem of how people of the Tang dynasty addressed him. In this era, there was a lot of attention to how officials were addressed. In some brainless novels, it was often written that when the protagonist met an official, he would directly call him Lord Zhang, Lord Wang, or Lord Li, regardless of what official he was. In fact, this was not respecting historical facts. Darren was a form of address. In the Tang dynasty, it was only used to address one's parents. Under certain circumstances, it could be used to address one's direct relatives. One could never use Darren Zhang, Darren Wang, or Darren Li to address various officials. Therefore, when you meet an official, don't simply call him Lord unless you want to acknowledge him as your godfather. In the Tang dynasty, officials were usually addressed with surname plus rank, such as Minister Zhao, Minister Qian, or surname plus Gong. For example, when you met Fang Xianling, you could say Good Minister Fang, and when you met Wei Zheng, you could say Lord Wei. Therefore, when one really transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, if one intended to greet every official as Lord, this kind of lazy method would not work. The one who was addressed as Lord would caress your head and smile without saying anything. If your real Lord were to hear it, he would probably be so angry that he would beat you with a stick. Fortunately, Li Zixuan had transmigrated and merged with the memories of his previous life. Otherwise, he would have been screwed over by some brainless novels from his previous life. Hee, nephew Xian, why did you stop me? Yin Lide stroked his beard and smiled. He thought to himself that this kid did not get carried away. He still valued Li Zixuan as a descendant, so naturally, he did not want him to turn bad. Yes, I have something to ask Minister Yin for help. Why don't we talk as we walk? Okay, then let's go to your carriage. I heard that your carriage is the most comfortable to sit in, haha, Yin Lide said half-jokingly. Hee, I couldn't ask for more. Minister Yin, please. Say it. What is it? Look at how serious you are. Sitting on the don't touch my number one sofa, Yin Lide sipped his wine and looked at the passers-by outside the window. It's not a big deal. Uncle Yin, you also heard in the imperial court that this kid's Yanhuan College is about to start construction. This kid has poured a lot of effort into this college, so naturally, we have to strive for perfection in the construction. That's why I wanted to invite you over to check it out. After all, in terms of construction skills, if Uncle Yin is second, no one in Great Tang would dare to say that they are first. Li Zixuan continued to climb up the pole, trying to curry favor with him and flattering him one after another. You brat, don't flatter me. Yin Lide scolded in a joking manner, then stroked his beard and pondered. His Majesty previously said that the 6 ministries of the imperial court should do their best to cooperate with the construction of Yanhuan College. Nephew Xian, this old man should agree to your request, but as the Minister of Works, I don't usually have much time. How about this? I'll ask Xiaoning to bring a group of specialized craftsmen to help you later. Anyway, the two of you are already familiar with each other, so it'll be convenient for you to communicate. Although Xiaoning doesn't specialize in construction, he's still quite familiar with it. If this old man has time, I'll personally go and take a look. If there's any problem, you can come and find me at any time. Li Zixuan said happily. Yes. Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Yin. Yin Lide pointed at Li Zixuan and laughed. You brat. It would be great if Xiaoning could learn from you how stuffy he is. Not only are you married, but you've also been promoted. When will that child Xiaoning be as worry-free as you? Li Zixuan rubbed his nose. Was Yin Lide saying that he was too unrestrained and unrestrained, so he got himself a wife? However, it wasn't good for Yin Xiaoning to only know how to study mechanical mechanisms all day long. Compared to him, Yin Xiaoning was more like an otaku. Xiaoning will definitely find his own happiness. Sigh. Actually, this nephew of mine isn't worry-free now. Yesterday, my parents were almost scared out of their wits. Li Zixuan said in a muffled voice. That was just an accident, but you have to be more careful in the future. As long as that assassin isn't caught, you can't let her guard down. Yin Lide said solemnly. Yes, this nephew of yours understands. Oh, have you finished drawing the blueprint of Yanhuan College? Let this old man see if there's any difficulty in building it. Yin Lide thought for a while and suddenly said, I've been a little busy recently, so I haven't finished it yet. But this nephew of yours will definitely finish it in 2 days. In 2 days? How much did you draw before? 10%. Probably less than 5%. Li Zixuan thought for a while and said, Oh, then your Yanhuan College is really small. How many buildings could an ordinary person draw in 2 days? Therefore, Yin Lide naturally thought that Yanhuan College was small. However, he didn't know that when it came to drawing blueprints, Li Zixuan had never been an ordinary person. The breakthrough yesterday made him, who is already not an ordinary person, even more extraordinary. He was even a little IMBA. 2 days later, this nephew of yours will invite Uncle Yin over to take a look. You'll naturally know then. Li Zixuan chuckled. He didn't explain any further and invited her. Okay, this old man will bring Xiaoning over to take a look in 2 days. Chapter 437. Li Zixuan sent Yin Lide to Eternal Peace Square beside West City in a carriage after finally reaching a strategic cooperation agreement with Yin Lide, the most awesome architect in Great Tang. He then leisurely returned home. The one driving the carriage today was Ah Fu. San Bao was still recuperating. Lisa Xuan entered the manor and wanted to visit San Bao. Even though his injuries were already healed yesterday, he still had to visit her. This was a matter of attitude. Who knew that at this moment, Lana would rush over and say, "Brother, brother, you're back. Quickly go and take a look at Iron Egg. His body is so hot, and he looks like he's in pain. Mother and sister-in-law are worried sick." Lisa Xuan was stunned and thought to himself, what's wrong with Iron Egg? Could it be that the release of true Qi when he broke through yesterday still left Iron Egg with an internal injury? Thinking of this, he carried Lan, and rushed to Minghua Pavilion with cloud-piercing steps. Ah Fu, who was at the side, only saw a blur in front of her eyes, and her young master disappeared. Iron Egg, what's wrong with you? Don't scare sister." Minghua Pavilion. Iron Egg sat cross-legged on a huge rock beside the pond. His entire body was red, and his eyes were closed. He clenched his teeth and looked like he was in great pain. His entire body looked like it was burning. Madame Li was anxious and helpless at the side. She had already asked her maid to find a doctor. Han Yushi was beside Iron Egg and anxiously wiped his sweat with a cold towel while calling out to him. But Bruiser couldn't speak at all. He felt that if he spoke, he would faint from the pain. He felt as if his blood was boiling and something was running around inside his body. This caused his meridians to feel waves of pain. If he didn't concentrate on dealing with this pain, he might lose consciousness. Bruiser was a bit confused. He didn't have the strength to deal with this pain. "Wife, move aside. Let me take a look." Lisa Xuan flew to the side of the huge rock and felt a weak, true Qi vibration. He immediately pulled Han Yushi away and sat behind Iron Egg. "Husband, you're back. That's great. Look at Iron Egg. He became like this after his morning exercise." Han Yushi said excitedly, as if she had seen her savior. "Wife, don't be anxious. Let me take a look first." Lisa Xuan held the Iron Eggs back with one hand. A wisp of Taoist genuine Qi, as thin as a needle tip, entered the Iron Egg's meridians and began to flow slowly. You actually have true Qi?" Lisa Xuan raised his eyebrows and exclaimed, "Husband, how is it?" "Yeah, little Xian, what happened?" "This child has been in pain for a long time." Han Yushi and Mrs. Li hurriedly went forward and asked. Lisa Xuan withdrew his true Qi, stood up and said, "Mother Yushi, Iron Egg is fine. He's just about to break through. Hee. This kid's hard training for the past few months wasn't in vain." "Breakthrough? Wasn't he sick? Look at Iron Egg's expression. He seems to be in pain," Mrs. Li said in disbelief. Han Yushi also looked at him anxiously. Lisa Xuan smiled and said, "Mother, people who practice martial arts break through realms like this. Iron Egg's current pain is something that many people can't even ask for. You and Yushi can go about your business first. Let me take care of this. If there are too many people, it will affect Iron Egg's breakthrough. Don't worry, Iron Egg will definitely be fine." Although Mrs. Li didn't understand the common sense of martial arts practitioners, she still understood the general meaning. She pulled Han Yushi and said, "Yushi, let's go out first. Little Xian is here. Lan, let's go. You also go out with Mother." "And Mother," Han Yushi replied. Then she glanced at Lisa Xuan and Iron Egg. Lisa Xuan gave her a reassuring hand gesture. Only then did she feel relieved. Lana blinked and asked, "Brother, after Iron Egg breaks through, will he become as powerful as Brother? When the time comes, will he be able to fly up the tree with Lan?" When Lisa Xuan heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He rubbed the little girl's braids and said, "You can ask him later. For now, let's go out and play." "Oh." Calm down and try to control the 3 tadpole-like true Qi in your body. When you can really control them, you will be able to draw true Qi into your body. From the moment Lisa Xuan came here, Iron Egg had already felt it. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. The battle he witnessed yesterday gave him a deeper understanding of Lisa Xuan's strength. He believed that with Lisa Xuan here, he would definitely be fine. At this moment, Lisa Xuan's voice seemed to have a trace of magic. Iron Egg felt that he didn't hear this voice with his ears, but with his heart. This made him unable to help but slowly try out the method that Lisa Schwann had just taught him. After a full 45 minutes, Iron Egg felt that the three tadpole-like true chi that were originally restless in his body suddenly became obedient. And in his body, it was as if something had been opened up. Then, the previous torturous pain in his body all disappeared, replaced by incomparable comfort. Huff. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Iron Egg felt that all the pores in his body seemed to be crazily breathing fresh air. Every part of his body was full of vitality, and his body seemed to have become lighter. He couldn't help but let out a sound of comfort. After a while, he remembered that Lisa Schwann was beside him, so he hurriedly greeted him. Huh, it's good that you're fine. By the way, how did you suddenly break through? Lisa Schwann asked curiously. Logically speaking, Iron Egg's speed of drawing true chi into his body was definitely not fast. There were many people in the world who were faster than him. Lisa Schwann was just very interested in the reason why this child suddenly broke through. Iron Egg thought for a moment and said, Master, when I was lying in bed last night, I couldn't help but recall the battle between Master and the black-clothed assassin in the evening. Even when I was asleep, I couldn't help but recall it in my dreams. This morning, I did my morning exercises according to Master's plan, as usual. I didn't expect that when I was running, I suddenly felt my blood boiling halfway. My body also started to hurt. Oh, I see. Iron Egg, you can give it a try. Let's see if a warrior who can draw true chi into his body is much stronger than before. Lisa Schwann patted the back of Iron Egg's head and said with a smile, Yes, Master. Iron Egg responded excitedly, then ran to an open area, ready to show off his martial arts skills. All children love to play. Bruiser didn't have much time to play because he had been urged by Lisa Schwann for a long time. Now that he had officially stepped into the ranks of martial artists, how could he not use his martial arts to play and make a fuss? How could that be justified? Chapter 438. Master, my strength is more than 3 times greater than before, and my speed is also faster. Now, I can finish my morning run in less than an hour. Li Mansion, Minghua Pavilion. Iron Egg ran to Lisa Schwann and said excitedly. He had just played a few moves in the yard to test his strength and speed. He immediately discovered that his physique had undergone an earth-shattering change. In the past, his strength was at most a little stronger than children of the same age. But now, in terms of strength, he did not lose to an ordinary strongman. Oh, is that so? Then, Iron Egg, you will double the amount of training every morning from now on. Lisa Schwann sat on the stone bench and said casually. Iron Egg suddenly wanted to slap himself in the face. How dare he get carried away and talk nonsense? But since Lisa Schwann had said so, he could only accept it. Yes, Master. Oh, you brat. Master is doing it for your own good. With your current physique, you can definitely withstand this amount of training. Lisa Schwann glanced at Tai Dan indifferently before continuing. Also, since you've already drawn chi into your body, you have to understand that from now on, you're no longer an ordinary person. You're a martial artist. Heroes use martial arts to break the rules. In the future, you must not rely on your martial arts to bully the weak. Of course, if someone bullies us, we will bully them back twice as much. Do you understand? Iron Egg said seriously. Master, rest assured, Iron Egg understands. Lisa Schwann nodded and said earnestly, That's right. Well, good. After drawing the chi into your body, you can't slack off. You have to cultivate diligently. When the amount of true chi in your body increases, you could try to use this true chi to temper your body. In addition, you can't put all your energy into martial arts. Master's engineering is about to be fully developed in Yanhuang College, so Iron Egg, you still have a lot to learn. Master hopes that you can learn both civil and martial arts. Yes, Master. Iron Egg will do his best to learn. Only by suffering the hardest of hardships can one rise to the top. Iron Egg, you will suffer a little now, but 10 years later, you will definitely not regret your efforts today. All right, let's go over there. I'll teach you a set of fist techniques and a set of sword techniques. If you practice more in the future, you'll benefit a lot. Li Zixuan planned to teach Tai Chi and Tai Chi sword to Iron Egg, because with his disciple's current strength, he could only practice one of the 9 Tai Chien swords, which was not very powerful. It was better to teach him Tai Chi, which could be used to defend himself in a critical moment. Besides, now that Iron Egg had true Chi in his body, he should be able to practice Tai Chi more easily. Thank you, Master. Hearing this, Bruiser cheered excitedly. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. For the past few months, he had only been bitterly cultivating his internal strength in order to draw Chi into his body. He hadn't learned the slightest bit of martial arts moves from Li Zixuan. Now that he could finally learn some moves, how could he not be excited? Husband, your Tai Chi seems to be a combination of hardness and softness. Can I practice it? It was almost noon by the time he taught the complete version of Yang's Tai Chi and Tai Chi sword techniques to Iron Egg. Today happened to be a good day for his promotion, so the lunch was very rich and lively. After lunch, the couple returned to the west courtyard for a break. Han Yushi suddenly asked. Li Zixuan was surprised and said, "Why do you ask? Do you want to be a martial arts master like me?" No. Han Yushi looked a little embarrassed and said, "I just want to learn some self-defense skills. If I encounter any accidents in the future, I won't be a burden to you, master." Oh, Li Zixuan nodded. It was difficult for Han Yushi to become a master since she had just started practicing martial arts at her age. After all, her body had already been fixed, and there was no martial arts that could help her get started easily. However, Tai Chi should be quite suitable for people who had no martial arts foundation to practice. If my wife wants to practice, of course you can. At the very least, Tai Chi can strengthen your body and prevent you from getting sick and suffering less in the future. Well, how about this? Starting tomorrow morning, I'll get up early every day to practice Tai Chi with my wife and Xiao He and the others. Li Zixuan's eyes lit up and he blurted out. He suddenly thought of his wife's weak body. It would be very dangerous for her to give birth in the future. Because the medical conditions in this era were too poor, if anything happened during the birth, it would all depend on fate. He was not an obstetrician in his previous life. Of course, there was no good way to deal with this kind of situation. The only thing he could do was to give Han Yushi some martial arts foundation in advance. When her body was better, it would be much less dangerous for her to give birth. If it were not for the fact that he did not have any Nigong mental cultivation methods suitable for women, he would have taken Han Yushi to practice Nigong. Yes. I don't have anything to do in the morning. But can you get up early, every day? Han Yushi nodded happily. Suddenly, she looked at Li Zixuan suspiciously and asked, "Hey, wife, you're looking down on me. As long as you don't make your husband too tired at night, your husband will definitely be able to get up early in the morning." Hee. Li Zixuan said naughtily with a cheeky smile. Husband, how can you be so shameless?" In the afternoon, Li Zixuan was in the study. He spread out the rice paper and prepared to draw the architectural design of Yanwan College with peace of mind. After all, the construction of Yanwan College was really tight on time and the task was heavy. In the past, he might have been a little lazy, but today, Li Er took this matter to the imperial court and announced it in public. He had to pay more attention to it. As soon as he started to draw, he heard someone report that Qin Xiong and Sheng Yaojin were here. Li Zixuan hurried to the front hall. "Xiao Xian, do you have any idea about the assassin yesterday?" After they came to the front hall, Qin Xiong went straight to the point and asked, "Not yet. Uncle Qin, do you have any clues?" Qin Xiong shook his head and said, "I didn't even have time to fight with the assassin yesterday. How would I know where he came from? But Xiao Xian, you fought with him for so long. Based on his martial arts, can't you find some clues?" Li Zixuan said that Qin Xiong's thinking and ideas were very good, but he was just a newbie in the martial arts world. He said gloomily, "Uncle Qin, although I've learned martial arts for so many years, the number of times I've fought with others can be counted on one hand. I really can't tell the other people's martial arts apart from them." Sheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong looked at each other speechlessly. They didn't expect that there would be such a weird martial arts master in the world. Qin Xiong was silent for a while, then said, "Xiao Xian, it seems that you don't have enough combat experience. If you have time in the future, you could go to the army to gain experience. Also, there is no lack of martial arts experts among the generals of the Tang Empire. You can also go and ask for advice. Lack of combat experience is very disadvantageous. Chapter 439. In the main hall of the Li residence, Qin Xiong's words made Li Zixuan fall into deep thought. Compared to the two veterans in front of him who had experienced hundreds of battles, he was indeed a fledgling brat. Although he was now a martial arts grandmaster, his actual combat experience was really too lacking. Yesterday, he was able to entangle with the black-clothed assassin for so long purely by luck. But how could there be so much luck in life? Uncle Qin is right. When the time comes, I'll have to trouble you to introduce this nephew to them. Li Zixuan cupped his hands and said, You don't need to go through so much trouble. If you want to find someone to fight with, just come to me. Cheng Yaojin patted his stomach and laughed. Qin Xiong was speechless. Cheng Yaojin didn't act like an elder at all. After the three of them laughed for a while, Qin Xiong returned to the topic. Xiaoxian, I've heard of the move that the assassin used when he escaped yesterday. Li Zixuan paused for a moment and said, Uncle Qin, are you talking about the blood rain of seventh cultivator of virtue? Yes. Qin Xiong stood up and said with his hands behind his back, It is said that there is a rare poisonous snake in Miaojiang called the snake of seventh cultivator of virtue. It has 7 heads and is extremely poisonous. As long as one of its heads bites, it will immediately kill. The assassin's last move, the blood rain of seventh cultivator of virtue, was probably practiced with the blood of this poisonous snake. Moreover, the snake of seventh cultivator of virtue's movement speed is also extremely fast. The assassin's technique is strange, like a snake demon. Combining these 2 points, I guess that his origin is likely to be an evil Jianghu cultivator related to the snake of seventh cultivator of virtue. Li Zixuan's expression gradually became dignified. He pondered for a moment and said worriedly, That is to say, the assassin is from Yaojiang? Li Zixuan, who had read countless modern web novels, had a deep fear of Miaojiang. No matter how good one's kung fu was, there was no way to deal with the strange, invisible poison. Not necessarily. Qin Xiong shook his head and said, I only said that the snake blood he used to practice came from Yaojiang, but I didn't say that he was also from Yaojiang. As far as this old man knows, the people of Miaojiang usually don't come out into the world. They rarely come in contact with the outside world. Although a poisonous creature like the 7 cultivator of virtue snake is rare, it doesn't mean that there aren't any native hunters in the Miaojiang who sell it to the outside world. Li Zixuan felt that it was reasonable. He nodded and asked, Uncle Qin, do you know of any sects in Jianghu that use the poisonous blood of the 7 cultivators snake to cultivate? Qin Xiong had obviously thought about this question a long time ago. He shook his head and said, I'm not sure. Although this old man is skilled in martial arts, I have never traveled in Jianghu. As far as this old man knows, those famous sects would definitely not have people who practice such vicious martial arts. I think this assassin should be from an unknown remote sect, or perhaps he doesn't belong to any sect at all. Back then, Qin Xiong's father, Qin Yi, had passed away a few days after Qin Xiong was born. Most of Qin Xiong's techniques were self-taught according to the Qin family's techniques. Later, he joined Yang Lin, the king of mountains of the Sui dynasty, and became Yang Lin's godson. Yang Lin had personally taught him martial arts many times. So on the road of martial arts, Qin Xiong could be considered to have had the guidance of a famous teacher. However, his martial arts skills were all used on the battlefield, so he didn't know much about the sects in Jianghu. What are the famous sects in Jianghu today? Li Zixuan was really curious about this. In his memory, spiritual master Ling Su had not taught him about this common knowledge of the martial arts world. You brat, you don't even know this, and you call yourself the disciple of an immortal. Cheng Yaojin sneered and immediately began to despise Li Zixuan for being ignorant and inexperienced. Then he explained, currently, the 3 most prosperous sects in Jianghu are the Celestial Master sect of Longhu Mountain, the Shaolin Temple of Mount Song, and the Taibai Sword sect of Qinchuan. The first 2 are equally matched in strength, and no one can say that they are stronger than the other. The other sects are led by these three sections. You brat, you could be considered lucky back then to be able to enter the Celestial Master sect to cultivate and even become the personal disciple of spiritual master Ling Su. All the martial artists in the world can't help but be envious. He, Li Zixuan, awkwardly scratched his head. Then he suddenly remembered the twin of the Tang dynasty that he had read in his previous life and asked tentatively, "Then, has Uncle Chung heard of C.I. Hang Jingzhai?" If there really was a C.I. Hang Jingzhai, then he really wanted to see the legendary fairy Shi Feishuan. Of course, he didn't have any thoughts about her, but purely admired her. After all, Shi Feishuan should be almost 30 years old by now, right? C.I. Hang Jingzhai? What's that? I've never heard of it. Chung Yaojin picked his nose without caring about his image and shook his head. Then, have Uncle Chung heard of the Jingnian Zen sect, the Ind Sunflower sect, the Flowery sect, the Devil Image sect, the Butian Pavilion, and the Flying Horse Ranch? No. Then, have Uncle Chung heard of the Wudong sect, the Immerse sect, the Chuanjin sect, the Qingqing sect, and the Huashan sect? No. Little Xian, where did you hear about these sects? Chung Yaojin's expression became more and more strange. The names of these martial arts sects that Li Zixuan mentioned sounded very real and didn't seem to be fabricated at all. But why hadn't he heard of any of them? Could it be that he was too ignorant and inexperienced? Chung Yaojin began to doubt his life at this moment. Ugh, it's nothing. I just saw it in an unknown novel. It's all nonsense. Cough, cough. Nonsense. A trace of embarrassment also appeared on Li Zixuan's face. The current martial arts world seemed to be a little different from what he had imagined. Why did it feel so withered? Yes, it was withered. In fact, the Tang dynasty could be considered as the origin of martial arts, but it was only the origin. The Shaolin Temple was the most prominent example. According to historical records, the Shaolin Temple was built in the Northern Wei dynasty and flourished in the Tang dynasty. However, the prosperity of martial arts began in the Song and Ming dynasties. Most of the famous sects that could be checked in the history were also established in the Song dynasty. For example, the Wudong sect, a famous sect in the martial arts world, was established in the Song dynasty and flourished in the Ming dynasty. The largest sect in the martial arts world, the Beggars sect, was established in the Tang dynasty and flourished in the Song dynasty. The first sect in the Xinmen sect was established in the Song dynasty and flourished in the Song dynasty. As for other sects like the Immerse sect, Kongtong sect, Kunlun sect, and Baji sect, they flourished even later. This was also one of the reasons why the historical background of modern martial arts novels was mostly concentrated in the Song and Ming dynasties. After all, if one didn't write about these sects when writing martial arts novels, wouldn't it be overshadowed? Of course, the decline of the martial arts world in the Tang dynasty was also related to the background of this era. After the Tang dynasty was founded, there was too much centralization of power, which was not conducive to the development of the martial arts world. The imperial court of the Song dynasty did not care much, and the political environment in the Middle and Late Ming dynasty was still relatively relaxed. This provided a very good soil for the flourishing of the martial arts sections. The end of the Song dynasty, the beginning of the Ming dynasty, the Temu fortress, and the chaos at the end of the Ming dynasty also gave the modern martial arts novelists a lot of good opportunities to make a big deal out of it. Looking at the dynasties before the Song dynasty, there were still relatively few martial arts sects of a large scale. Chapter 440. All right, this old man is here to tell you about this clue. Xiao Xian, you have to be prepared. Leaving such a powerful master in the dark is not a long-term solution. This old man will ask someone to follow this clue. But Xiao Xian, you have to be careful too. I know that you have been busy building your Yanhuang College recently, so this old man won't stay here any longer. If there's anything I can help with, feel free to tell this old man. Qin Xiong, who was confused by Li Zixuan's nonsense, looked at the time and stood up. Yes, thank you for coming to tell me. Li Zixuan stood up and bowed solemnly to the two old men. The news that Qin Xiong brought today was too important. At least it gave him a direction to investigate. It was much better than him looking around aimlessly. Huh, no worries. Xiao Xian, you have to find time to teach the complete version of Tai Chi to this old man when you're done with your work. To be honest, after practicing the simplified version for 2 days, I feel much more energetic. This fist technique is amazing. Qin Xiong laughed and waved his hand. Sheng Yaojin's eyes lit up when he heard this. He shouted, Tai Chi? What Tai Chi? Xiao Xian, did you teach second brother Qin some kind of divine skill? I want to practice it too. Li Zixuan was about to answer when Qin Xiong laughed and said, Jijia, if you want to practice it, follow me to my residence later. I'll teach you, but with your personality, I'm afraid you won't be able to practice it then. Huh. This was the truth. With Cheng Chumo's carefree appearance, if he could really practice Tai Chi patiently, Li Zixuan would find it incredible. Just thinking about it was a beautiful scene. Second brother Qin, you're looking down on me. If you want to try it now. Sheng Yaojin laughed and pulled Qin Xiong away. Li Zixuan sent the two old generals to the gate and was about to return to the western courtyard when he saw a group of people rushing towards him. Li Zixuan recognized the leader. It was Chamberlain Liu, who had come to his house to pass on the imperial edict. The 4 people beside him should also be the eunuchs from the palace. But why did Pang Feiji bring his subordinates along? Could it be that Brother Chicken also entered the palace as a eunuch? This shouldn't be the case. A big question mark appeared in Li Zixuan's mind. Congratulations, Li Xianan. In less than a month, you've been promoted again. That's something worth celebrating. The smile on Lu Wenchang's face was like a blooming chrysanthemum. He walked up to Li Zixuan and cupped his hands. Today, the young man in front of him was no longer the inexperienced brat from before. Instead, he had faintly become a giant in the imperial court, and no one dared to ignore him. Thank you for your auspicious words, Chamberlain Liu. Please come in, please come in. Li Zixuan guessed that the imperial edict to confer the title of Crown Prince Zhan Shi had officially arrived. He hurriedly greeted them with a smile. Everyone entered the courtyard. Of course, Li Zixuan wasn't the only one who came out to receive such a grand ceremony. Li Jingma, Madame Li, Han Yushi, and the others had already put on their auspicious clothes and came out to receive the imperial edict. The incense table was set up. Li Jingma, Li Zixuan, and the others stood at the side with their hands cupped. Chamberlain Liu stood facing the south with his back facing the north. He coughed lightly and said, The Emperor of the Tang Empire has decreed that a good son named Li Zixuan has created the paper machine, established a strange culture, stabilized the price of books, and promoted education. Perhaps it was because Li Zixuan's conferment had already been discussed in the imperial court for an entire morning, and there wasn't much to debate. Therefore, today's imperial edict was very concise and to the point. The meaning was also very easy to understand. At the very least, Li Zixuan himself could understand it. The first half of the imperial edict was nothing more than repeating what Li Zixuan had said in the morning court, including some of his main achievements, and urging the construction of Yanhuan College. These were all within Li Zixuan's expectations. However, as he listened, he felt that something wasn't right. Li Zixuan seemed to particularly like to do extra surprises recently. In view of the great responsibility Li Zixuan has, I order the right Marquis, Wei, Sigi Pang Feiji, and the 48 Marquis under Li Zixuan's command temporarily. They will immediately take up the post and be deployed by him. They will also protect him thoroughly. The Li residents will be responsible for the use of this team of Marquis in the future. The Marquis guards around the strange pavilion and the strange culture will be deployed by the right Marquis Wei residents. Imperial Decree. Not only was Li Zixuan shocked, but Li Jingma was also in a state of confusion after hearing the imperial edict. What did Li Zixuan mean by this? Not only did he promote Li Zixuan, he also sent a team of guards over. This was basically equivalent to a personal guard. What kind of treatment was this? After being stunned for a while, they came back to their senses when Chamberlain Liu coughed dryly. Li Zixuan hurriedly received the imperial edict with both hands. He couldn't help but ask in a small voice, Chamberlain Liu, what does His Majesty mean by this? Chamberlain Liu glanced around and said in a small voice, As a servant, how would I know what His Majesty is thinking? However, before we came, His Majesty told you to speed up the construction of Yanhuang College and to pay attention to your own safety. Regarding yesterday's assassination, I hope Lord Zhu can be alerted. The mastermind behind yesterday's assassination is very likely to make another move. I see. I will engrave His Majesty's warning in my heart. Chamberlain Liu, please tell me. Afu. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and thanked him. Then, he called for Afu to bring the tray over. Since he was in this circle, he still had to abide by these unspoken rules. Lord Li is too courteous, too courteous. Then, I won't disturb you any further. I will return to the palace to report on the completion of the mission. Chamberlain Liu was carried by everyone. Li Zishuan was in a high position, yet he still gave him face. Chamberlain Liu was tactful and quickly took his leave. Take care, Chamberlain Liu. After the Chamberlain Liu left, there was a burst of cheers in the Li residence. Compared to Li Zishuan's promotion to the directorate, this promotion was obviously more important. Whether it was his official position or his function, Crown Prince Zhanshe had completely surpassed the directorate's directorate. This was equivalent to being transferred from Peking University's principal to the State Council's office. This position already allowed him to come into contact with the core of power. Li Jingma and his wife held the imperial edict and flipped it over in their hands. From time to time, they would whisper and laugh. Their joy was evident in their words. Li Zishuan started chatting with Brother Chicken. Lord Zhu, I didn't expect that Old Pang, will be transferred to your side. This is great. Today, Li Zishuan was promoted. But to Brother Chicken, this was also considered promotion. This fellow was equivalent to going from factory security head to boss's personal bodyguard. Feiji, don't you think that your status as Marquis Wu Sigu is being wronged by me? Li Zishuan asked with a smile. Chapter 441. Li Er's intention was easy to understand. He wanted to ensure that Li Zishuan would not be assassinated during this period of time. In today's court session, he had personally supported Yanhuang College and even played a little trick. At this time, if Li Zishuan, the leader of the college, met with any mishap, he, as the emperor, would not only lose face. That was why he allowed this small group of Wu marquises to act as Li Zishuan's personal guards. Li Er had absolute control over the Tang Empire's army. No one would have any objections to his arrangement, but they would privately complain that Li Zishuan was lucky. As an insignificant county boy, he was able to obtain the personal protection of the emperor's army. This kind of treatment might not be unheard of in the future, but it was absolutely unprecedented. Lord Zhu, your words are too much for me. When Pang Feiji heard Li Zishuan's half-joking words, he scratched his head and laughed. I, Old Pang, am only a martial artist. It is my great honor to be able to follow you, Lord Zhu. There is no need to talk about grievances. Not only me, but the 48 brothers who came with me were all overjoyed when they heard that they could come here. Actually, Pang Feiji knew better than anyone else about Li Zishuan's huge potential. This rising star of the imperial court had risen so quickly that everyone was dumbfounded. Li Zishuan's future was even more limitless, and he himself was just an inconspicuous chief of staff. Perhaps in the eyes of some ruffians, the position of the right Marquis Wei was very impressive. But he knew his own situation. In the right Marquis Wei mansion, where all the big shots gathered, the position of chief of staff was only a small official. It was not that he did not want to work hard and rise to a higher position, but in terms of martial arts, he had just reached the middle stage of the body, refining stage. Moreover, he did not have a master to guide him. He had learned all his skills during the chaos of the Sui dynasty. If he wanted to improve now, it was harder than ascending to the heavens. In terms of connections, he came from a humble background. He was not from a wealthy family, nor was he a nobleman. His ability to flatter his superiors could not be compared to others, so there was no backdoor for him. Therefore, he could only spend his days in the right martial marquis estate. Now that he was able to follow Li Zishuan as the captain of his personal guards, he was very satisfied to be able to follow a Wu Dao grandmaster with a bright future and a high position, not to mention the generous treatment that the League group gave to its employees. Even if he didn't want this position, there would be countless people fighting for it. Huh, since you're willing, I'll leave the safety of my residence to you. Lisa Schwan chuckled. But His Majesty ordered me to protect you, Lord Ju, Pang Feiji said in shock. He was smart, so he could tell that something was wrong from Lisa Schwan's words. Now that I have reached the Master Realm, if there is any danger, I can deal with it. Even if you come, you can't help much. Instead, my family needs protection. Therefore, Feiji, you and your brother's main mission in the future is to protect my family's safety. Most of the martial marquises in front of him were only at the body refining realm. Among them, there were a dozen or so who had not reached the body refining realm. If they really met a master like the black-clothed assassin yesterday, these martial marquises were not useless, but their use was limited. It would be safer to use them to protect his family. All right, then I'll arrange for 38 martial marquises to patrol the vicinity of the Li residence. The remaining 10 martial marquises will follow me to protect Lord Ju. Pang Feiji felt that Li Zishuan's words made sense, so he nodded in agreement. From today onwards, all of you will be working under this Duke. This Duke has always treated people with generosity. This Duke has never been stingy with rewards for those who work hard. However, this Duke will definitely chase away those who idle around. I hope that, Feiji, you can lead this team of people in the future and do your job well. This is not only for me, but also for the future of all of you. Although Pang Feiji had been working at the workshop in Chitu culture for a period of time, that was then and this was now. Now that they had become his personal guards, he naturally had to have a higher standard. He still had to teach them what needed to be taught. You're right, Lord Ju. My brothers, and I know the importance of this. You can rest assured. Pang Feiji's face was solemn as he cupped his fists respectfully. After a lot of trouble, Li Zishuan finally had some free time. He could peacefully draw the blueprint of the academy. In the study room, Li Zishuan sat in front of the desk by the window. One person, one brush, one stack of paper. There was no Xiao He or Xiao Shi around to help him grind the ink. It was not because he had forgotten about the maidservants now that he had a wife. It was because he was now using a self-made pencil instead of a brush. Also, he needed to be quiet when he was drawing. In this state of seclusion, drawing was the most efficient. Since entering the Guru realm yesterday, Li Zishuan's mental strength had also skyrocketed. It was at least 7 or 8 times more than before. Relying on this, he could now construct the three-dimensional model of the building in his mind more easily. Compared to before, his speed was on a completely different level. Swish, swish, swish. If someone was in the study at this moment, they would definitely be shocked to see this scene. They would see Li Zishuan's right hand moving rapidly above the blueprint. Ordinary people could only see a blurry shadow. Then, in a flash, the white paper was covered with black lines. They were horizontal and vertical, neat and tidy, as if it was the most perfect piece of art in the world. His drawing speed could only be compared to some modern laser printers. After all, with the growth of his realm, his ability to control the various parts of his body also increased. Time passed slowly. In front of Li Zishuan, the stack of white paper was quickly decreasing. On the contrary, the drawings full of lines were stacked higher and higher. Li Zishuan copied the three-dimensional models of some famous and magnificent buildings in the universities of the future onto the white paper in front of him one by one. He wanted to build a modern top university that was completely different from the current architectural style. The first was the Guanghua building of Fudan University. It was 142 meters high, 30 floors, and had the shape of 2 towers. It was the tallest building in the university in the country. It was taken from the great biography of Yu Xia, which said, "The sun and the moon are shining brilliantly." The whole building looked as if it was born out of thin air, proud and upright, and full of vigor. Li Zishuan intended to make the Guanghua building into the main building that could accommodate all the students of the academy. Of course, he would not make it so big. On the one hand, his Yanhuang College did not have so many students. On the other hand, putting aside the current technical obstacles, even if he could really build a teaching building with 30 floors, without elevators, the students would be tired to death just climbing the stairs. Therefore, he just made a mini version of the Guanghua building. The two central towers were 10 floors high. The main building in the middle connecting the two towers was 6 floors high, and the two wings on the left and right were only 4 floors high. However, the area of the teaching building was still the same. Chapter 442. After the Guanghua building was completed, the tower would be the office area, and the middle of the tower would be the reading and exhibition area. The east and west wings would be the reception, meeting, and teaching areas, each with their own entrance and exit. The various parts were connected as one, but they were also independent. Apart from meeting the needs of the office, teaching, meeting, and reception areas, the design of the Guanghua building also considered the design of the communication and leisure spaces. First, Li Zexuan designed 2 shared spaces on the second to third floor of the central section. From the main entrance, one could enter the shared space by going up the stairs. The dignified and rigorous academic spirit was extended indoors, and the scale was vast and grand. Next, he designed an atrium in the middle of the 4th to 6th floor of the central building, with a semicircular glass dome at the top for lighting. The clouds and the sky reflected the desire to be in close contact with nature in the tall building. The eastern podium had an inner courtyard, and the western podium had a roof garden. Many people might think that with ancient construction techniques, it was impossible to build such a tall building, but in reality, it was not so. Do not underestimate the wisdom of the ancients. According to historical records, the earliest skyscraper in the history of our country was built by the Western Han Emperor Liu Che. In 115 BC, in the Jianzhong Palace in the capital city of Chang, and Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty built a deity platform that was more than 500 feet tall. On the platform, there was also a copper dupe bearing plate that was 10 feet tall and 17 feet in circumference. On the plate, there was an immortal holding a jade cup. In 109 BC, the Western Han Emperor Liu Che built the heavenly platform in the palace of Gongquan, which was said to be more than 100 feet tall. However, this was not the highest, or it could be said that the number was exaggerated. At the beginning of the 6th century AD, Wei Xiaoming Emperor built the Yongning Temple in the capital city of Luoyang. There was a 9-story pagoda that was 90 feet tall. The height of this pagoda was called 100 feet, which was an exaggeration. According to archaeologists, it should be 137 meters tall, but it was still twice as tall as the tallest wooden pagoda in the western part of the country, 67 meters. It was the greatest pagoda in our country's ancient times, and also the tallest building in our country, and probably the world. It was worthy of being called the first skyscraper. Therefore, one should never underestimate the ancients. Some of the ancient architectural arts were even breathtaking to the modern people. Besides, in order to enhance the stability of the building, Li Zexuan planned to use the next few days to study cement. If he could figure it out, there would be foolproof. If he couldn't figure it out, then he would think of other ways. He didn't believe that with Yen Lide and Yen Libin, 2 master architects, they couldn't build a 10-story building. The second object that Li Zexuan wanted to plagiarize was Sichuan University's administration building, the Red Building. It could be considered the most famous building among all the universities in modern China. He planned to transform the Red Building into a library for the future students of Yanhuang College to read. The Red Building was used as the administration building of Sichuan University. It had China's unique ancient-style architecture. The cornices were carved and elegant, and the red pillars and green bricks complemented each other. It was a fusion of foreign culture and local culture. The building used the Western classical composition of 3 sections to construct the middle of the building. A large number of China's traditional multi-eave roofs, ancient auspicious patterns, and China's traditional red pillars and other Chinese classical elements were used. The overall shape of the building was simple and dignified. The composition was disorderly and picturesque, and the solid appearance of the base formed a solemn and generous style. From the outside, it could be said that the style was very different from the popular Soviet-style buildings at that time. such as the Sichuan University Science Building that was built around the same time. Other than the fact that it looked like a palace from the front, it was similar to the new China-style buildings at Huaxi University. Looking down from above, the whole building looked like a large plane. Therefore, some people called it the plane building. Many people once said that the designer of the red building was the famous architect, Mr. Liang Xiqing. However, this saying was only found in the memories of Wang Rui, the general manager of a state-owned construction company in Chengdu at that time. There was no official written record. Later, it was confirmed that the designer of the red building was Mr. Gu Pingnan. However, from the imposing and magnificent overall architectural style and the exposed traditional China elements, it did have the flavor of a beam-style building. Next was Peking University's Beigong Building. Li Zixuan planned to use this building as the auditorium of Yanwang College. The modern Beigong Building was located on the east and west of the original Yanjing University's east-west axis. It was a magnificent palace-style building that was now the office of Peking University's party and government. The dazzling auditorium on the second floor could accommodate 600 people. The school held important meetings, and foreign dignitaries visiting Peking University to give speeches were all held here. There were teaching buildings, office buildings, libraries, and auditoriums. Compared to a complete university, only the laboratory building, dormitory building, cafeteria, bathhouse, and some other supporting facilities were missing. As for the laboratory building, with the current material conditions of Tang, there were not many experiments that could be done. Li Zixuan planned to build a building casually as a token of appreciation. He had drawn the blueprint for half a day and had a certain understanding of architecture. It was possible for him to design a building by himself. As for the dormitory building, cafeteria, and bathhouse, they were mainly used for sleeping, eating, and bathing. There was no need to build fancy buildings. In the universities in his previous life, there was no university that deliberately built the dormitory, cafeteria, and bathhouse to be eye-catching. Basically, they were all similar. Therefore, this also depended on his improvisation. In addition, he also designed some rather unique and small-scale buildings for future use. Of course, in order to catch up with the schedule, these buildings would definitely not be built immediately. The most important things at the moment were the teaching building, dormitory building, cafeteria, and bathhouse. After drawing the main building blueprints of Yanwang College, Li Zixuan began to draw the macroscopic layout of the entire college. How could he leave out the supporting facilities such as the sports field, the grove, the pond, the rockery, the garden, and so on? Under Li Zixuan's rapid drawing with the pencil in his hand, the blueprint of Yanwang College was officially formed. Looking at the half-foot-high stack of blueprints in front of him, Li Zixuan let out a long breath. No one would have thought that he would use less than an afternoon to draw such a big college. This speed was completely like a human printer. Creak. Husband, you've been tired for the whole afternoon. It's time for dinner. Dad and Mom are waiting in the front hall. At this moment, the door was pushed open and Han Yushi walked in. She looked at Li Zixuan with a pained expression. It's already night time. Let's go. Let's go for dinner. My wife, what delicious food did you cook tonight? Li Zixuan stood up and took one last look at the layout of the college. Then, he held Han Yushi's small hand and walked out of the door. However, he still felt that something was missing. Chapter 443. Come. The three of you do what I did. Step with your left foot, raise your arms, bend your knees, and press your palms. Wife, why aren't the three of you doing it? Why are you in a daze? The next morning, Li Zixuan really woke up early. He got out of bed when the sun rose. After washing up, he didn't even eat breakfast. He pulled his wife and his 2 personal maids to practice Tai Chi in the West Courtyard. However, ever since he broke through to the master stage, every move he made was filled with the charm of Tao. It was as if there was some kind of magic that attracted the attention of Han Yushi, Xiao He, and Xiao Shi. Unknowingly, the three of them stopped what they were doing and stood on the spot as they watched Li Zixuan practice Tai Chi. After practicing 2 moves, Li Zixuan sensed that something was wrong behind him. He turned around and immediately saw 3 dazed beauties. He couldn't help but be speechless. Ah, husband, we are observing your moves. Han Yushi woke up and quickly thought of an excuse to cover it up. Wouldn't it be embarrassing for her to admit that she was infatuated with her husband in front of so many people? Really? But it's just 2 moves. Do you need to observe for so long? Lisa Schwan asked suspiciously. Han Yushi's beautiful face, which was like a flower, had a faint blush. At the same time, she was secretly annoyed at her husband for wanting to get to the bottom of this. Hee. Young mistress was fascinated by young master's valiant posture when he was practicing Tai Chi. She wasn't observing. Xiao He, this girl, had always been quite bold. She giggled and spoke without thinking. Ah, little girl, you're looking for trouble. Han Yushi was embarrassed. She quickly pinched Xiao He's face to stop her from talking nonsense. Huh, it's true. Xiao Shi can also testify. Xiao Shi heard and blushed. She was also infatuated with Tai Chi. How could she have the face to testify? But luckily young mistress didn't find out. Otherwise, it would be terrible. Xiao Shi rejoiced as she thought. Although in a big family, the young master's personal maidservants were all Tongfang. Lisa Schwan had never mentioned this to them. They did not know what Lisa Schwan was thinking. Moreover, Han Yushi had just married into the Lisa Schwan, so the 2 of them did not know if this new young madam was a jealous person. Therefore, the 2 of them did not dare to be too close to Lisa Schwan like before. They would only go over when Lisa Schwan called them. Other times, they would not take the initiative to go over for no reason. Lisa Schwan, on the other hand, did not have such complicated thoughts. He looked at the 3 beautiful girls with great interest. It could be said that it was a feast for the eyes. If these 3 beauties in front of him were placed in the modern era, their looks would definitely kill most of the A-list celebrities. Han Yushi was especially outstanding. She was even more beautiful than some of the A-list beauties. Therefore, he was more or less secretly happy to be infatuated with these 3 beauties at the same time. It seemed that no matter if it was in ancient times or modern times, handsome people were always welcomed wherever they went. Life was really lonely like snow. Lisa Schwan shamelessly sighed in his heart. After breakfast, Lisa Schwan started to get busy again. After drawing the Academy's building blueprint yesterday, he felt that something was missing. At that time, he could not think of anything. Who knew that when he was making babies at night, he suddenly had an inspiration. He was still missing a sand table. The sand table that was often used in the modern district sales office. Some large companies or schools would often display the layout of their companies or schools in the exhibition hall. In other words, this was also an inspiration that he got from having sex. He was really a genius. The blueprint was, after all, a 2-dimensional thing. It was difficult for many people to imagine the future appearance of the Academy based on these blueprints alone. If there was a 3-dimensional sand table, it would be much easier. Moreover, after the Academy was built, the sand table could be moved to the exhibition hall of the Academy. It could directly display the layout of the Academy and also show off its reputation. Sand table models were divided into simple sand table models and permanent sand table models. Simple sand table models were temporarily made of sand and were usually used to simulate the terrain of a battlefield. Permanent sand table models were made of plywood, gypsum powder, paper pulp, and other materials. They could be stored for a long time. The luxurious sand table made by the modern district sales office that could display the shape and layout of all the buildings in the district was a permanent sand table. It was more complicated to make and had more diverse materials. Lisa Schwan found a pile of green sandalwood and then brought the wood, fine sand, and other tools to the west courtyard. Brother, are you going to make something fun again? The scene of Lisa Schwan making a scooter last time was still vivid in her mind. Therefore, when Lon Air saw this, she thought that her brother was going to make something fun for her again. She quickly ran over and asked. Having a little cutie at home always made one's mood inexplicably better. Hearing this, Lisa Schwan smiled and said happily, Hee, I'm going to make something, but it has nothing to do with you. This thing looks good, but it's not fun. Lon Air, go see if Iron Egg is done with his practice. If he's done, ask him to come over and help. The making of this sand table was not as simple as drawing a blueprint. It involved casting a mold, reversing the mold, and some engraving techniques. If Iron Egg could help, his disciple could also learn some new knowledge. Okay, but Lon Air will go and help in a while. Lon nodded her head and took to her heels. Lisa Schwan continued to instruct the servants to move the materials. After a while, Iron Egg came to the west courtyard, sweating profusely. Lisa Schwan could feel the heat from this kid, even from a distance. He couldn't help but smile and say, "Finished practicing?" Lisa Schwan remembered that he had doubled bruisers training yesterday. He hadn't expected his disciple to be so fast, and it seemed like he still had energy to spare. It seemed like his Chi Gather Realm martial artist quality was much higher than other martial artists of the same level. The Taishin Sutra was indeed awesome. "Okay, I just finished practicing." Master called Iron Egg over. "Do you need any help?" Iron Egg wiped his sweat and said hurriedly. Lisa Schwan had already asked the servants to tidy up the side hall and make a very spacious space. At this time, he pointed at the pile of materials in the room and said, "Here, we're going to use these things to build a house. Master will teach you how to do it later." Iron Egg nodded confusedly, but Lon Air shouted excitedly, "Wow, building a house? Brother. Lon Air also wants to help." Lisa Schwan was worried that this little girl would cause trouble later, but he couldn't say this out loud. Otherwise, Lon Air would definitely pester him. He could only say, "Okay, Lon Air, you come too." Chapter 444. After breakfast, Han Yushi went to Madame Li to learn business management and accounting. The two little maids also followed her, so there were only the three of them in the entire west courtyard. Lisa Schwan first determined the space ratio of the model. He roughly calculated and finally settled on a ratio of 1:100. This could not only save a lot of materials, but also make people look more comfortable. Most of the modern sand tables use a ratio of 1:70 to 1:100. Then Lisa Schwan made the sand table according to the layout plan and the sand table's ratio. The table he used was similar to the billiard table in his previous life, but the size of his billiard table was a little bit too big. "Iron Egg, do you know how to read blueprints?" After putting together the table, Lisa Schwan took out the stack of blueprints he drew yesterday and asked, "This I don't know, Master." Iron Egg glanced at the complicated lines on the blueprints, shook his head, and said awkwardly, Lisa Schwan never taught him these things. "Okay, then I'll teach you how to recognize the new blueprints first." As the disciple of Lisa Schwan, if you don't even know how to read blueprints, wouldn't it be too embarrassing? Lisa Schwan patted his head, called the two little guys to the side, and began to teach them engineering drawing lessons. About an hour later, Iron Egg and Lon finally learned how to read blueprints. As for drawing blueprints, they had to go down and slowly learn and practice. Lisa Schwan didn't have much time to waste anyway. "Okay, I'll chop the planks first. Iron Egg, take these blueprints and mark the dimensions according to the ratio of 100, 1 with a pencil. After a while, you can chop according to the marks." Lisa Schwan took 3 blueprints of simple buildings and handed them to Iron Egg. He didn't assign any tasks to Lon. It was good enough that this little girl didn't cause trouble for him. As for the tasks given to Iron Egg, it was mainly for consideration. Even if Iron Egg didn't help, he wouldn't spend much time on these tasks. "Okay, Master." Iron Egg also understood that Lisa Schwan was testing him. He quickly took the blueprints and looked at them carefully. Lisa Schwan smiled, then picked up the wind-chasing sword and became the most awesome carpenter of this era. Now that he was at a higher level, he could chop wood like cutting tofu. Moreover, the thickness of each plank was almost the same. In less than 15 minutes, one smooth wooden board after another was piled up in front of Bruiser. Bruiser had just snapped out of his daze from looking at the blueprint, and he was stunned when he saw this scene. What kind of martial arts? Could it be that his master still hasn't taught him how to chop wood? Iron Egg puzzled in his heart. What is this? My brother has even more powerful moves that he hasn't used yet. Little brother Iron Egg, watch carefully and learn well. In the future, you're going to inherit my brother's legacy. Lana saw Iron Egg's shocked face and knew what he was thinking. The little girl patted Iron Egg's shoulder and said with a little adult tone. Iron Egg's eyes lit up, and he nodded excitedly. Lisa Schwann's old face darkened, and he almost vomited blood. He didn't know where his sister learned these words. She was really fluent in them. Anyway, he felt that it was strange. Iron Egg, quickly mark according to the blueprints. Ignoring the little girl, Lisa Schwann directly said to Iron Egg, "Oh, okay, master." Iron Egg just remembered his task. He quickly took a few planks and began to mark according to the blueprints. Lon also squatted down and got close to Iron Egg. From time to time, she would express a few opinions on Iron Egg's work. Lisa Schwann quickly chopped all the remaining wood. Then he began to cut and assemble Yinhuang College's teaching building, Guanghua Building, the college's library, Red Building, and the college's auditorium, Bay Building. These three buildings were the largest and most complex buildings in Yinhuang College. Lisa Schwann certainly had to do it himself. Otherwise, if he let Iron Egg do it, who knows how long it would take. Unlike Iron Egg, Lisa Schwann didn't need to look at blueprints to make the building model. He closed his eyes, and the three-dimensional model of the three buildings suddenly appeared in his mind. With a thought, the three buildings suddenly shattered into many pieces. Those who were familiar with computer graphics should know a professional term called explosion view. The scene in Lisa Schwann's mind was similar to the explosion view. After a few breaths, Lisa Schwann opened his eyes and saw that he didn't need to refer to the blueprints or make any marks on the planks. He directly picked up the wind-chasing sword and began to carve on the planks. At this moment, the long wind-chasing sword in Lisa Schwann's hand seemed to have turned into a flexible and sharp carving knife. Sawdust flew on the small planks. After a moment, it turned into a wall with a window and a balcony. The patterns on the wall could be faintly seen. It was extremely delicate. Iron Egg was still working hard on the side. When he heard the movement, he looked over. Then there was no more. He finally understood what Lana meant when she said that Lisa Schwann had more powerful skills that he hadn't used yet. This is King awesome. Even the best carpenter in Chong and City can't be this awesome, right? Don't be envious. Practice makes perfect. Iron Egg, hurry up and work, Lisa Schwann said without raising his head. It was as if he had eyes on his forehead. Oh, Iron Egg responded in a muffled voice and continued to work. However, he really felt that he was too weak now. Nearly 2 hours later, Lisa Schwann finished all the components of the three buildings. He glanced at Iron Egg's progress and found that he was still working hard on cutting. Lisa Schwann didn't care about him and started the next step of the work, assembly. The simulation, sand table of the modern sales office, and the building models were all glued together with a special chemical adhesive. Lisa Schwann didn't have the ability to make that kind of adhesive in a short time, but it wasn't impossible. He had glutinous rice paste. Glutinous rice paste was the most commonly used adhesive in ancient times. It was also relatively sticky. Most importantly, it was easy to make. Don't doubt whether there was glutinous rice paste in the Tang dynasty. At the very least, it existed before the Qin dynasty. The assembly work was almost equivalent to a 3D jigsaw puzzle. For Lisa Schwann, who had an unusually strong mental strength, this thing could only be said to be so easy. In half an hour, the three buildings were officially completed. It looked really magnificent. Lana fell in love with it at first glance. Wow, brother, this little house is so beautiful. Can you give it to Lon? Lon, or can use it to raise crickets. Raise crickets. Lisa Schwann really wanted to knock Lon-er's little head. This girl really dared to think. He worked so hard to make the model for her to raise crickets. What a waste of God's gift. Lon-er, don't be naughty. This thing is very useful to me. Oh, Lon-er pouted and secretly thought that her brother was really stingy. Then she ran over to help Iron Egg. Chapter 445. Master and Disciple. Oh, there should be little Lon-er. The three of them fiddled around in the side hall of the west courtyard for the entire morning. Finally, all the buildings of the academy were built and assembled. Now, the only thing missing was the coloring of the buildings and the creation of the exterior scenery. Even so, These bare buildings without coloring already made Iron Egg and Lon gasp in amazement. They had never seen such a building with such a different style before. The two children surrounded the platform and stared at it for a long time. Their faces were full of amazement and laughter. The two of them could not believe that they had just built such a magnificent building. Brother, is your academy going to look like this in the future? Lon smiled and ran to the side. She pulled Lisa Schwann's arm and pointed at the sand table. Yes, the buildings of the academy are more or less like this, but after completion, it will only be more beautiful than this. Moreover, the academy will have rockery, lakeside, woods, grass, and sports fields. After the whole thing is completed, it will be 10 times better than this. Wow, brother. Lon also wants to go to the academy. Lon cute little eyes lit up like the stars in the sky. She pulled Lisa Schwann's arm and said excitedly. Iron Egg listened to Lisa Schwann's description of the future of the academy and could not help but be immersed in it. Previously, when Lisa Schwann wanted to build his own academy, he had to follow him to Yenhuang College because of his identity as a disciple. But now, he had begun to yearn for Yenhuang College from the bottom of his heart. Hey, Lon don't be like when you went to the Imperial College. 3 days fishing, 2 days drying the net. And in the end, you'll be drying the net every day. Lisa Schwann laughed unhappily. Lon won't do that this time. By the way, brother, what is that sports field? Lon put her 2 little arms on her waist and said proudly. Sports field. The sports field is a place specially for students to play games and exercise their bodies. Yenhuang College's students can't only know how to study. They must strike a balance between work and rest. As the saying goes, people who know how to play are better at studying. Wow, is that true? Lon really knows how to play. It seems that if I study seriously, my grades will definitely be better than Iron Eggs. Lon raised her small face and said with confidence that came out of nowhere. Iron Egg was speechless. Wasn't this an innocent bystander? After lunch, Lisa Schwann hugged his wife and slept soundly. Then, he started to work again. First, he painted the building model that he had made in the morning. Although the ancient paint was not as smooth and natural as the modern paint, it was still acceptable. As for the 2 little guys, Lisa Schwann didn't let them come over in the afternoon. He let Iron Egg come over in the morning, mainly to let Iron Egg learn how to read the drawings. In fact, they couldn't help much. In terms of work efficiency, Lisa Schwann was more efficient when he worked alone. Relying on the building model in his mind, he quickly painted several buildings with the corresponding paint, such as the patterns on the walls, the roof tiles, the windows, and so on. These were all parts that needed to be painted. After an hour, Lisa Schwann looked at the lifelike modern buildings in front of him and couldn't help but be in a trance. After traveling for so long, this was the first time he had seen such a modern building. Although the ancient era was not bad, he had lived in the modern era for more than 20 years after all. He couldn't help but miss it. Although he couldn't go back, what he was doing now was equivalent to bringing a modern thing back to the Tang Dynasty. It was more or less a kind of spiritual sustenance. The next step was to create the landscape and various supporting facilities. Lisa Schwann followed the layout of Yenhuang College. He used green suede paper as the grass and stuck it in the green area. He soaked a large sponge in green paint and let it dry. He cut the sponge into strips and stuck them in the small bush area as the green belt. For the water in the pond and lake, he used corrugated smooth cardboard and sprayed it with lake blue paint. He cut it into the shape of a river or a lake and placed it in the corresponding position. He then used gray adhesive paper to make the cement road. As for the tree, it was relatively simple to make. Lisa Schwann twisted copper wire into the shape of a tree trunk and sprayed it with paint. Ordinary sponges were soaked in paint. Different types of trees were soaked in different colors of paint. Then, he dried the dyed sponges and crushed them. He soaked the tree trunk and branches in glutinous rice paste and stuck the crushed sponges to make the tree. The willow tree could be twisted into a tree trunk and branches with thin, enameled wire. Then, he stuck green wool on the branches. For the pine tree, he cut the thick fishing line into thin segments and used a clamp to hold it. Then, he twisted the two enameled wires and loosened the clamp to make it into the shape of a pine tree. He trimmed it and stuck the green wool on it. There was one material that was more commonly used, and that was sponges. Was there such a thing as sponges in the ancient era? The answer was yes. Sponges were a general term for poriferous animals. They were one of the most primitive multicellular animals and originated 600 million years ago. According to records, the ancient Greeks, ancient Romans, and ancient working people in China had long known and collected sponges. Sponges had fine mesh, strong elasticity, and good water absorption. At first, they were mainly used for bathing, scrubbing, washing dishes, and so on. Later, they showed more and more extensive uses in crafts, medicine, and daily life, such as making paintbrushes, using them as liners for helmets and other cushions, burning them to ashes to cure foot pain, and so on. Although the principle of making these small objects was not complicated, there were a lot of them. It was really time-consuming to make them. Li Zixuan worked until the sky was dark before he finished all the landscape and supporting facilities of Yanhuang College. Looking at the small but complete sandbox of the academy in front of him, the teaching building, the library, the auditorium, the dormitory, the canteen, the laboratory building, and other modern buildings were scattered in every corner of the academy in picturesque disorder. The pavilions, the rockery, the lake, and the lush trees complemented each other. Li Zixuan's heart was bursting with a sense of accomplishment. Wasn't this a miniature version of a modern university? Beautiful, really beautiful. The layout of the college was specially designed by Li Zixuan according to the yin and yang and 5 elements of Taoism. Just looking at the sandbox made people feel very comfortable. Husband, is this your Yanhuang College? While Li Zixuan stood in front of the sandbox in a daze, Han Yushi quietly came behind him. Seeing the garden that was very different from the current architectural style, Han Yushi was amazed and then asked softly, "Yes. However, this is not my academy alone. This is our family's academy. Wife, do you like it?" Li Zixuan came back to his senses, put his arm around his wife's shoulder, and said softly, "Our family's academy." Hearing this, Han Yushi felt a trace of sweetness in her heart. She quickly nodded and said, "Yes, yes, I like it. Husband, your college looks so magnificent." Chapter 446. The next day, Li Zixuan had just finished practicing Tai Chi with the 3 beauties when he heard that Yin Lied and Yin Xiaoning had come to visit him. Looks like old Yin and Xiao Yin are also very anxious. Li Zixuan laughed in his heart. Wasn't this nonsense? This bastard always gave people a huge surprise every time he went into seclusion. This time, Yanhuang College made such a big fuss that even Li Zixuan personally came out to support him. Yin Lied and Yin Xiaoning did not believe that Li Zixuan would make a small fuss. He would definitely give everyone a surprise again. You brat, stop talking nonsense. Quickly bring us to see the blueprint you designed. This old man wants to know how much talent you have in architecture. Xiao Xian. Yin Lied waved his hand and said as soon as he saw Li Zixuan in the front yard, Yes. I'm also here to broaden my horizons. Ha! Yin Xiaoning, a technical geek, rarely went out. These days, he was busy researching Li Zixuan's telegraph machine. Previously, when Han Yushi married into the Li residence, she also brought her telegraph machine over. This way, the Li residence had 2 telegraph machines. After Yin Xiaoning found out, he shamelessly insisted on taking one back for research. Li Zixuan thought about it. Yin Xiaoning was upright and had no reason to betray the country, so he gave him one. In the end, Yin Xiaoning had a hard time. This guy had never learned about electricity and magnetic fields. How could he understand this knowledge that was beyond the times? He disassembled and reassembled the telegraph machine. After fiddling with it for so many days, he still could not figure out anything. Today, he came over to see how Li Zixuan's Yanhuang College looked like, and also to ask about the principle of the telegraph machine. If that's the case, Uncle Yin and Brother Xiaoning, please come with me. Li Zixuan laughed and did not talk nonsense. He brought the 2 of them to the side hall of the west courtyard. Oh, what is this? Is this your Yanhuang College, Xiao Xian? Pushing the door open and entering, Yin saw the enormous sandbox where all kinds of magnificent buildings, artificial mountains, ponds, and trees were placed. He opened his mouth wide in shock and exclaimed, "Oh, oh, oh." Yin was also shocked. In this era, no one used a sand table model to show the distribution of gardens. Compared to drawings, the advantages of a sand table model were obvious. It was more intuitive and more impressive. Not to mention the architectural design of Li Zixuan's academy. This creativity alone made Yin have a whole new level of respect for Li Zixuan. That's right, this is what Yinhuang College will look like after it's completed. Based on the corresponding proportions, I've shrunk these academy buildings to this size. Doesn't it look more beautiful? As for the blueprint, I also have it here. Uncle Yin, you and Brother Xiaoning can take a look. The size parameters above are more detailed. Li Zixuan said as he carried the half-foot-thick blueprint over. Yin Xiaoning's eyes were wide open. He pointed at the stack of blueprints and said with trembling lips, This many. Xiao Xian, you don't tell me that you drew all these blueprints in the past 2 days? Yin also turned his gaze over. He still remembered what Li Zixuan said to him in the carriage 2 days ago. Yes. That's not right. To be precise, I spent half a day drawing these blueprints the day before yesterday. As for the model of the academy on the table, I spent a whole day making it yesterday, Li Zixuan said, as if it was a matter of course. Oh, my God, Xiao Xian, you're really a F**king pervert. Yin Xiaoning pointed at Li Zixuan with his trembling right hand and said as he vomited blood. Yin was so shocked that he almost pulled his beard off. He said with a speechless face, Xiao Xian, how can you draw so fast? This old man has never heard of such a thing. Li Zixuan didn't know how to explain. He could only wave his hand and said with a smile, it's natural. It's all natural. **T. How can this be natural? Yin Xiaoning probably learned this catchphrase from Cheng Chimo. He looked at Li Zixuan with jealousy and hatred. Uncle Yin, what do you think of the academy that I designed? Can it be built with the current construction techniques? Li Zixuan ignored Yin Xiaoning's antics and looked at Yin seriously. Yin immediately narrowed his eyes. After all, landscape architecture was his specialty. He was also a recognized master architect in the entire Tang dynasty. After looking at it carefully for a while, Yin stroked his beard, shook his head, and sighed. To be honest, this old man doesn't quite understand. Let's talk about the layout of your building. It's in accordance with the Taoists' yin and yang and the 5 elements. Xiao Xian, you've done a good job. But the design style of your building is completely different from the current mainstream style of Tang dynasty. This old man has never seen anything like it. May I know where this architectural style is from? Where is this architectural style? This is the style of my hometown. It's a pity that I can't go back. Li Zixuan let out a deep sigh and said, Uncle Yin, you might not believe me, but I've been having the same dream all these years. The world in the dream is very real. It's so real that I can't even tell which is the dream and which is reality. In that world, there are tall buildings everywhere. The ground there is flat and hard. There are iron carriages that run faster than war horses. There are huge vehicles that can carry hundreds of people and soar in the sky. There are also huge iron ships that can dive hundreds of feet into the sea. The people there can hear each other's voices from thousands of miles away. They can even see each other's faces. There is no curfew in the city, and it's still brightly lit at night. The people there travel in a long iron carriage. It could travel thousands of miles in a day. One carriage can carry thousands of people. Yin and Yin Xiaoning both stared with their eyes wide open. They were shocked speechless by Li Zixuan's description for a long time. These things that could allow people to soar in the sky, dive into the deep sea, and travel thousands of miles in a day were completely beyond their imagination. The most amazing thing was that they could actually transmit their voices and even look at each other from thousands of miles away. Didn't this kind of scene only exist in supernatural novels? Are you talking about the immortal realm? At this time, Li walked in silently with Empress Zhang's son. It was clear that this couple had once again trespassed on private property and had eavesdropped from the corner for quite a while. Yin Lai and his son were greatly alarmed and hurriedly bowed. Lier, however, turned a blind eye to them. His eyes were fixed on Li Zishuan as he enunciated each word. Li Zishuan, is the world you just mentioned the immortal realm above the 9 heavens? Have you and your master been to the immortal realm before? He originally wanted to come and see the progress of Yanwan College. After all, he had high hopes for this college. He didn't expect to hear such shocking news. Humans had always been yearning for the immortal realm above the 9 heavens, and he, Lier, was no exception. Chapter 447. F***CK. What an evil title. Is this considered clickbait? Looking at the sudden appearance of Lier and his wife, Li Zishuan was speechless. Old Li's family had a hobby of sneaking into other people's homes. Last time at the workshop, Li Chengxian was also like this. Li Zishuan had seen many ancient dramas in his previous life. In them, many emperors liked to go out in plain clothes. He didn't expect Lier to also like to play such a vulgar trick. Looking at his and Empress Zhongxuan's casual clothes, people who didn't know would think that they were just a normal couple. All the land under the heavens belongs to the king, and all the people on the shores of the land are the king's subjects. Perhaps this kind of thinking was deeply ingrained in Lier's mind. He felt that the whole Tang Empire was his, and it was nothing to go out of the palace and be a guest of subject home. As for eavesdropping, he definitely didn't do it on purpose. It was just a coincidence. Li Zishuan was too engrossed in his memories just now. Otherwise, he would definitely have sensed that there was someone outside the house. Your humble subject pays his respects to your majesty. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and bowed to Lier, who was eyeing covetously. Don't talk nonsense. Quickly answer me. Is the place you were talking about the celestial world? Lier was unmoved and continued to ask. Empress Zhongxun pulled Lier's arm worriedly. She was always smart, but at this moment, she was very worried that her husband would be possessed. Since ancient times, many wise divine emperors have become muddle-headed and incompetent because of pursuing the illusory celestial path. In serious cases, their families were separated and their countries were destroyed. As an important official of the empire, how could Yin Lai not have such worries? He opened his mouth, but due to the power that Lier was emitting at this moment, he could only swallow the words that were at the tip of his tongue. At the same time, he secretly prayed that Li Zishuan would not say anything that would seduce the emperor. Your Majesty, this is just a humble subject's dream, not a celestial realm. Feeling Li Zishuan's urgent and bloodthirsty gaze, Li Zishuan secretly regretted acting tough just now. He didn't expect to attract the wolf. Never doubt the ancient emperor's pursuit of immortality. These people had reached the pinnacle of power in the mortal world. They no longer had any desire for wealth in the mortal world. The only thing they wanted was eternal life. For this, they did not hesitate to become tyrants. Is it really just a dream? Lier asked unwillingly. It's absolutely true, but you just said that you can't tell which world is a dream and which world is reality. In the past, there was Zhuang Zhou who dreamt of butterflies. He couldn't distinguish between dreams and reality and eventually became one of the 2 Taoist sages. Now, you dream of such a real and bizarre world of immortals. Therefore, I want to know if the world of immortals really exists. Zhuangzi was the first to propose the idea of inner sage and outer king, which had a profound impact on the Confucian school. His 3 sounds thought was compatible with the 3 talents of the Book of Changes, so he and Laozi were called Laozi and Zhuangzhuan. The 2 were regarded as the 2 Taoist sages. Lier stared at Li Zishuan's eyes and asked word by word. As long as Li Zishuan said half a lie, Lier was confident that with his ability to read people, he would be able to see through it. Your Majesty, even if the world of my dream really exists, I dare to conclude that it is definitely not the world of immortals. Li Zishuan directly cut off Lier's thoughts and said with certainty, Why? Because the people in that world are no different from us. They're all mortal. They can get sick, hungry, thirsty, injured, and die of old age. Although the average lifespan of the people there is 20 to 30 years higher than the lifespan of the people of the Tang Empire, they are definitely not immortal. How can a world without immortals be the world of immortals? Li Zixuan did not back down. He looked straight at Lier and said in a deep voice, "But you just said that the people in the other world can soar above the 9 heavens, dive hundreds of feet into the deep sea, transmit messages from 1,000 miles away, and even look at each other from 1,000 miles away. How can mortals do such a thing?" Lier was still unwilling to believe it and retorted, "Your Majesty, don't think that the other world is too mysterious. In my opinion, the reason why they can do that is nothing more than borrowing some tools. Their engineering has been developed to the extreme, 100 times more advanced than the Tang Empire. That is why they can create those magical tools. You're saying that those tools were created based on engineering?" Lier said in disbelief. Li Zixuan pretended to let out a deep sigh and said, "Now that things have come to this, I will tell you the truth. The engineering that I mentioned earlier included new mathematics, electricity, magnetic field, and electromagnetism. My master only taught me a small part of these knowledge. The rest was learned in my dream. In other words, my engineering belongs to the knowledge of the world in my dream." "Learn in your dream?" Lier's eyes widened, and his breathing quickened. He muttered, "No wonder I always felt that your knowledge did not belong to this world. You can even create things like lightning. Now it seems that it is indeed so. Your Majesty, in that world, people call the ability to create new things science and technology. Engineering is the most important branch of science and technology. The telegraph that I previously built can, in theory, transmit messages from 1,000 miles away. If it is slightly modified on this basis, transmitting messages from 1,000 miles away will definitely not be a problem. This is the ironclad proof that that world is not the immortal world. If my engineering can be developed to the extreme, my Tang Empire will be able to create tools similar to that world one day. At that time, flying into the sky and flying into the sea will definitely not be an unattainable dream for ordinary people." Li Zixuan felt that his impromptu explanation today was perfect. In this way, if he invented something awesome in the future, he would no longer have to tell others that it was taught by his master. If he always bragged about his master, sooner or later, something would happen because some things were too much beyond this era. In the Celestial Master sect of Longhu Mountain, there were a few elders who had more contact with spiritual Master Lingshu. If Lier felt that something was wrong and sent someone to investigate seriously, he would definitely be exposed. Moreover, by saying this, Lier would definitely place more importance on Gong Shui and him. This could be considered as a protective umbrella for himself and Gong Shui. I see. In this way, all the doubts can be explained. Engineering, what a good engineering. Lier's expression was inexplicably complicated. He, who had always been wise and decisive, didn't know how to treat Li Zixuan at this moment. Now, things were out of his control. After a long time, he said to Li Zixuan seriously, "Yinhuang College, you brat, do a good job. I hope that in my lifetime, I can ascend to the sky tens of thousands of feet high to see if there are immortals. I want the kind of long carriage that can travel 1,000 miles in a day and carry 1,000 people. I also want the kind of tool that can transmit messages from 1,000 miles away. In this way, in the world, who can be my opponent?" Li Zixuan sweated profusely. He really wanted to say, "Old Li, aren't you King asking for a little too much?" Chapter 448. "Yes, Your Majesty." Li Zixuan smiled but cursed in his heart. He resisted the urge to complain and bowed to accept the order. Lier nodded with satisfaction. Perhaps other kings would try their best to kill off unknown new things indiscriminately. But Lier was a pioneering holy lord. His first thought was not to kill, but to develop Li Zixuan's new knowledge to the extreme. As for whether or not Li Zixuan would threaten his rule, Lier wasn't worried about that at all. He had confidence in himself, and he also had confidence in his subjects and generals. The only thing that disappointed him was that the magical world that Li Zixuan mentioned was not the celestial realm. Then, were there immortals? Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, "Your Majesty, there is one thing that your Majesty can be sure of. There are absolutely no immortals in the nine heavens. Above the sky is the vast and boundless space. In the space, there are countless planets like Earth. In the world and the dream, their technology can reach a place hundreds of thousands of miles away from the ground. Therefore, your Majesty is very sure that there are no true immortals in the sky." Li Er's face turned ugly. "Is that so?" "Is indeed so." Li Zishuan saw that Li Er seemed to be unwilling to give up on seeking immortality in Tao. So he continued, "My master spent his entire life pursuing the Tao of immortality. In the end, he achieved nothing and still died of old age. Before he died, he once said to your Majesty, 'Everyone wants to live forever. From kings to ordinary people, they all regard the prolongation of life as their deepest dream. But they don't know that longevity itself is the biggest joke. Buddhism seeks nirvana, Taoism seeks inaction, and Confucianism seeks neutrality. Different roads lead to the same destination. In the end, it is to turn people into stone. Turtles live long because they are slow, trees live long because they do not move, and only stone has existed since ancient times. Extinguishing human desires, severing human relations, severing the five senses, and blocking listening. Is this still human? You don't know the difference between cold and heat, smell and smell, right and wrong. You don't have any thoughts of home or country. You don't have any concept of family. You don't have any concept of family. You don't have any joy. You don't have any sorrow or joy. You're no different from rotten wood. The reason why humans are different from beasts is that we have the ability to think, understand etiquette, know familial love, know how to work, know how to create, know how to change the world, and also know how to create the world, making everything in the world work for us. This is the duty of humans. They surpass their own abilities in vain in pursuit of the illusory immortality, but they don't know that the heavens have already arranged for them. If they want immortality, they have to turn into stone. It's laughable that the people of this world are ignorant like moths to a flame. Yin lied, and Empress Zhongsun heaved a sigh of relief, secretly praising Li Zishuan for being sensible and understanding. They felt that since the words had reached this point, and there was so much sufficient evidence, Li Er shouldn't have any improper thoughts about immortality, right? The facts proved that this was indeed the case. After listening to Li Zishuan's long speech, Li Er's heart was half cold. He was silent for a long time, then faintly sighed and said, "The gods, Buddhas, ghosts, and monsters recorded in your book Journey to the West were all fabricated." Li Zishuan was shocked. It was said that Li Er suppressed Buddhism and valued Taoism, but he didn't expect that he would actually read this kind of deviant novel. Previously, he didn't publish Journey to the West and sell it mainly because he was considering Li Er's attitude towards Buddhism. For a while, he was worried that Li Er would settle accounts with him after reading this novel. But he didn't expect that Li Er not only secretly finished reading it, but also didn't find trouble with him. In fact, he thought too much about it. Later generations said that Li Er suppressed Buddhism and valued Taoism mainly because the Li family respected lousy Li Er as their ancestor and advocated Taoism, which was beneficial to the orthodoxy and holiness of the imperial power of the Tang dynasty. But in fact, Li Er didn't have much bad feelings towards Buddhism. On the contrary, the entire Li family had a lot of relations with Buddhism. Li Er's youth was the period when Buddhism was popular throughout the country. At that time, the father and son emperor, one of Sui and Emperor Yang of Sui, believed in Buddhism. The people of the world were swept away by the wind, competing to admire Buddhism. The Buddhist scriptures among the people were dozens of times more than the 6 scriptures. The influence of Buddhism had already widely seeped into all levels of society and all aspects of social life. At that time, worshipping Buddhism had already become a common trend inside and outside the imperial court. Of course, the noble family of the Li family was no exception. In the second year of Day, when Li Er was 9 years old, he suffered from eye disease. Li Yuan once personally went to the Chang and cottage temple to worship Buddha and ask for blessings. After Li Er recovered, Li Yuan created a stone Buddha and sent it to the temple for worship. These couldn't help but leave a mark in Li Er's young heart. Later, he never forgot this childhood experience. He once personally wrote a poem to praise the founder of the cottage temple, Komarajiva, to express his reverence and remembrance for the previous generation of eminent monks. In the early days, the Li family respected Buddhism. This could be seen from the childhood names of Li Yuan's sons. Li Jianqing's childhood name was Sanhu, and Li Yuanji's childhood name was Sanhu. These were all names related to Buddhism. Although Li Er's childhood name wasn't recorded in history books, it was certain that it was related to Buddhism. In the third year of Wuda, Li Er, who was still the Qin king, was ordered to conquer Wang Shichong. The next year, he fought between Song and Luo. Zakeo, Hui Yi, Tanzong, and the other 13 monks guarding the Shaolin temples by Gu Zhuang captured General Wang Renzi and presented him to the Tang army. Li Er took advantage of the situation to defeat Wang Shichong. This was the famous incident of the 13 staff monks saving the Tang king. Because of this, Li Er had a good impression of Shaolin Temple and Buddhism. However, during the Black Tortoise Gate incident, Buddhism had secretly helped Li Jianqing. This made Li Er very angry after the incident, and he also had a trace of disgust towards Buddhism. At the beginning of the Li Tang dynasty, they had once respected Laozi as their ancestor, so Li Er simply proposed the policy of Taoism before Buddhism. But so far, he hadn't introduced any obvious policies against Buddhism. In the Tang dynasty, the Li family pursued the policy of coexistence of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. Li Er was the founder of this policy. Your Majesty, the plot in Journey to the West was indeed fabricated by me. I hope your Majesty doesn't take it to heart. Seeking immortality and longevity is just an illusory delusion after all. Li Zishuan wiped the sweat on his forehead and cupped one hand in the other before his chest. Forget it. I'm here today to see how the preparation of your academy is going, not to discuss with you about seeking immortality and Taoism. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said. At this time, he noticed the huge sand table in the room. He roughly glanced at it and suddenly said in surprise, Li Zishuan, what is this? Previously, he and Empress Zhangsun only heard Li Zishuan's description of the dream outside the door. They didn't hear Li Zishuan and Yin Li's discussion of the academy's blueprint. Li Zishuan was secretly scolding Li Er for being shameless. No one could force an explanation like him. At this time, when he heard Li Er's question, he replied, Your Majesty, this is the Yanwang College designed by me. Next, I'll have to trouble Minister Yin to send some skilled craftsmen to Mei Village and Yinshan to build it. Chapter 449. Oh, so this is Yanwang College. You're really creative. You actually shrunk the layout of the college to such a size. It's clear at a glance. Not bad, not bad. Li Er wasn't stupid. He could see the function of the sand table model at a glance. He walked to the front of the platform and looked carefully while praising. Your Majesty, the scale of this college is so huge. I'm afraid it's almost as big as the Imperial College. There are mountains, rivers, flowers, grass, pavilions, terraces, and pavilions. The disorder is picturesque. It's very beautiful, but why haven't I seen the style of the buildings before? Empress Zhangsun also walked over with Li Er. She looked at the exquisite and beautiful Yin Huang College in front of her and sighed. Oh, this style is indeed not like the architectural style of my Tang Empire. Li Zishuan, come and tell me, and the Empress. Li Er nodded and waved his hand. Your Majesty, I call this big platform a sand table. It's a model of the future Yanhuang College that has been shrunk to a certain scale for people to see. The tall buildings inside are all designed by me with reference to the style of the college in the other world in my dream. As for the layout of the buildings, trees, mountains, and rivers, they are all in accordance with the true meaning of Taoism's yin-yang and 5 elements. It can not only ensure that the students have enough space to study, but also allow the students to relax after studying. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said. Li Er heard him and asked curiously, Oh, the world you're talking about also has a college? Li Zishuan smiled and said, Of course. The reason why the technology in that world is so advanced is inseparable from their perfect education system. The college there is called a school. If a person wants to become a talent, he or she must receive at least 16 years of systematic education. 16 years. There must be a cause for every effect. Lier nodded thoughtfully and said, "Let's build it like this. Although these tall buildings look weird, I think they're quite magnificent. They're quite compatible with your engineering." Yin lied, transfer a group of skilled craftsmen from the Ministry of Works to help build Yanwang College. This old official obeys. Yin lied stepped forward and cupped his hands. Lier nodded with satisfaction and turned back to look at the sand table model. This time, he wasn't looking at the buildings, but the mountains, rivers, and trees. At this moment, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed through his mind, and he suddenly froze in place. "Your Majesty?" Seeing that Lier did not speak for a long time and just stared at the sand table, Empress Zhang's son called out softly, "Lisa Xuan, can your sand table simulate the topography of mountains and rivers?" Lier turned his head and looked at Lisa Xuan with bright eyes. Lisa Xuan stared blankly for a moment before he understood what was going on. He guessed that Lier had coincidentally discovered the miraculous use of the sand table model in a military formation and thus asked this question. In fact, when he decided to make the sand table, he had already guessed that Lier should be able to discover the mystery, but he didn't expect Lier to be so amazing that he could discover it with just a few glances. It could only be said that a person's success might be due to chance, but it was certainly not entirely due to chance. To forge iron, one had to be strong. Lier's knowledge in the field of military formations was still very impressive. Replying to your Majesty, this sand table can indeed simulate the topography. Whether it is hills, plains, or prairies, they can all be made on the sand table. With it, it is equivalent to having a three-dimensional map, which may be of great use for marching and setting up formations. Of great use. It is indeed of great use. I will record your merit. I will ask the supervisor to send a master craftsman to learn the method of making this sand table from you later. You're not allowed to hide anything. I need a terrain sand table of the Liangzhou area." Lier laughed loudly. "Yes." Lisa Xuan breathed a sigh of relief and cupped his hands in obeisance. Of course, he would not hide anything. Of course, he was willing to teach others the physical work of making a military topography sand table for Lier, because he still had a lot of things to do. Let's go back to the palace. Lier was satisfied with the results of this trip out of the palace. Not only did he hear some of Lisa Xuan's secrets, but he also obtained a military tool like the sand table. Seeing that there was nothing new in the room, Lier waved his hand disinterestedly and prepared to return to the palace. Empress Zhang's son deliberately fell 2 steps behind. She walked in front of Lisa Xuan and said with a smile, "You and Chengxian are good friends. I will call you Shaoxian for the time being. It is my honor that your Majesty is willing to call me this." This was the first time Lisa Xuan had spoken to Empress Zhang's son at such a close distance. The woman in front of him exuded grace, love, and kindness. It was as if there was a kind of magical power on her body that made people unable to raise their guard against her at all. Instead, they would involuntarily feel a sense of intimacy. Empress Zhang's son smiled and said, "Among the younger generation of the Tang Empire, I have never seen His Majesty value a person so much. Don't be complacent. The right way is to concentrate on learning and not disappoint His Majesty's high expectations. I know that you intend to carry forward engineering. As the disciple of spiritual master Ling Xiu, this is also a responsibility that you should take up. It just so happens that I've been entrusted by someone to send you a few students. Is that okay?" Lisa Xuan sighed in his heart. The students that Zhang's son wanted to send might be the children of the royal family, and none of those princes were easy to get along with. Wasn't Li Tai a super troublemaker in the past? Crazy troublemaker. If Lisa Xuan didn't have some skills, he would definitely have been messed up by that little fatty. But he had to give face to Zhang's son. Lisa Xuan could only cup his hands and say, "Since your Majesty has ordered, I dare not to disobey. So be it the second generation of the royal family. Logically speaking, Li Er had already given his academy a lot of support. He should also return the favor. At worst, the academy would implement militarized management in the future. He didn't believe that he couldn't kill the prestige of this group of playboys. Huh. Empress Zhang's son nodded with satisfaction. Then she glanced at Yin Xiaoning, who was quietly acting like an obedient child, and said, Yin Xiaoning, I heard that you haven't paid attention to worldly affairs recently and have been indulging in the way of machinery. Although your spirit is good, you have to understand the painstaking efforts of your father, Minister Yin. You are 3 years older than little Xian, but you haven't settled down yet. How about I see which minister's daughter is suitable in the future and arrange a marriage for you? How about it? What the hell? Zhang's son didn't like Yin Xiaoning, this technical geek, and wanted to introduce him to a wife. Yin Xiaoning hadn't expected that Emperor Zhang's son would make such a move at the last moment. He had been silent all this time in order to reduce his presence. Flabbergasted, he said, Your Majesty, isn't this? Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. I will remember it in my heart. Unfilial son, quickly thank her. Just when Yin Xiaoning was about to refuse, Yin Lide hurriedly interrupted him and thanked Empress Zhang's son with cupped hands. Chapter 450. Empress Zhang's son finally left, but she left with a mysterious smile. She left quietly, but she left behind a bomb that could explode at any time for Yin Xiaoning. Dad, why did you agree to it? I'm only 18 this year. Why are you in such a hurry? Yin Xiaoning only mustered up his courage and said pitifully after Zhang's son left. Bastard, Her Majesty Hong Yin, are you going to reject her? Besides, what the Empress said is exactly what I'm thinking. Look, Xiao Xian is 3 years younger than you, but he's already married. What about you? Yin Lide glared at him and said angrily. Yin Xiaoning shrunk his neck, wiped the spittle on his face, and looked at Li Zixuan bitterly. His eyes were clearly saying, Damn it, it's all your fault. Sometimes, it's a pain to have a friend who's too outstanding. Li Zixuan rolled his eyes helplessly, which meant, Brother, I'm just that outstanding, there's nothing I can do about it. Yin Xiaoning almost vomited blood. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, he would have fought Li Zixuan to the death. Ahem, Uncle Yin, I'll leave the construction of Yinhuang College to you. After exchanging glances with Yin Xiaoning, Li Zixuan felt a little uncomfortable because he felt that this kind of exchange was a little gay, so he looked at Yin Lide and said seriously, no problem. His Majesty has personally instructed that the Ministry of Works will fully cooperate with you. Fortunately, the higher-ups haven't given the Ministry of Works any urgent construction tasks recently. So according to my initial estimation, the Ministry of Works should be able to allocate 220 skilled craftsmen for you. A few of them have participated in the construction of Suwei and Yuhua Palace with me, so they're very experienced in building buildings. As for the ordinary workers, you'll have to hire them yourself. The Imperial Court won't conscript them for free. Yin Lide raised his head and thought for a while, then said while stroking his beard, 220? That should be enough. As for the workers, I will definitely hire them myself. Uncle Yin, you don't have to worry about this. What I want to ask is, with the construction skills of the Ministry of Works, is it possible to build such a tall building? Li Zixuan nodded and asked. He knew in his heart that in the entire imperial court, except for Li Er and a few generals who were close to him who supported Yinhuang College, the rest of the ministers were either watching or objecting in their hearts. After all, this involved the competition between schools of thought. Under such circumstances, it was already very generous of Yin Lide to be willing to transfer so many craftsmen to him. As for the ordinary workers, he had never expected the imperial court to use corvée labor to help him conscript them for free. Since he had made up his mind to build Yinhuang College, he had never thought of saving money. The crux of the problem was whether the Great Tang could build a 10-story building with its current construction techniques. Yin Lide took another careful look at the sand table, then pointed to the future teaching building of Yinhuang College, Guanghua Building, and smiled confidently. Little Xian, you're worried that the building is too tall and the craftsmen can't build it, right? Haha. Actually, you don't have to worry at all. This building only has 10 stories, and the total height is estimated to be no more than 120 feet. It won't be a problem to build it. Little Xian, you've seen the Big Goose Tower in Jinchang Square, right? That tower has a total of 20 stories. Compared to the Big Goose Tower, your building may occupy a larger area, but as long as you put in more effort into the supporting pillars between the floors, it won't be a problem to build it to 10 stories. The Big Goose Tower was located in Jinchang Square in the South Jin dynasty of Chang'an City. It was also known as the Buddha of Mercy Temple. After several renovations, it was 7 meters, about 190 feet tall, which was equivalent to the height of a 20-story building. 1,000 years ago, it could be called a skyscraper in the Tang dynasty. However, the awkward thing was that Li Zishuan rarely went to the south of the city, let alone to the Big Goose Tower. This was worthy of his reputation as a homebody. That's good. Li Zishuan was a little embarrassed, but at the same time, he was relieved. However, he was still a little curious. Such a tall building would definitely not be built with only wood, because wood couldn't bear such a large weight. But if it was brick, the problem would arise. There was no cement in the Tang dynasty, so how would the wall be built? Uncle Yin, what kind of materials do you plan to use to build this building? Such a stupid question made Yin speechless. He said, bricks, of course. Such a tall building can't only be built with wood. Li Zishuan's old face did not look too good after being treated as a stupid C** in T. He directly asked the main question, then what kind of material should be used to glue the bricks? Yin Li's expression became even more strange. He paused for a while before saying, of course it's glutinous rice mortar. Little Xian, you don't even know this? Then why did you design such a tall building? I really don't know. This kid wants to design it first and see if it can be built. If it can't be built, this kid will think of other ways. Uncle Yin, are the walls made with glutinous rice mortar reliable? Yin Li was speechless. He was still praising Li Zishuan for his proficiency in architectural design. Now it seemed that this guy was a complete novice in some aspects. He shook his head and said, of course it's reliable. The walls of Chang'an City are made with glutinous rice mortar. Don't you think it's reliable? In fact, the ancient construction technology was far from as low as Li Zishuan imagined. Although there was no cement at that time, there were many substitutes. The West initially used clay as a cementing material. The ancient Egyptians used the mud of the Nile River to build uncalcined clay bricks. Around 300 BC to 2000 BC, the ancient Egyptians began to use calcined gypsum as a building cementing material. In 146 BC, the Roman Empire annexed Greece and inherited the Greek tradition of producing and using lime. The way the Romans used lime was to first dissolve the lime saliva and mix it with sand to form mortar. Then, they used this mortar to build buildings. Some of the ancient Roman buildings that used lime mortar were very strong and had even been preserved until now. Later, the ancient Romans improved the use of lime. Not only did they add sand to the lime, but they also added ground volcanic ash. In areas without volcanic ash, they added ground bricks that had the same effect as volcanic ash. Some people called the lime volcanic ash sand 3-component mortar Roman mortar. In the history of European architecture, the Roman mortar had been used for a long time. Its performance was basically close to modern cement. However, in the 9th, 10th, and 11th centuries AD, the mortar technology was almost lost. In ancient China, although there was no Roman mortar or cement, the hardworking and intelligent ancient working people still invented other alternatives. The most widely used and the longest circulated was glutinous rice mortar. According to records, at least not later than the Northern and Southern dynasties, 386 to 589 AD, glutinous rice mortar had become a relatively mature technology. Mixing glutinous rice mortar with aged lime paste could increase the cement's strength, surface hardness, toughness, and impermeability of the mortar. It significantly improved the firmness and durability of the masonry. Today, many ancient buildings that used glutinous rice mortar, such as the ancient city walls of Nanjing, Xin, Jingzhou, Kaifeng, and other places, as well as the Ming and Qing fish scale stone pond in Qian'an River, were still very strong despite hundreds and thousands of years of wind and rain. Facts proved that glutinous rice mortar was an outstanding building cementing material. The engineering quality of the ancient buildings built with glutinous rice mortar was not inferior to some of the modern reinforced concrete buildings. Therefore, the wisdom of the ancient people was not to be underestimated. The technology of the ancient people was not useless. There were still many shining points. Chapter 451. In the afternoon, Li Zixuan thought for a while, then took the carriage to the workshop. He wanted to ask Faubert to help and see if he could make cement. In the morning, Yin Lide said that glutinous rice mortar could be used as a binder between bricks and stones, but the cost was very expensive. In this era, although prices were low, glutinous rice was a grain that was 3 to 4 times more expensive than rice. It would be a very extravagant thing to use it to build a wall. Therefore, the houses of the Tang dynasty were basically made of wood. Only the imperial palace, Zhao Ling Mausoleum, and the city walls could afford to use bricks and glutinous rice mortar. How could ordinary people afford to use such things? Yin Lide and his son also gave Li Zixuan a rough cost estimate in the morning. If Yanwang College followed Li Zixuan's original intention and used bricks and stones, the cost of building materials alone would be more than 400,000 strings of coins, not including labor and decoration costs. This number had far exceeded Li Zixuan's budget. The reason was that Li Zixuan did not have a fresh understanding of the current construction technology and construction costs. Now, with such a huge capital hole, it would be harder to fill it in a short period of time than to reach the sky. However, Li Zixuan would definitely not give up on Yanwang College. After thinking about it, Li Zixuan decided to gather everyone's wisdom and see if they could make cement with better effect and lower cost. There were so many protagonists in time travel novels. Didn't they like to make cement, perfume, and mirrors when they time traveled to ancient times? If they could make it, why couldn't he? Ahem, although he was not a professional, he knew the general formula. He could tell Faubert and let the professional craftsmen study it. The glutinous rice mortar of this era was actually very close to modern cement. Some modern scholars often call the glutinous rice mortar of ancient times organic cement. He believed that if he could give them some inspiration, it would not be a big problem if he was lucky. Faubert, I thought of something. I need you to take some people to study it. However, I only know the general composition. As for the ratio of each component, you'll have to test it yourself. After arriving at the workshop, Li Zixuan went straight to Faubert's private office and got straight to the point. Young master, what is it? Faubert asked curiously. Li Zixuan said with a solemn expression, I call it cement. It's a building adhesive that can be used to replace glutinous rice mortar. It's very important, and I hope that Faubert can bring a group of skilled craftsmen to research it. Cement? Replace glutinous rice mortar? Young master, are you going to build an academy? Faubert came to his senses and asked, I have already designed the building and layout of the academy. The main material is bricks, so we must use glutinous rice mortar. This morning, Minister Yin helped us estimate the cost. It will cost at least 400,000 strings of cash, so I plan to make a cheap substitute similar to glutinous rice mortar. 400,000 strings of cash? Faubert almost jumped up. Just from this budget, he could imagine how huge the Yanwang College Li Zixuan wanted to build would be. He thought for a while, then clasped his fist and said, Since young master is so confident in this so-called cement, you can tell me the composition. The workshop is full of talents now. I believe that as long as we know the general composition, we could try to make it. This scene reminded Faubert of the last time when Li Zixuan asked them to study the glass production formula. Although he didn't know why his young master had so many novel and strange things in his mind, they could definitely make everything Li Zixuan said, as long as they followed Li Zixuan's ideas. Cement is a mixture of limestone, clay, and iron or in proportion. I call this mixture raw material. Then put it in the furnace for calcination. Generally, its calcination temperature is slightly lower than the temperature of smelting iron, but a little higher than the temperature of the glass you burned last time. It should be fine to use the kiln used to burn glass. The calcined product is called clinker. Finally, The clinker and gypsum are ground together and mixed according to the proportion. This is cement. After adding an appropriate amount of water into the fired cement, it will become a paste that can harden in the air and water. After hardening, it can be comparable to a hard stone. It can be used to firmly bond sand, stone, and other materials together to form a solid stone body of a hydraulic cementing material. In order to let Faubert and the others develop cement as soon as possible, Lisa Schwann was also giving it his all. On the way here, he kept using his abnormal spiritual power to recall the firing temperature of cement that he read in the books in his previous life. It was about 1,450 degrees. The melting point of iron was 1,538 degrees, and the firing temperature of glass was 1,300 degrees. With this important information, he believed that the development of cement would be much smoother. As for why Lisa Schwann didn't simply recall the proportion of the cement's composition and tell Faubert, you think he didn't want to? The key point was that the books he read weren't books that specialized in making cement. Why would they be bored enough to write the proportion of each composition in the book? So even if he wanted to recall it, he couldn't recall it. And this old man will remember it. Young master, don't worry. In a while, this old man will organize the workshop's most elite craftsmen to start developing this cement. I think there should be news in the next few days. Faubert nodded, stood up, and said confidently. He was somewhat glad in his heart. Compared to the last time when they were developing glass, Lisa Schwann gave them more detailed information this time. It will be much easier for them to really research it. Then I'll leave it to Faubert. Remember, the people who enter the mud kiln must wear a mask. Lisa Schwann reminded him worriedly. He didn't want those craftsmen to get lung disease after a few years of work. Yes, young master, don't worry, this old man will arrange it. Also, the workshop's relocation plan will still be carried out, but you can delay the specific date for a while. Wait until I'm done with the Academy's matters in the near future. Faubert, you can go to Plum Village to claim the land. Lisa Schwann rubbed his temples with a headache. If he said too much, he would cry. He didn't have enough money. At this time, if he wanted to move to the new factory area, he really didn't have the strength to do so. If the cement couldn't be developed, he would have to grit his teeth and fork out 400,000 to 500,000 strings of cash. His family didn't have that much liquid capital. Moreover, a while ago, his wedding was so grand and extravagant. It was all real gold and silver. However, he didn't regret it. This baby wife deserved that grand wedding. Yes, young master. Faubert cupped his hands in understanding and said. Chapter 452. All right, Faubert, how many glazed ware have you made? Just as Faubert was about to go out and organize the manpower, Lisa Schwann suddenly asked. Previously, the workshop developed glass mainly to use it on the front cover of the compass. Later, as the fleet went south, the demand for the compass also declined. However, the glass kiln could not be idle. Lisa Schwann ordered the workers to continue to produce glass cups and other glassware. Although the output was not very high, it must have accumulated a lot after so long. This thing can make a huge profit. If the cement could not be produced, selling this batch of glassware might be able to alleviate the urgent need. Young master, you finally remembered. Faubert was stunned and then said with a bitter face, previously, according to your instructions, the workshop's glass kiln continued to produce glassware. Now, those glassware have piled up in a room. There are at least more than 1,000 pieces. Speaking of this, Faubert's expression flashed with a hint of complexity. Before this, to all of them, glassware was a high and mighty luxury. If any family had a glass cup, wouldn't they treat it like a treasure? But now, the glassware in the workshop was overflowing. All of them were piled up in the warehouse like garbage. The world was changing too fast. Hee, that's just right. Faubert, arrange a group of people to package this batch of glassware in a while. The more exquisite the packaging, the better. I want to sell them at a good price. Lisa Schwann said excitedly. He knew that the rarer something was, the more valuable it was. Taking out so much glassware at once, the average price would definitely be lower. However, he could not wait any longer. He needed a lot of money. Yes, young master. Faubert also heaved a sigh of relief and cupped his hands. This is not enough. Faubert, I still have a way to make glass mirrors. The process is very simple. Get someone to make 50 of them first. Lisa Schwann did a rough calculation. These 1,000 pieces of glassware, in the most ideal situation, could only be sold for 50 to 60,000 strings of cash. So, he thought of a very important derivative of glass, mirrors. He believed that as long as it was a rich lady, she would not be able to resist its charm. Naturally, it would be more profitable. Oh, young master, please tell me. This old man will remember. Faubert's eyes lit up and quickly said, Hee, this is very simple. Faubert, get someone to stick the tin foil on one side of the glass and then pour mercury. The tin foil will dissolve in mercury and become a silver-white liquid. Then will become a glass mirror that is 100 times clearer than a bronze mirror. Lisa Schwann said confidently, Speaking of mirrors, it has a history of more than 3,000 years. In the beginning, people used bronze mirrors. It was a round plate made of bronze that had been polished until it was smooth and clean. The reflection of the human figure in this bronze mirror was not bright. It would also rust and had to be polished often. Around 1700 AD, the glass mirror was born. In the beginning, people made glass mirrors by sticking a piece of tin foil tightly on the glass and then pouring mercury. Because mercury was able to dissolve tin, it became a viscous silver-white liquid called tin amalgam, which was tightly attached to the glass plate. Glass mirrors were a big step forward from bronze mirrors and were very popular. For a time, it became a treasure that kings and nobles competed to buy. At that time, only the factories in Venice could make this new glass mirror. European countries went to buy it, and wealth flooded to Venice like a tide. The mirror factories were concentrated on Murano Island, surrounded by sentries and tightly sealed off. Later, the French government used a lot of money to bribe for Venetian mirror craftsmen and secretly smuggled them out of the country. Since then, the secret of the mercury glass mirror was made public, and its value was not so noble. However, the reflection ability of the mercury-coated mirror was not very strong. It was time-consuming to make, and mercury was poisonous, so it was later eliminated. Modern mirrors had a thin layer of silver on the back. This layer of silver was not painted on, nor did it need to be electroplated. It was painted on by a chemical silver mirror reaction. Glucose water was added to the ammonia solution of silver nitrate. The glucose reduced the silver ions into silver particles and deposited them on the glass to make a silver mirror. Finally, a layer of paint was applied. Lisa Schwann also wanted to make this kind of silver mirror, but it would take a lot of effort to make nitric acid. He wanted to leave this difficult task to his future students. As for the key material of glass mirrors, tin foil, it was already available in the Tang dynasty. Tin foil was a handicraft product unique to Shaoxing in the early years. In ancient times, its main use was to make underworld money to worship ghosts and gods. It first appeared in the Han dynasty. It can be done like this? Can it really be done, young master? Faubert was excited when he heard Lisa Schwann say, 100 times clearer than a bronze mirror, and quickly asked, Of course, I don't have time to explain the principles of this to you, Faubert, but as long as you do as I say, you will definitely be able to make this kind of high-quality glass mirror. Good. I'll arrange it now. Faubert couldn't wait and wanted to go out and take people to do the experiment. Lisa Schwann quickly stopped him and said, Faubert, wait. What's wrong? Lisa Schwann said seriously, Mercury is very volatile. Once it is inhaled into the lungs, it will definitely cause poisoning. If the workshop wants to use this method to make glass mirrors, it must first solve this safety problem. Let's do it this way. You can ask people to sew a batch of special masks. Add a few layers of carbon powder inside the masks, and then use coarse cloth to separate them. The thicker the better. The people who participate in the manufacture of glass mirrors must wear this special mask. Faubert felt strange and said, Young master, can't we just use the previous masks? Why do you need to do something superfluous? Of course not. We must use this mask. Faubert, listen to me. Lisa Schwann said decisively. Ordinary masks are only used to prevent particulate matter, which is commonly known as dust. However, mercury vapor is poisonous and harmful gas, so they must wear that kind of protective equipment that includes a filter device. If it weren't for the lack of conditions, Lisa Schwann would have asked people to make gas masks. Yes, young master. Then this old man will go and arrange these matters now. Faubert had no choice but to do as he was told. Faubert, you go and do your work. I'll go to the editorial department at the back office. Lisa Schwann thought about it, and also went out with Faubert. In order to sell this batch of glass at a good price, the necessary publicity was indispensable. So he had to ask Majot to design the advertisement in advance. At this time, the superiority of Datong Daily was completely reflected. They could advertise themselves at any time.